I took my son's cast off, no problem.
I don't want to make a joke, bro, but like I don't know what happened to you. Maybe you were accounting for the curvature, and the curve was not there. You know what I mean? So the accident happened, but I'm sorry if I made it into a little joke.
Okay, I'm leaving, guys. Have a good night. And thank you for the kind word.
Good night.
Yeah, no problem, bro. You take care. Yep.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Cheers, man. Yeah, I kind of hope he was just trolling. And he doesn't have two broken arms. No one's going under for taking the cast off. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
They got a cutoff wheel and they just saw that sucker in half, and you go on with your day. So it's either more severe than we understand and he couldn't communicate it, or it's a troll. Well,
Yeah. Or maybe he's just paranoid.
maybe get that guy a tinfoil hat. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he thinks like they might accidentally cut off his arm and he'll bleed out, and like he just like has this crazy idea, and then they're gonna like remove the cast in like 2 seconds. And he's like, "That's it? Yeah, that's it. You're done."
Well, if you look at that cast, it might happen. Whoever made that cast did a pretty interesting job of it.
Yep. That doesn't look like a cast at all.
It looks like a cast with a thing around it, or the bandage wrapped around the cast.
I don't know, man.
You zoom in like the
That looks like an ace bandage, dude.
Yeah, it looks like an ace bandage wrapped around the cast. Like look at his hand, and then you'll see like it's white on that part, and that could be the cast, the hard cast. And then he does definitely have an ace bandage wrapped around it, but I don't know.
That was straight cat.
Yeah,
that dude was in the other day just freaking out. He was a hardcore troll. Yeah, it looks like he had some bad poison ivy and they just wrapped it up in an ace bandage. He's in here for shits and gigs. There's no doubt about it. That's why he was like trying to tug on your soft hots. So Bendy Light's back giving us a silent treatment again. This creepy PFP. And we got Crazy Ape.
Can't see if our bendy light has followed us. Followed us over.
Yeah, he just kind of just sits there. Welcome to the room, Arthur.
Yeah.
No, nothing. Oh,
And Crazy Ape.
yep. Crazy Ape got a welcome earlier too.
Hey, Bendy Light, you know that Bendy Light debunks the globe. You want to talk about it?
Hey,
Hi, so did you know that Bendy Light debunks the globe?
no, it does not.
Well, it does, because if the light bends, then you don't have a geometric horizon. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah, that's so. I'm updating you on the situation. So if the light bends, then you don't have a tangent point to measure to. So the horizon is not Earth curve. So the globe is dead upon Bendy Light.
Well, we don't need to measure to the horizon.
Oh, great. So what are you using the Bendy Light to measure to then?
I'm not using bendy light. Isn't that what you
Oh,
guys
what light are you using? No, you guys use the Bendy Light. You guys have the refraction, right? That makes the geometric horizon the not geometric horizon. It turns from geometric to apparent, right?
geometric to parent? So if I put a spoon in water, does the spoon still exist?
It's not about whether or not it exists. Hold on a second. But you also now all of a sudden have an apparent location for where the spoon is.
Right, that's why I said I don't measure to something like that.
Terrific. So what are you measuring to?
Well, I haven't measured.
You haven't measured? What's the Bendy Light name for then?
Oh, it's just an old name I got a long time ago.
Long time ago. Do you think the Earth is a globe, Bendy Light?
Yeah, it is.
Do you have any Earth curve measurements that you can give to us, Bendy Light?
Nope.
So you believe in the globe even though there's no evidence for it?
Oh, there is evidence for it.
Okay, what's the evidence? Empirical, please. I don't need any affirming the consequent fallacies up in here.
Well, all geodetic survey.
Geodetic surveying, oh yeah, they're measuring flat pieces of land.
So they're lying to you?
No, they're lying to you. They haven't lied to me. I figured it out a long time ago. They've been measuring flat land and then pasting those little flat pieces around the ball that they presuppose.
But they say, yeah, they say that the Earth is a globe.
Right. Why would they say that if they don't have any Earth curve measurements and they're measuring it flat?
Good question.
So that's not a globe proof. What else you got?
Well, they must not be measuring it flat, or they're lying.
Well, why don't you show me their measurements, and we'll see if they're measuring rise over run in short distances. Why don't you show me?
Well, I think you have to prove that they're lying.
No, I don't have to prove that they're lying. You just show me what they've got, and we'll see if it's flat or round.
No, burden's on you to prove that they're lying.
I didn't say that they were. I told you they ain't lied to me. Maybe they're lying to you.
They work fine.
So what curvature are they measuring? Show me the curvature measurements.
Just their measurements that they take.
Okay, show them to me, and let's see if it's curvature or not. You don't even know what they're taking as far as measurements are at this point, because you're just like, whatever they take, so you don't even know. This is pathetic, Mindy Light.
No. You need to show that they're measuring curvature and saying that they do measure curvature.
Their measurements are available to anybody and are used by everybody.
Right, so...
Yeah, they measure flat.
So this is your burden of proof. You're saying that they're measuring curvature. I want to see it.
I say they're not lying. You say they're lying. You have to prove they're lying.
No, I didn't say that they were lying.
Nope.
No one said that.
So they're not lying. They're not lying.
Okay, so show us the Great. So show us the measurements of curvature. That's all we need from you.
For us to determine whether they're lying, hey, bro, wait a second. For us to determine whether they're lying or not, we need to see what you're talking about. We're not just going to take your word for it that they are saying, hey, we're not just going to take your word for it that they're saying, hey, we measured Earth curvature.
It's not my word, it's their word.
Well, then show us it's their word.
Go to the Geodetic Survey online. Check it out.
No. I'm not looking up your I'm not looking up your evidence for you. Sorry. You obviously already have pre-knowledge of this, so you can go get where you found that knowledge and post it for us. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have to do anything, really.
Okay, so you just have a belief that they did. You can't demonstrate that they did.
I know it matches what I observe in reality. Everything I observe in reality.
Show.
Oh, T-Dub, this is my favorite. So, Bendy Light, so in reality, do you observe a flat, stationary Earth that has the celestials moving and you fixed to this flat, stationary plane?
I observe a globe.
Where? Where would you show me this curvature that you observe every day?
Every time I watch a sunset.
What does the sunset have to? Is it setting over a horizontal horizon? Redundant, I know, but is it setting over a horizontal plane?
Well, it's either going below a flat Earth or it's going around a globe Earth or whatever other shape.
Why would you assume that it's going below a flat Earth? Why would you say below?
Well, because it drops below the horizon.
No, it doesn't. It just meets the horizon and then disappears. So, are you saying that horizon is Earth curve?
I'm saying it's not magic.
I didn't say it was magic either. So, are you telling me that the horizon is the tangent point, Sagitta, Earth curve, leading edge of a sphere?
He wouldn't be throwing out his bendy light now, would he?
Certainly not.
Sphere. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Earth curve then. The horizon is Earth curve. It's the leading edge of the sphere. Yes? Physical? Geometric?
Yep.
Okay, good. So if I post something in the side chat that says that, or shows that your horizon is well beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth radius 3,959 miles, then what's going to happen? You're going to go to Bendy Light?
Well, yeah, because there's an atmosphere.
Okay, great. So then it's not the geometric tangent point that you just now claimed.
Yeah, you got to have one or the other, bro.
The geometry still exists. Just because it's apparent doesn't mean the geometry does not exist.
Is that leading edge?
What you see.
Is that leading edge that you're saying is blocking off the curve, the sun from view, right? Are you saying it's that the distance to that point is 1.225 miles times the square root of your observer height? No. So not the geometric Sagittarius tangent point of a sphere.
Wait, did you say the geometric one or the? I mean, it's not a perfect sphere,
Yeah.
too. By the way,
Back
you
to
know
you,
that.
Sesu.
Oh, okay.
Nobody can.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, T-Dub, what he just admitted to us is that the sunset is an apparent phenomena. It's not actually happening because that wouldn't be the geometric physical tangent point. So whatever the sun is appearing to go behind is not actually real.
Yeah, it's not Earth curve. Yeah.
Nope. It's a bad day for you, Bendy Light. That Bendy Light totally bones your globe.
Yeah, you need to flip flop back and forward between them too. Oh, it's geometric. Oh, it's
Yeah,
not. It is. Oh, it's not. It is.
Yeah, how long do you think you could double speak for, Bendy Light? All right, so no Earth curve. That's good to know.
Hello.
Yeah. As soon as you bend your light, you don't no longer have that tangent plane line of sight.
Am I on here?
Yeah. Hello. Welcome.
Oh, that was weird. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, we were just
So you can hear us.
Yeah, my phone told
Yeah, so we're recapping the fact that if the atmosphere is bending the light like old Bendy Light, then it's an apparent sunset and not actual, and that ruins your whole argument.
Not really, because if I put a spoon in water, the spoon still exists.
So you're claiming the law of refraction. What do you need for refraction in this scenario?
A density gradient.
No, not a gradient, because the example that you're giving is two isotropic medias meeting at a very defined boundary. Do you have that in the atmosphere? The gas, is the gas going to refract between one gas and another gas?
Well, now I understand that refraction can have two mediums or one medium with a density gradient. That's possible, right?
Okay. Well, I don't know. You're going to have to demonstrate that for me.
Oh, but you never seen a laser shown through sugar water before?
Okay, so you're making a false equivalence between gas and water with sugar in it and a laser pointer with a flat baseline. Is that what you want to claim?
Well, no. You wanted to know if I could have one.
No, you wouldn't want to claim an entirely different scenario than what you're claiming to prove your point. Right?
So you don't accept that sugar water is one medium?
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you if sugar water with a flat baseline and a laser pointer is the same thing as gas. Do you think those two are the same thing?
I never said they were.
Okay, so why would you bring it up when we're talking about gas and gas?
Because I was not talking about specifically gas. I was talking about a density gradient within a medium.
Let me ask you a question. When the sun sets between your eye line and the sunset, is there sugar water in between those two?
That's a dumb question.
It is a dumb question because you made the dumb comparison. So obviously you realize that your comparison was stupid, so we don't have to use that, do we?
Well, that was a red herring.
Yeah, the red herring was sugar water, and when we're dealing with gas, that's the thing that we're concentrating on.
No.
So what would you be able to demonstrate with gas and refraction, please?
The argument was a single medium with a density gradient. That was the argument. Was it not?
Horizontal
Oh yeah, but
layered?
we can't use a liquid and a gas as an equivalence, can we?
You know that sugar water does not cause light to bend, right?
No, it actually does. In fact, there's a name for the
No.
term. Can someone help me out with that term? That sugar, actually, the molecule of it spins light downwards. What's that name?
So if I shine a light directly
Cyclonic?
straight up through sugar
okay.
water, it will bend.
Yeah, of course. The molecule of sugar has that ability. Do you think sugar water and gas are the same in that capacity?
I think sugar water has a density gradient. That was my point.
Okay, so sugar water is the same as gas in this guy's mind. Hey, everybody, point and laugh at the guy that thinks sugar water and gas are the same thing.
All right. Well, if you want to believe that's what the argument was, that's fine.
Well, you're not correcting me. I'm saying that you think there's equivalence between sugar water and gas. Everybody here except for you thinks that's absurd. So there's nothing left for anybody to do except to point and laugh.
I never said that. That was a straw man you made.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to equivocate sugar water and gas, are we? Bendy light.
I'm going to equivocate a density gradient with a density gradient.
Okay, are these two of the same media, or are you using a liquid and then a gas and trying to fit the two together? What are you doing?
I'm just saying there's a density gradient in the air. Do you disagree with this?
Oh, so in the air we have a density gradient. Is it horizontal or vertical? By the way, either one that you pick will be a flat Earth.
Why would it just automatically?
I know.
Flatter?
Is it horizontal or is it vertical?
Horizontal or vertical? It's just,
Yeah, which one would you like to pick?
It begins at the ground and it goes and it becomes less dense as you gain altitude. That's it.
Altitude. Oh, there it is. So it's a flat Earth that you're using in this scenario.
Oh, so the word altitude proves Earth is flat?
Well, it's in relation to a horizontal plane. So yes, you'd be using a flat Earth in this scenario.
That's hilarious. Well,
So you're saying that altitude is in relation to a sphere. Could you describe to me? Yeah, go ahead and show me altitude and describe it in relationship to a curved surface. I would love to see that.
So that's all you proof you need is a dictionary that says that is altitude.
No, that's not it. I don't know why you're saying that. That's a straw man. I want you to show me that altitude has anything to do with a relationship to a spherical surface. That's what I want you to do.
How could it not? Altitude above a surface.
No, altitude is above a horizontal plane.
Where does it say that? And why does that matter if somebody says that?
It's simple geometry. Could you have the same geometry or the same altitude from two different points from a curved surface?
Two different points from a curved surface. So, what does that matter?
No, I just want you to demonstrate that to me, that on a curved surface, you would describe altitude at two different points.
I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second.
Oh, how convenient.
Oh, yeah, you guys are
It's time to phone a friend, is it?
on the edge. So,
No. We're talking about altitude. So show me on two different points, two different tangent points on a surface describing the same altitude from that surface.
And if I don't, then what happens? Nothing really changes, does
Well,
it?
then you just can't use the word altitude. So you're going to have to use something different.
I'm sorry. Okay. How about you guys provide proof that we've all been lied to? Otherwise,
About what?
it's like there's nothing. I don't know how.
So far, Bendy Light, who said anything about being lied to? You are just describing to me a flat Earth with bendy light and trying to equivocate gas and liquids and sugar, by the way, and that's supposed to help you with the ball that you think that you live on. Pretty pathetic.
It's pretty sad.
I know it is sad. You should probably rethink your life and your religious system.
So,
So, do you believe you can be lied to about a shape?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that what this is all about?
Do I think I could be lied to about a shape? No, you just measure the shape. If someone tells you that a circle is a square and you don't have the knowledge or the understanding to know the difference, then I suppose you could get lied to. But in this scenario, the Earth has no measurable curvature, as you've described to us with this bendy light that your name is and the thing that you claimed. And I'm wondering how you think that flat horizontal altitude angles to whatever the thing is in the sky and all that stuff equals a ball.
My claim is that the Earth is a globe because it's been measured a globe by all geodetic survey.
Okay, perfect. Just go ahead and prove that and give me the measurements, please. Give me the measurements, please.
I don't need to prove that.
No, you do need to prove that that's a positive claim, and you also included the idea of measurements, so now we have to have the measurements of curvature. Please provide that right now.
I don't have to provide anything to you guys.
Okay, so you're just going to make a baseless claim, not support your position, and your name is Bendy Light. I would say that's pretty much every glober that we've ever come in contact with.
Is there a geodetic survey and have they measured the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah, did they measure the curvature is the thing that we're talking about right now. So you need to show me the measurements of curvature.
When are you guys going to have the balls to go to
No, this is your claim. We've already checked into this. We're hoping that you have something different than we have because they're measuring depth and altitude according to a horizontal plane or in relationship to a horizontal plane. You have not shown us anything different. So until you provide that, that's what it's going to be.
Until I provide that, you'll just keep asking.
No, I mean, show me the curvature measurements that we're looking for. Let's see it.
Well, evaluate what you're showing us and see if see if it's what you're saying it is, or what they are saying it is. Even
if you kept asking me for 10 years, would you still be here asking me?
Oh, bro.
Yes, because nobody's provided it, including you. Nobody has provided that. And it seems like it's going to be the same problem. You're telling us that the Earth curve is measured. You're going to ambiguously appeal to it. You won't show the curvature measurements, and then you're going to say, what are you guys going to call me a liar because I don't show the thing that I claimed? Yes. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I think you guys need to step out of your little sandbox and go outside and test your measurements against geodetic survey.
Yeah, we have done that.
No.
Go tell geodetic survey. Make a map. Make a map.
Show us what they do. Show us what they do. Show us what they do.
Why don't you guys have a map?
Show us what they do. You keep repeating this shit that you don't show and demonstrate.
I mean, I'm just trying to help you guys. You guys need to eventually get out of
Then help me by showing me. Show me what you're talking about. Show us what you're appealing to.
For 10 years.
Show us what it is you are appealing to.
People have been showing you for 10 years.
What have they shown us?
Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it.
No. What's that going to change? You're just going to ask us.
So, Bendy Light, you're here to help us, and the thing that we need help with is you showing us measurements of curvature, and that's the thing that you don't want to show us. So I don't think you're here to help us. I think you're here to be, I don't know, a dick.
I'm only here to help kind of get it through your skulls that it's useless to be doing this online, honestly.
So getting it through our skulls is to not show us the evidence that we're looking for. Is that right, Bendy Light? You're trying to show us that just believe in something that's not demonstrated. That's what you're trying to help us do, Bendy Light?
The shape of Earth does not need to be proven to everybody.
Oh, wow, there it is. Everybody, is the live stream going? It doesn't need to be proven. Just accept it as fact without any evidence whatsoever. There it is.
Yeah, it only needs to be proven to the people that it matters to.
Dude, do you have any idea how pathetic that is? You're selling us that just believe it, don't ask for proof. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I told you that it's been measured. It's already been measured. And
you haven't provided the measurements which we're asking for. So where is it?
It's been measured by,
wait a sec, says
millions of people throughout history.
We're supposed to just believe him when he says it.
No, you need
yes.
You need to believe measurements, or if you don't believe them, then
what measurements?
Just believe you about
against
them.
their measurements.
So
Why
show
don't
us,
What measurements?
show us what you're talking about. Show us what you're talking about.
Why don't you go to the geodetic survey and test their
Do your
This is your
and
claim,
find
my
the
friend.
evidence for you. Find your evidence for you. I'm not your messenger boy, bro.
It's not my claim that the geodetic survey exists. That's not a claim. That's a fact.
You're appealing
It's
to
not his
it.
claim. It's not
I'm
his
just
claim
saying,
that the
go-
geodetic survey exists.
So what are you guys afraid of? Why are you afraid to go to the geodetic survey and put your
Whoa,
measurements against
that's a
theirs? What are
projection.
you afraid of?
That's a projection. What are you afraid of by posting the measurements that you say exist?
I'm not afraid of anything because I don't need to do anything for you.
Okay, so then go get it. That's perfect. So you can go get the curvature measurements, and we'll just sit here and wait for them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to give you.
Off you
your
go.
name. All right.
You're not gonna. You're here to help us, bro. I thought you were here to help us.
Not being very helpful.
Well, sometimes
Yeah.
it's a little. Sometimes a little tough love, you know. You
The
guys
tough
are-
love of helping people and telling them here's the evidence, and then not providing it.
wake up and smell the coffee that you've been here for 10 years. You're going to still be here in another 10 years if you don't change.
He just
Well,
knows the
no, we're gonna
buzzword.
be-
He doesn't know the details.
Yeah.
He hasn't read any of it.
No.
He hasn't gone over it.
I enjoy
He
the
hasn't
comedy,
presented it
guys.
before.
It's fun. It's always fun.
No, this is fun for me. I have someone coming in here telling me that there's earth curve measurements and they won't provide them. And he's here
Well, they
telling
are.
us that he's here to help
They're
us and is not helping us. So where are they?
It's not
Where would I find these?
a survey either. Anybody can measure it.
Oh, what else? And how would we do that?
But I'm not going to tell you. You've already.
You're just digging yourself a deeper hole each time. You're saying, yep, it can be done. Yes, it's out there. And then I asked you for it, and you're like, I don't have to do that.
It's already been answered.
Well, why don't you just stop deflecting and get us the measurements that you say exists?
No, I'm not going to get you anything.
You won't be doing that. You won't be getting us the evidence that would change. Like, you want us to be done after 10 years. You don't want to see this anymore. You want to help us, and you're not going to provide the thing that would end
There
it,
will always be
right?
flat earth. I'm not worried about that. There will always be flat earth people. But, you know, if you, I just. you
Yeah,
know,
probably. It's going to grow exponentially because people like you won't provide the evidence that we're looking for.
It's growing exponentially, yeah.
It is actually. Every day, people are realizing, you know what? There's no earth curve measurements, and they're telling us there are, but they're not actually providing them. This could all be over in a heartbeat if you'd provide the earth curve measurements, right? Don't you want to help people?
No.
You don't want to help
Yeah,
people now.
help
So earlier you said, I want to help people, and now I don't want to help people, and I'm not going to show this evidence that would change the whole thing. But that's what you're going to do now, Bendy Light, right?
I can't help people that don't want to be helped. That's all right.
No, the help
Oh,
would be
yeah,
you
yeah.
getting us the measurements. You know what I'm saying?
My measurements are not going to change your mind.
What measurements? Could you post it in the side chat, please? I really want to see it.
I told you I had never measured it.
Didn't you just say my measurements?
Well, yeah, if I went to measure it, yeah, which I could do if I wanted.
Oh, if. So now it's you have it, but hypothetically, but you didn't do it, and so you don't have it, and neither do the geodetic surveyors, apparently, because you're not posting it.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Okay. Oh man. So the geodetic survey doesn't exist.
Can you tell us how they do it?
Yeah, maybe explain the process. I'm not even looking
I
for the
don't know.
measurements at this point.
I don't know everything about what they do. No, I'm not a geodetic surveyor.
Oh my
I
gosh.
knew everything that they did. I'd probably go out and
T-Dub.
I was right. It's just a
Hold on, Bendy
believer.
Light, shut up.
I know
T-Dub, can you believe this?
I know generally what they
Hey, Bendy Light, shut up. So T-Dub, can you believe this? This guy is telling us that geodetic surveyors have measured the curvature, but he doesn't know anything about it.
I never said I didn't know anything about it.
He's just heard that they have. He doesn't know if it's true. He hasn't
Oh.
analyzed the validity or the veracity of what they did. Nothing. Just nothing.
Right.
Just trust them.
Yep.
Because they said. Because
Trust
they
them.
said so.
I never said that either. I said go test their measurements against yours. That's what I told you. What's
What
wrong with that?
measurements would those be? Would that be rise over run?
I don't know of any measurements. I'm like you. I
know
don't
if they do
know.
flat measurements. You're right. I have never heard of a flat measurement before.
So in geodesy, do they measure rise over run, and do they measure triangles across a horizontal plane?
Mm. I don't really care.
You don't care now. So the thing that you were appealing to, not only do you not know about it, but now you don't care about it.
No, it's just because this conversation's starting to get boring. So,
Well, then kick rocks, dude. Take a hike.
yeah, I gotta get stuff done here. So, toodles.
Yeah, I know. Maybe go look for some of those earth curve measurements while you're out busy and doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Get that earth curve measurement that you know exists.
Run
Yeah,
like a
I might
little
I might actually try and measure the curve someday. I might do that.
Terrific. In the meantime,
A
kick
little project.
rocks and shut up. Just take a hike.
Okay. Have a good day, guys. Bye bye.
lazy little bit.
So, am I okay to ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay. So, when it comes to like, I know the last time that I was here, you were saying that the Earth is not. When the other person, I forgot what their name was asking about like why can't you see Mount Everest, and it's because the atmosphere or the air is not transparent completely. So
Right.
like we have limited vision.
Across the
what
surface,
about-
yes.
Right. What about like telescopes and stuff? Like why can't we, like if we were to view a
Across the horizontal plane where the air gradient is the densest? It's the same problem, dude. The air is a certain thickness. It doesn't matter how big the aperture is or the magnification. It's kind of like trying to look through a progressively thicker brick wall. There are ways to mitigate this and use infrared filters, which will cut out a bunch of the interference patterns. And we do that, and it hurts the globe because then we can see a lot farther and we see things in the distance that we thought were behind Earth curve. Take, for instance, Mount Canigou. And if anybody has that particular image, they can post Mount Canigou. So it's not helping anything at that point.
a picture of the infrared Mount Panagu be the same as like having a picture of like Earth from NASA?
Do you think that across the horizontal space plane, the air is really thick?
Yeah, I mean, I could grant.
Holy shit!
I could grant you that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is where you're saying.
What are you going to grant me? I'm asking you a question. I asked you a question, and you're going to say that you grant me that? What are you granting me?
Oh, I thought it was a claim that you're making that the Earth is like the air is thick. Yeah, I would agree.
In space?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Maybe ask the question.
You said NASA and pictures from space. Okay. Is space the same air gradient density that the surface of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, so why did you bring that up again?
Because you said that you have a picture of an infrared, like a...
Yeah, it's an observation of Mount Canigou. It's from like 273 miles away. So the infrared filter cuts out all the disturbance and the interference patterns from the diffraction and the refraction and all the other frequencies of light, and you can get a better picture of the flat surface to Mount Canigou, which is not possible on a globe Earth.
Okay.
If I can just interrupt for a second, Vegan, what you're asking is why is a picture of Mount Canigou acceptable, but not a picture from NASA, right?
No worries. Let's just cut pictures out of this. Why don't you give us the Earth curve measurements?
I'm
anybody
not making any claims, though. I'm just asking questions.
Well, nobody can take a picture from space. Anybody can take a picture of Mount Canigou if they want to go there. It's a real place, and it can be done by anybody.
Okay.
So we can verify that it's real.
Okay. So is the claim that like at the tip of Mount Canigou you can see that the Earth is flat?
No. we're just kind of, begging the question with the globe Earth believers that there is some kind of geometric Earth curve that should be blocking out the majority of that mountain range, and it's not there. But it's foolish for us to actually beg the question that there's any Earth curve in the first point. I guess what we would need is actually measurements of the Earth curve so we don't beg the question next time.
Was I begging the question?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
In this scenario, we're going ahead and taking the claim of the Earth being a sphere of a certain size, and we should expect to see a certain amount of blockage by the geometric Earth curve of that mountain range.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think I understand it.
So in reality, no Earth curve is measured, and there's nothing obstructing the observation to Mount Canigou, right? So we don't have to worry about that. So it's a flat Earth.
Okay. And then I have one more question. It kind of can be explained a little bit easier, I think. So when it comes to what you guys are saying that NASA, like scientists who try to explain the mantle, other things, you're just saying that they're kind of like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that them saying they have facts and they explain things based off of evidential like standpoints rather than actually having empirics, like for the mantle or like
Right, I hear what you're saying. They're making assumptions and pseudoscience claims based on no evidence whatsoever, except for the assumption that the Earth is a ball, and that it's a certain size, and that, according to their belief, that the crust and the mantle and the core are all at certain depths inside the sphere that hasn't been measured yet.
Okay. And
I'm not going to say that they're lying, but essentially it's just a lot of misinformation.
Gotcha. And then the evidence that they have is not substantial to...
Well, no, what they would need in the first instance is Earth curve measurements, and they don't have that.
Okay.
And they would need to know what's below 8 miles, and nobody's drilled any further than that. So everything that they're presupposing is based on conjecture and circumstantial evidence, and that's not science.
So are you saying that they're just like they're stupid for just making the assumption and just saying that this is fact?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's not science. There's no way it's empirical. There's no way it's deductive. It's just an inference that they've made based on a poor assumption. That poor assumption is that the Earth is a ball. And if they don't have the measurements of that ball and the curvature doesn't exist in reality, then the entire inference falls apart, and we should be pointing at them and laughing at them and anybody else that believes them for making such a silly assumption.
So are we to deny the poles, for example?
What poles? There's no poles to deny. What's a pole?
Well, like the North and South Pole.
What are those?
Well, if we go to one side of the Earth,
once again, you're begging the question that there is a ball, right?
Well, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I might be making a question here.
No, I'm not going to hold on. You're making an assumption that the Earth is a ball and that there's poles on the end of them.
Sorry. I said that I might have been begging the question there. When somebody does go to the location of what they said would be the North Pole, and you look up and see the stars rotating in one direction, and then you go to the location of what they would call the South Pole, and you look up, the stars are different.
So
what would be the explanation for that?
I don't know. Does the Earth necessitate, see, the thing that you don't understand is that the sky and the Earth are two different, essentially, systems, and one does not dictate anything about the other, especially when it comes to shape.
Okay. So,
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is a really important point. I don't want to skip past this. Do you think just because you observe something in the sky, it has anything to do with the nature of the surface under your feet?
I mean, not necessarily, no, but it's possible.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
well, would it be possible only in the instance where we could measure Earth curve?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know.
Well, yes, it would necessitate that. The thing that would kind of help your story is if the Earth was curving in any way, shape, or form, and it's not.
What do you mean, my story? I haven't made a single claim. I'm trying to learn.
Well, a second ago, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you had to catch yourself saying that there's poles on opposite ends, right?
I'm
So
limited.
you're
To
still,
I'm
don't,
limited.
don't try to
the
be
knowledge.
excellent, man. I understand that you're living still inside the paradigm that you've been trained in for most of your life, and you don't have to be shy about it. But if you're going to sit here and ask me questions that have all these assumptions baked into them, then I'm going to go ahead and assume, which is a bad idea, that you still believe that the idea of the Earth being a ball without any curvature measurements is the paradigm in which you exist.
Well, I would say that that is wrong. I would say that I'm indifferent to the situation at the moment.
Okay, so if you're indifferent, then you're not going to be asking me about anything having to do with the pre-assumption of a globe, right?
That's not necessarily true because if I'm here to learn about the difference between flat Earth and global Earth, right? I would have to have, based off of my preconceived knowledge.
So you're going to operate from the standpoint that you've been trained in, like I said.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that I believe it.
Okay, so why, if you don't believe it or you're not sure, would you ask any questions with those assumptions baked in?
Because it's what I previously learned.
Yeah, exactly. So why don't you just get rid of that and ask me questions that are legitimate to the idea or that are consistent with the idea that you're operating from no assumptions whatsoever. Now, you could ask me, what is the sun? And I'll tell you, I don't know. You'll say, what's the moon? And I'll tell you, I don't know. We see lights in the sky. I have no idea about their composition or their relationship to the Earth except for what we can measure.
Okay.
So you're going to say, somebody goes to the North Pole, which interestingly enough, if you look at maps about 500 years ago, there's a large landmass in the north. And now on the maps today, that landmass is gone. Now, I would ask you a question. How come on the North Pole of the globe, land is appearing and not appearing or disappearing over the course of 500 years? What answer would you give me?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, why not? On the globe, we have land appearing and disappearing. So on the globe, what is the reason for land appearing and disappearing?
Well, again, I don't know because I'm not assuming that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. So it wouldn't be fair to ask you questions about things that you're not assuming or believing, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't know the map either. I don't know, like, I would have to know what map you're referring to. I would have to get off of what is the belief. I would have to, like, I can't, like, it's like talking about somebody's opinion about somebody else that I have no knowledge of. Like, what do you think of this person? I don't know. I don't fucking know who they are.
Right. So if I tell you I don't know what the sun is and I don't know what it's doing, nor do I understand anything about why in certain locations there may or may not be an apparent different rotation or apparent movement of the stars, and you'll be satisfied with that then. Like, I have limited knowledge. I can't answer your question, but I do know that the Earth is measured flat. So we don't have to worry about what the skies are doing because it has no consequence as far as the nature of the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions that don't have assumptions baked in?
Nope. I'm
Okay.
sorry for wasting your time.
You don't have to apologize. I'm not even really upset with you. It's just sometimes I want to help people understand that they're not even aware that they're making assumptions when they ask questions or make claims. And it's hard to do because you've actually been trained to do that. Everybody has. We're all great at being trained, or we're great at it because we've been trained to beg the question of things that we actually have no evidence for. And I want to help you, believe it or not, I actually do want to help you, unlike the caller that called before, to kind of like help you like critically, logically parse through the way that you think and go, did someone train me to beg the question? Did someone train me to affirm the consequent or make inferences when it's actually not necessary? And that's a hard thing to separate yourself from because through the K through 12 system and even into the universities, that is very much promoted. The idea of logic is not taught in the Western societies, or at least not in the Americas.
Well, I would say that I'm vegan, so obviously I know how to not go against what is previously known. So like I would, not to say that you're wrong, but like I would say that I pride myself on questioning previously conceived logic.
So with veganism, let me just ask you some questions because I'm not really big on, I don't know a whole lot about veganism. So could you explain to me why veganism is so valuable? Why it's better than having a full diet as far as meat-based proteins and stuff like that? What is the logical conclusion that you've come to as far as eating only plant-based everything?
Well, I would say that veganism is the desire, like if I were to describe what a vegan is a person that desires and acts upon that desire to not want to exploit, commodify, or enslave animals. So like the benefit is to not do those things. Like you are not exploiting, commodifying, or enslaving animals when you make the decisions to not buy meat products, buy leather products, or like clothing products that come from an animal, going to zoos and stuff like that. It's just the desire and the act upon the desire to not want to enslave animals, basically.
Fair enough. So it's about ethics, right? So you don't want to do something that is unnecessary or abuse a resource that doesn't need to be abused for the sake of let's call it vain appetites, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What about the plants?
Well, so you know the difference between like response to stimuli and sentient response,
right? And plants have the plants have that. There's plenty of studies done that the plants actually respond to stimulus as well. So I wouldn't,
right.
Some people go, well, the plants aren't sentient like the animals are, but they do respond.
Yeah, they simply respond to stimuli, where else like a dog has sentient response. Like if we look at a Venus flytrap, yeah, so a response to stimuli, if we're talking about a Venus flytrap, is if it doesn't matter what is touching the mouth of a Venus flytrap, it doesn't matter if it's my finger, a fly, or a bee or whatever, something touches the hair of the Venus flytrap and it will close. And if it's like my finger, for example, where I pull it out, or like a pen and I pull out the pen, it will actually end up killing itself because it runs out of nutrients trying to gather the nutrients from the insect that it would be initially consuming. But it ends up killing itself because it runs out of nutrients. So
that sounds mean. Sounds mean. You shouldn't do that shit to them.
Well, it's simply responding to stimuli. It doesn't have feeling. It doesn't have.
Hold on. This is actually a fallacy that you're committing. So now your veganism is illogical because you're creating a false equivalence. Involuntary response and voluntary response are not the same. So please don't use something as far as involuntary response to make your in this case an ethics claim.
What do you mean? I made a fallacy. Could you explain the fallacy that
It's called a false equivalence or a false analogy, where you're going to use something like involuntary response, where the plant itself probably has sensors, right, like within the Venus flytrap, that if stimulated, it will close just out of auto response programming. Let's talk about the fact that let's take Mythbusters, for instance. They conducted loosely, we'll call it an experiment for this case, but they had a bunch of different plants. I think they were tomatoes, and they separated them, but in each environment for each of these different plants, they were all the same plants. They played them music, they played them recordings of people cursing the plants, they played them recordings of people praising the plants, and then I think there was another one, maybe a control, and the ones where they were being condemned, they died. The ones where they were played positive affirmation or whatever, they flourished. So we're not going to compare auto.
That's responding.
Hold on. Oh, is it just vibration? So now you're going to make a claim. Can you get me a scientific experiment that actually validates that it's vibration that they're responding to, and not perhaps the words that were used?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
Distamir is also here, so he might have the link already. So here you go.
Yeah, so this is Mythbusters.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go.
What's the naturally observed phenomenon in the experiment?
So it's what it is that it's the frequencies that observe the plant, right? It's so the plant is responding to the frequencies, and it's not like the words themselves are making the impact. It's the frequencies of volume and stuff like that that stimulate the plants to help them.
Okay. What is the naturally observed phenomenon?
Could you describe what that is? What you mean by that?
You're giving me an experiment, so I want to know what the naturally observed phenomena is in this experiment.
Like, you mean like the variable?
Oh my gosh, no. I want to know what the dependent variable is, which would be the naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah, so like they're playing music for plants to observe.
No. Naturally observed phenomena.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not like getting what you're observing. So, what is a naturally observed phenomena? Because
in nature, what is the plant doing that we're trying to study? What we're observing. What is the plant doing in nature, so that we can decide what is causing the effect? What is the effect that we're studying? What's happening to the plant in nature that we can study?
I mean, I could just read you the study, dude. Like, I don't like plants grow so it would have to be considering a plant growing without the music versus plant growing with the music, right?
How long does it grow if you cut it off?
Cut it off?
Yeah, like if you uproot it or you chop it in half. How long does it grow then?
Well, you would plant the plant in a pot, right?
Right. So if I plant an onion and I want to eat onions, I have to uproot the plant, do I not?
Sure.
Okay, so I killed the plant, now what?
Well, just because you pulled it out of the ground, it doesn't mean you killed it. You can replant it, right? They have a lifespan between
Not necessarily. Can you show me a study of how plants react to being cut in half? so we can see whether or not they feel pain.
I think what you're going to find is that the studies are anecdotal. You're not going to find a scientific study on that. I'd be very, very surprised.
Right, so in this case, because we don't have any studies that can tell us whether or not the plants are experiencing pain or not, we're going to make an argument from silence fallacy to justify whether or not we should decide we're going to eat plants instead of animals.
There you go. It says that they have there is electricity that transmits responses to sensory, but it's not since there's no nerves to send to.
It is a nerve. The whole thing is.
Okay.
Yeah, it turns out the entire plant is a nerve.
Okay. If that were the case, there's no brain to process what the plant is experiencing. So if there was, in theory, an experience or a response to stimuli, right, there's no brain to process that, i.e. no pain.
What makes you think that the brain is necessary for the feeling of pain?
Because it has to process or interpret what it is experiencing.
Wait, well, that would be begging the question and then affirming the consequent again.
It's not begging the question.
Okay, so you can prove to me that just because there's no brain, no pain is felt?
Yeah.
It seems like the same type of pseudoscience that got people on the globe is now being applied to all these other quote-unquote ethical ideologies.
Oh, so I can say that I don't know, right? But it is safer to believe that plants don't feel pain.
Safer? That's subjective. We're not dealing with the subjective right now.
Okay. Well, veganism in itself is subjective because morals are subjective.
Perfect. No, there's a true moral law. Right and wrong do exist. You lock your doors at night, so you understand that.
Can you provide?
Sure. Do you lock your car doors at night? Do you lock your doors at night?
Well, that's because I subjectively think that it's wrong for somebody to break it.
No. You understand that it's wrong, and you don't want that to happen to you. So you have your own moral law that has a right and wrong in it. So moral laws do exist, and there's an absolute moral law. And it's not mankind that decides.
Laws exist based on morals, right? But subjective.
No, but moral laws are not subjective. Right and wrong does exist, and it's objective.
Okay, describe an objective moral. Not
it's wrong to steal.
Moral.
It's wrong to steal.
How is it wrong to steal?
Do you want people to steal from you?
Well, because you can make the argument that it is okay to steal for some.
No. We're not going to go to hypotheticals. Here we go again. You guys always go to hypotheticals. Do you know anybody in your entire life that likes it is hypothetical because yes, you did.
It actually has happened, right? People did
so what's the scenario?
People did steal from the rich, justifying it because they gave the money to the poor.
It's not right. It's not right. You and I both agree that you would not have people. No. Do you want people to steal from you?
No, because.
No, do you know anybody that wants to be stolen from?
That would be a subjective. I know some people who don't care to be stolen from.
Do they want it to happen?
It's indifference. They don't.
No, it's not indifference. Do they want it to happen or do they not want it to happen?
If they don't care, that implies indifference.
Indifference? No. Sorry. Okay, well, let's change it. Forget the stealing. Do you know anybody that wants to be killed?
Yeah, I do. Suicidal?
No. Murdered.
Yeah, suicide by police.
Right. So would you say that the people that want to be killed, would you say that that would be a normal moral behavior?
Again, morals are subjective. You cannot provide any
Okay, so
evidence.
where do you live?
Moral.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in the U.S.
Give me your address and stuff. If you say it's subjective, then if I decide to go to your house and do violent things to you and take from you,
want to be doxxed. I subject.
No. It's about what I want. Remember, it's subjective. So if I want that to be correct,
fuck what you
it doesn't.
want. I subjectively have to agree with you.
I'm sorry, friend. You get to decide for me what it is that I get to do to you because morals are subjective, and I get to do what I want.
Subjective means, right?
That's exactly what it is. It's whatever I decide. So if I decide it's right for me.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's right for me, right?
Fine.
Because it's two different subjective
it doesn't matter. You just told me that it's subjective, and so
your pain my pain? Is your pain my pain?
It doesn't matter. It's subjective. It's whatever I want to do.
Is your pain my pain, or is that a subjective experience?
You don't understand. It doesn't matter. It's subjective. I get to do what I want because it's what I want. It's my position. I get to do what I want.
I have to agree with you once, so I don't have to.
You don't have to agree with me, but listen, man, I'm just letting you know. You're telling me it's okay for whatever I decide subjectively from my point to do whatever I want. Right?
Okay, do you know what a subjective thing means? Like, do you know what subjective means?
Yes. Objective means it's...
Yeah,
go ahead.
It has ties to some. Subjective would be it has some ties to someone, right? And objective has no ties.
Give me the citation. Give me the definition and citation, please.
Okay, sure. Based on or influenced by personal feeling, taste, or opinions, right?
Yes, personal feelings. So my personal feelings is that I get to take away things from you because that's my personal feeling. Thank you.
But opinions differ, right? But here's
exactly, but it doesn't matter, bro. Don't start. I don't want to hear about it. You told me that it's okay.
Hold on, because this might help clears things up. I might have said morals are subjective, but objectively, we need morality to function as a sentient society.
Right, so objectively, we need subjectively.
Collectively come up to agreements on what is objectively moral.
That's illogical. That's illogical because that now is an appeal to consensus.
Regardless if it's an appeal to consensus or not, that's what we do to function, right?
I know it's not right because it's illogical.
Right.
Isn't that a shame?
Yeah, but that is exactly what happens, you know, like I'm not saying that it's
what happens. You and I both agree that it's correct because you told me that.
Well, hold on, but I'm not saying that the prescription is that we should always function that way. However, that is what we have to do for now because
so by the majority rule, we should do whatever the majority says, even if the majority is immoral.
Well, no, because you can decide for yourself.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that. So you do agree that there is an actual moral law. There is a right and wrong.
No, because if there was a moral law, because if there was a moral law, then we would all agree that exploiting others is wrong, but we don't.
Nope. That's an appeal to consensus again. See, the thing about moral law or law in general is it doesn't rely on consensus. It would be illogical to do that.
It's wrong to kill, right? Why don't you think it's wrong to kill? Why don't you think it's wrong to kill another sentient being that doesn't want to die?
I do think that.
Oh, but you don't act on those morals.
I haven't killed anybody, have you?
Do you pay for somebody to be killed? Do you eat?
No, I really don't. In fact, I don't like the idea of it at all. No, I don't.
So you're vegan?
No. You said somebody. Is an animal somebody?
Yeah, he's talking about people eating people for some weird reason. Don't call a fucking rabbit somebody. You're weird, dude.
Do they not have their own subjective experience?
What about those? What about the plants? Maybe they want to live.
The hawk doesn't give a shit what the rabbit thinks. When the hawk comes down in my backyard, it goes swoop, and there goes the rabbit. That's the end of the rabbit house. Picking its guts out down in the field, picking it all apart. It doesn't care about the rabbit.
Yeah, just like if a mountain lion finds a person and attacks a person, you think the mountain lion's going to feel bad about eating some lunch?
Do you think I'm going to
I mean,
talk
think
to
about
a
it,
lion?
brother.
Do you think I'm going to talk to a mountain lion, or do you think I'm talking to a human being right now that I can communicate?
It's interesting.
What
Now,
I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
and an animal. And look at this. Listen to this, John. Now he's making a distinction between man and animal. That's interesting, isn't it?
All I never said that man and animal are the same. I said that animal deserves the right to not be exploited for the sake of.
Why do they deserve the right?
so
What about the
if
onions?
a mountain lion attacks a deer, are you mad at the mountain lion now?
The mountain lion's
Because
doing
he's
it
not
for
eating
survival.
plants?
You're not. Mountain
Oh,
lion's
really?
doing it.
So everybody
Yeah.
should eat plants because you think it's better for everybody, right?
Well, we can survive
Right,
off of plants. We can survive off of plants. We can live a healthy life, and
Yeah, and if you're living in the middle of if you're living in an Arctic tundra and the only thing around is other
Greenland.
animals, what are you
Hold
gonna
on,
what
you know
what
you know
plants are you gonna eat?
Hold on, you're a flat earther. You know that Greenland is the least habitable place on the planet, and they still manage to have a couple vegans there. I'm not saying it's the majority, but they still manage to have vegans there, and it's the least habitable place on the planet. So,
what is your point?
So, what I'm saying is, you can have a vegan diet anywhere.
Yeah, that's your choice, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the.
Does it make you morally superior to me?
In my opinion, yeah, but that doesn't.
Wow.
I just want to quickly jump in and ask him a quick question. If we don't eat the cows and they start multiplying and getting out of control, they're walking around in traffic and stuff, and we got to start culling them and just getting rid of them because there's too many of them. We're all eating plants instead. Then what? Like, you're not making sense, bud. Cows were put here to feed us.
Sorry, misclick. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. Ask that question again.
No, don't bother, flat man. Okay.
So did you guys hear that he thinks he's morally superior to me, even though he said before that morality is subjective? But now there's a moral law.
In my opinion, that's subjective.
It doesn't matter, but no.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, I know. So you understand the hypocrisy within your own ideology.
You really don't get fucking subjective at all, my guy. Holy
no, okay, so where do you live? Where do you live?
My subjective stance. I don't have to fucking tell you because subjectively I don't want you to fucking be here, and I subjectively in my personal boundaries, my subjective stance matters more to my privacy than your opinion of an invasion of my privacy. So I don't have to give you. That's not objective.
So you're better than me.
There's ties. There's ties to it. In my subjective opinion, yes, I'm better than you.
There it is. That's all I wanted to know. The vegans think that they're better than everybody else.
Well, he's in for a surprise. He's in for a surprise when he finds out what flat earthers think of you guys. We think we're superior to everybody. How do you like that?
Okay, congratulations. Again, that is my subjective opinion. I don't speak on the behalf of all vegans, right? Some vegans say that we're all equal. Some vegans say, because we all have our own subjective stances. However, we all collectively come together and agree upon that, we should not exploit, commodify, or enslave animals.
Yeah, because you're morally superior, because you guys think that animals are not equal to humans and also
we never said they're equal.
So now you don't care what happens.
Hold on. We just say they're superior to our sensory pleasures. They're just superior to our sensory.
What about the onions?
I'm going to put a few bears in your backyard and a couple lions in your backyard and put just a bunch of shit around your house so they want to hang out by your door and see how you like it.
Oh my god, you guys are funny.
So what about the onions, bro? How come you don't care about the onions? I'm just curious.
Oh, holy shit.
You won't answer it, will you?
So
what's wrong with
an onion gonna have a subjective hold on. I haven't even got into sentient response yet. Is an onion gonna react the same every time that I cut it, or is it gonna react differently every time depending on the onion?
I don't know. Have you done
is each cut for an onion? Have you ever seen onion slices? Have you ever seen onion slices? It's pretty consistent on what an onion slice is, depending on how skilled you
Are you talking about the shape of the onion at this point to kind of justify your position? I'm asking you how the onions feel about you killing them.
They don't have any feeling. They don't have a brain to have feelings.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know they don't have a brain?
No. I didn't ask you about that. How do you know they don't feel pain?
Because they don't have a brain.
Begging the question.
They don't have a... No, that's not begging the question. They don't have a brain.
It is begging the question. No, you're not understanding. What makes you think that the brain is necessary for the feeling of pain?
Because it has to interpret or process what sensory experience is going on.
Yeah, that's in animals. What about plants? Excuse me. Don't equivocate.
What processor is in a plant?
Don't argue with me. I just want the experiments. I want the experiments, bro. I want the experiments. I don't want you to ask me hypothetical questions. I didn't make a claim. I didn't make a claim. What did I say? Repeat my words back to me. What did I say?
Holy shit, dude. Tell me the processor that is in the plant.
No. I want to know why you're begging the question that the processor is necessary for the feeling of pain.
I'm not begging the question. I can explain it to you. Because with the processor, it is only experience, right? There's no process to the experience, right?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the plant doesn't experience you cutting it in half?
I said that it may experience it responding to stimuli, right? Responding to the stimulus.
Okay. Okay. What about it?
If there's no processor, how is it interpreting the pain? How is it processing the pain?
Is it necessary? This is my question. You said I was making a claim. I'm asking you. Is it necessary that whatever the thing is needs a processor to feel pain?
I believe I gave you this study. You said
No, you didn't. I'm asking a different question. Why aren't you answering it? Now you're dodging the question.
I believe I gave you the study that explained.
Vegan guy, I want to know how you know brain is necessary for the experience of pain.
Oh, was it deleted? Was my study deleted?
Guaranteed it wasn't deleted. I'm asking you a very specific question and you're avoiding it continually.
We're based on
why is a brain necessary for the experience of pain? Period. That's the question.
Okay. We're going to go through it right now. Plants, abstract, with the aim at the pain, eliminating pain memory movements, conscious during the operations. No, that's not it. Interesting. Plants also originally demonstrated from the clod at the back.
Are you telling me you're actually researching this on the spot like every other globe that we get here? So you don't actually know the answer to the question?
No, I
you
do.
Have the answer to it right off the top?
I do, but I'm going to explain it through... Okay, you want me to explain it to you? Because nerves get sent to the brain, right? Brain processes...
In what? Don't get incredulous with me. In what scenarios?
Okay, if you are getting cut, right?
Yeah, so we're talking about a mammal. I want you to tell me how it works with plants. Don't compare plants with animals.
Well, I'm telling you how I have to describe how it happens to an animal, which is a...
I see. So what you're going to do...
And then I will describe it to the how it does happen with the plant.
The reason that you're actually yelling over me is because you know I busted your dumbass.
No,
here's the situation. The pseudoscientist that you appeal to, you're not going to explain shit. I'll mute you. It's very simple. I've already busted you. Dude, I've busted you. I've already busted you. Don't worry about it.
I'll explain the sentient.
Nobody's chanting. I'm going to explain to you how I got your dumbass busted. You made a false equivalence. You're trying to equivocate plants and people. And that's not going to work. And your pseudoscientists know it, and that's why they have you buying into this philosophy. It's pathetic. For anybody else listening, you can apply this logical consistency to any argument, especially veganism, where they're going to try to equivocate the idea that plants and mammals or animals are the same, and because one has a brain and one doesn't, well, the one that doesn't have the brain doesn't feel pain. So it's ethical to eat onions, but not to eat cows. There it is. Stupid shit.
What about ants? What if I want to eat ants?
Let's get off of the vegan topic. Let's take it back to to the room topic. Trying to understand why people think this way is folly. I said in nature, if you're hungry, you'll eat whatever. That the proof is like, go go to any bush people out in the rainforest. They'll eat anything. They'll eat tarantulas, snakes, whatever. It doesn't matter. Why? Because they need to survive. When it comes to your survival, you'll eat what you need to eat. Obviously, in civilized society, you can eat whatever you want because you got supermarkets and such. We should just take it back to the room topic.
No doubt, but too bad he left because I wanted to ask him about ants. They have a nervous system. But anyways,
brains, so it's
have they got into this ants' brains? So what about worms?
I'm willing to believe that the people
they got like 7 hearts.
Yeah.
Well,
I think with the budgets that all these research facilities have, that they've probably tortured pretty much every animal they possibly could to see how they respond to different stimuli, which I actually think is sort of unethical, but I don't think any stone has been unturned.
Have minerals. What's up, minerals?
What's up?
Not much. Trying to see if anybody has evidence of this globe.
I'm just here to listen. See what y'all are talking about.
Talking about triangles.
Sounds fun.
Do you even know what they are?
What, a triangle?
Yeah,
It's a shape with 3 sides, I think, right?
a shape with 3 sides.
3 points, 3 sides.
Oh my goodness. Anybody got a triangle diagram?
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'll find it.
There's all types of triangles.
Nope, just 3 straight sides and intersecting, right? 3 angles, 3 straight sides, right?
Yeah, 3 angles is a good way to put it, I think.
Well, yeah, well, you can't have angles on curves, can you?
No, just 3 straight.
Yeah, 3
sides.
straight lines intersecting, making angles, 3 angles, right?
Holy shit. She actually said that. This person might be a flat earther.
So, you can see in the chat who's got making all that background noise. You can see in the chat that there's a question: which of these which of these are not triangles?
But let me see here. Well, I gotta scroll down quite a bit. Oh. Well, definitely not B. Well, I don't think B is one. But A and C look solid. Well, there's something in C, actually. I don't know. But it is the shape of a triangle. So.
The little thing in C is called a right angle indicator, meaning it's 90 degrees.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. It looks
What
like
about D?
it
You like D?
has. It looks like it's like broken or something.
So you got it right.
Holy shit.
Hey.
I mean,
So
I mean, like
you're a
minerals.
flat earther then, right?
No.
Yeah, you are.
What? What does this have to do with Earth?
Oh man, give me a second. I have to go to my computer because nobody has the presentation for you. It's just one thing I have to show you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You're a little bit low.
Yeah, I'm not on my phone.
That sounds good.
Okay, so to do celestial navigation, you create 90-degree triangles, basically, like this. This would be you in the center where these 3 circles intersect. That would be you in a boat taking 3 readings to a sun. You see the little square in the bottom indicating it's a 90-degree triangle? See that? Like if you're on an ocean or something, that's how you do that. You see that, right?
I mean, in the picture, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering if you see it.
Yeah.
So those would be called angle of elevation, like this. See how angle, 2 lines make an angle? See that? Then the other one is a curved line and a straight line. That doesn't make an angle, right? So you can't do this on a globe. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah. So here's something else. There's a device you use that makes.
Did you make these?
No, I've been collecting them. I'm Professor Triangle.
I see.
Yeah, you can use triangles for all kinds of things, but you have to have a flat ground to do it. So if you're on the ocean and you want to sail 2,000 miles and you pick a star that's got a ground position, which means if you look directly up at the star, it's 90 degrees above your head straight up. And then 2,000 miles away is where you started. So that's the ground position. So you go back to 2,000 miles and then you look at that star and you make an angle to it. And 90 degrees down to the ground is a straight line. That's your straight line in the triangle. You would just sail to that 2,000 miles. So 2,000 miles of flat water, it's not a ball. So just this debunks the globe.
So, all of like the satellite images of like the planets and stuff don't count or something.
No, they ain't. You're not seeing a ball. And the satellite weather ones you see are from either Doppler radar or planes flying over.
I mean, I was on a plane yesterday. I mean,
Yep, it's not curved.
Yeah, because the Earth is so massive. Of course, you're not going to see a curve.
So in 2,000
we were
miles, do you
chasing
think, do you think it's flat for maybe 2,000 miles, so celestial navigation would work?
I don't know, but I do know.
No, you would drop about 35 degrees or something like that, 30 degrees around the ball. That'd be that much curve.
We took off at nighttime, and we were kind of following the horizon for a little bit.
Yep, that's flat too.
We were following it for the longest while, and then the sun eventually set. I guess the plane turned a little bit, and then we weren't following alongside it. But I don't think if it was. I think if the Earth was flat, it would have just been gone. You know.
No, I don't know what you mean.
I don't know. I don't believe the Earth is flat, but
It's not a belief system. It's measured that way. I just showed you how.
Oh. All right. I was just coming in here to listen. I'm not really too knowledgeable on this kind of stuff.
Oh, you are now. Now you know it's flat. See how now you know something. It's not a belief anymore for you. Like the globe is just a belief for you. You don't know it. You just believe it because you see it on TV. That's it.
Okay.
So we measure it flat over all water. Just flat and level. That's why you use water levels to make things flat and level.
Didn't
over all
Christopher
distances.
Columbus believe that the Earth was flat or something like that?
I don't know. I have nothing to do with Christopher Columbus. I have my own. I have my own equipment.
Well, that's neat, I guess.
Yeah. Plus, it's not a. You're not falling off of Christopher Columbus's falling off the edge of anything. So, that's that. We're not a disc in space.
A disc in space.
Yeah, we're not that. Yep, we're not that.
Are we a triangle in space? Oh, Jesus.
Not in space. Nope. Space is fake.
Where are we then?
On Earth.
But what's outside of Earth? I mean, people have left the Earth. They had to go somewhere.
Well, you did. You went in a plane.
No. Talking about leaving the atmosphere.
No, there's no such thing as an atmosphere. You would need air to be ball shaped to have that.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Interesting.
Well, it's a fact, and air doesn't come in the shape of balls. It doesn't form balls. You can't make balls of helium in your room. You can't make balls of propane out in the patio. You got to put it all in a container, or else it just goes everywhere. So
did you
no atmosphere?
How did you come to believe or find this out or whatever?
I live by Lake Erie, and I now have a P900 camera, and I was able to see about 16 miles the first time, the second time about 12 miles. But Lake Erie's kind of funky because you're only going to get shots a few days a year because of how it's either 100 degrees outside or it's -10. So you got to pick the right days.
Do you think if you had the opportunity to go into a spacecraft and leave the planet, like leave the atmosphere and see the Earth for yourself and see that it's like spherical or whatever, like you'd believe
It's not. No, because that's not measured to be a ball.
Well, I mean, like if you were to go out like with astronauts or your rich billionaire friend or something, I don't know.
No, it's not measured to be a ball. So why would it be a ball if I went up in the air?
I mean, you're gonna leave the planet, so you'll see it.
So what point does it turn into a ball? There's a 52-mile shot. That's across Lake Michigan.
I don't know. You get out of Earth's atmosphere and go.
Did you see what I
like, to the-
posted? 52
Oh.
miles away. That's across Lake Michigan.
That's still, the Earth is huge. You're not going to see like a curve.
So there's no curve. So over 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop. It should drop down behind a ball. At just 10 miles, 66 feet. That's a 6.5-story building. And this one here is 40 miles. And you can see that.
With how big this planet is, you're not going to just see a.
I just told you. Here's the chart. Yep. Here's the actually done in AutoCAD for you. How much drop there is over all those miles I just said. You can just look it up and see exactly what you're supposed to get. That's exactly what you're supposed to have on a ball that you say is that you live on. 21 miles straight across that lake. No drop at all. That's flat straight across 21 miles. So you see that big tower.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna listen, and you guys can talk to someone else. I'm just here to, listen in.
All righty.
Thanks, Dr. Triangle.
Now go tell all your friends you learned what a triangle is and how they're used on Earth. Any other takers want to tell me if they want to take a triangle test? Minerals did awesome.
I have a question for you, man.
What?
So what do you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, what do you think?
Oh, what do I know? I know the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained.
How do you know that?
Because we have air pressure of 14.7 psi at sea level, which means a fixed volume container. It's the only way you can have gas pressure.
Have you been to school?
Yep. Have you?
No, I haven't. So that's why I think.
So now
the
you're going to
Earth
get
is round.
schooled in this. Now you're going to learn all about it then. So now
Yeah,
we don't have
I
to worry about
learned-
anything. You don't know anything about globes or spaceships or looking in the sky because you've never gone to school.
the
No,
Earth is
no,
clearly
you already
flat,
said you
right?
don't know anything. So we're going to go with that.
The Earth is clearly flat. We all know that. It's logic, right? The Earth is flat. The moon is flat. Everything is flat, right?
You're spiraling, dude. You're live on YouTube spiraling right now.
I mean, right on YouTube, Earth.
You're having a hard day. You're having a bad day. You're on
No,
YouTube having a bad day
you're-
in the flat Earth room.
I mean, imagine
Remember that.
how can you believe that the Earth is flat? You gotta be so stupid.
Oh, it's measured that way. Here, well, let's find out what you know, since I'm so stupid.
You
Go ahead
are
and look in the
very
chat.
stupid.
Answer that question. This is a NASA IQ test question. Answer this.
I just find this so beautiful that you all believe what you say.
Answer that.
Wait, let me see what you just put. I would say Z.
So once again, we have another Glober who's afraid to answer. This is normal for these guys.
All right. Can you do something for me?
After you answer that question,
Okay, then I would say A.
A is not a triangle.
Which one of these? Oh, I mean D.
D is not a triangle.
Yeah. And
My
B.
goodness. And you said we need an education system. Let's look. B and D? So did you get it right?
According to your thing, I think I get it right. No.
All right. So here you go.
All right, let's
so
go.
now, yeah. So
Now
when
I
you're
can understand why
sailing,
the
when
Earth
you're
is flat.
sailing, you make angles to stars called elevation angles. Are you having a hard time?
No, everything is good.
I don't
So
know
what
if that
about-
showed up yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see an image.
Oh yeah, so angle of elevation, right? It's got a green check mark, has a flat bottom, angle up to the star. Then you have a round bottom and an angle up to the star. There's no angle there. You can't make an angle with a curve. So you can't do this on a boat called celestial navigation. Got to have a flat surface to do this. That's how sailing works. Not like this. Dumb shit. You and your dumb shit education system. And now you're spiraling because you make triangles when you sail.
What the hell is that?
That's how you get a fix on where you're located in the middle of the ocean. Take 3 stars, get your angle to them, and look them up in the chart, and tells you where you're at. Draw 3 circles. Your intersection tells you where you're at.
Okay. I have a question for you then.
Why?
Why I have a question, or what is my question?
I'm not even done yet. So how does that
you're not
work
done yet?
on a ball? How do you make triangles on the surface of a ball?
But I don't understand your thing, man, for real.
All of a sudden you don't understand? That's amazing.
That's fucked up. I never heard of that before. I don't know what is your source either. Like, what the hell is that?
What's my source?
I don't want to know your source.
There's no
it's so
angle between a
stupid.
curved line and a straight line.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to go so far when you can just be use common sense? For example, when you see something very
Common
far,
sense.
but why don't you let me? Why don't you let me talk? So when you see something far away in the ocean, why can't you see, for example, like if there's a boat? Why
Too
can't
far
you
away.
see? Why can't you see all the boat?
It's too far away.
What does that? What do you mean? It's too far away.
Things get smaller. If you go on a road and you drive away from a car and you keep your eye on the car that you're driving away from, it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't
But
see it anymore.
Why
Same
can't
thing.
you see like the bottom
Because
of
it
the
gets too
boat?
small.
Yet
Yeah,
you can see the top of the boat.
you're close to the water.
What do you mean you're close
So
to the water?
angular resolution, your angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. On a boat, on a ball, you wouldn't even have an angle, so that would never even exist on a ball.
But what are you talking about? Why can't you see the bottom, but you can see the
I just
top?
told you.
But
Because there's
why
waves
is
and
there
shit in the way.
certain part of
It's
the
so
boat?
far away that a 2-foot
Oh,
wave
so
can
it's
hide
so
the whole
far
boat,
away,
dude.
you can see
Yes.
the top, but not the bottom. What the hell, man?
So you don't not understand how perspective works. That's fine. That's normal for you guys.
You can see certain part of the boat when it's far. What the hell, man?
Okay, let's find out if you're right. Let's look at some pictures. Let's see. Here's a boat. Let's see. Let's see it go far away and then you can't see it anymore. Here it goes. Far away. Almost can't see it anymore. Oh, can't see it anymore. All gone. Here's another one.
You came prepared. Okay, let me show you another
And that's
picture.
an island behind that boat right there. An island. And that's gone too. Amazing, huh?
Nah, not so much.
Not too much.
Not too much.
So here's one. 52 miles. Here's one. 255 miles. How do you see that far on a ball? Kev.
It's not very far.
255 miles isn't very far. It's like a 4-hour drive, dude.
Then why can't you see everything?
Because you can't see forever. Things get smaller, remember? What would make you think you can see a tree that's 1,000 miles away? Don't you think there'd be something else in the way of it that's taller? That appears to be taller in its field of view?
What about the pictures taken from space?
What about them? They're not those aren't even pictures.
What about astronauts that have been in space?
No such thing.
Why?
Who these guys right here? I'll post it for you. These guys floating around in space. Look at the harness on that guy in the background just hanging. That's a set, dude. That's a green screen set. All that shit on the walls, so just computer generated actual photos probably just pasted in that green screen room. I have a green screen. I know how to do this shit.
Do you know Chris Hadfield?
Yeah, he's an actor.
He's an actor.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't he?
Do you know Mark?
Isn't he a musician or something? Doesn't he play music up in space?
Yeah.
I have that. I have that green screen he used. I can do the same exact video. I have that same one.
Do you know Thomas Pesquet? Thomas Pesquet?
No.
Is a French astronaut. He made a lot of conference and YouTube videos too. This guy is very well known.
So they're up there just making YouTube videos? Wow.
Yeah.
Here, look at this girl. Look at this girl getting a stuffed animal teleported up to her. Isn't that amazing what they can do in the ISS? Isn't that amazing? You can teleport up a Martian. That's amazing. This is the shit you believe in, dude.
Yeah, I believe in shit.
Yeah, you believe in shit. That's right.
I mean,
You're disappearing right around the corner. Whoop, we're just going to turn invisible before we even leave the room.
Honestly, I feel sad for you, but you look.
You feel sad for me? You're the one who believes in this shit. You should feel sad for yourself. Here, look about monkeys in space. Let's do monkeys. We're chasing each other around. Monkeys. That's what you believe in, dude. You astronauts, remember? Here's some more, just kind of teleporting into the space station. We'll watch him fade in, whoop, and fade away.
I remember the first time I saw those fade ins and outs, I was like, what the fuck? All that money they take and they can't even get that right.
Dude, they do it on purpose. They're trolling these Globers. Here's a giant in space behind the space shuttle. You can see him standing out there. That's the model maker.
Okay, I have something for you, my friend. Can you read?
No, I can't.
That last one you posted, that last one you posted with the satellite being released from the space shuttle. I had to see that a few times to recognize what that was. That is a person. Oh my god.
What do you need? What do you need somebody to read, Kev?
I need you to read that, so I
read
don't
what?
have to explain you it. Wait, I'll put it in a sec.
You can't read?
No, I can't read, so I need you to do it for me.
It's the ChatGPT stuff?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix it for you. I'll put it back in my ChatGPT to correct it. Let's see what it says. I won't even read yours. I'll just post it into mine without even giving it a prompt, and I'm just going to copy it and tell it, watch this. A dumbass Glober used ChatGPT for this. And then I'll paste yours in and see what it might laugh at you, so don't be offended. Oh, the argument falls apart quickly once you actually think about it and stop repeating what the textbooks and so-called ancient philosophers claimed about real observation. Let's break it down with real world logic and not belief. That's what his first opening line to you is. Let's post the rest of it for you. Since you want to use chatbots, I'll use them. Because you can't think for yourself.
What about boats that goes?
Wow, that was fast. You just asked about boats. And I said, no, you were wrong.
But a boat that goes from Vancouver to Japan goes...
What about it?
A boat that goes to Japan from Vancouver.
Yeah, so we went over that, how sailing works.
Okay, so how do they do that?
I showed you. Get angles to stars. That's navigation. That's celestial navigation. Use that on water a lot if you get lost. And if your radar goes out, you have to use it. That's why you have a navigator on your ship.
No,
he's just not there to wear stripes.
Which path does he take?
Oh, I don't know. I don't sail from wherever you said to Japan ever. You're not going to catch me sailing to Japan either, ever.
But if you think about it, what route would the boat take? Or the plane?
Now, how would I know since I don't sail to Japan?
I mean, you refuse to know because it's obvious that they will not do.
Okay, calm down, Linda. Calm down, Linda. I can give you part of the answer.
Here's a map. Yeah, I got this, dude. Here's a map. Pick which map on here, and then I'll figure out the route.
What the hell?
Yeah, go ahead and get me one of those, and then we'll figure out the route from there. Since you can't tell me what you mean or what you're talking about.
Can you show me like a less clear map? Like, what the fuck are those?
Just double click on it. It'll just blow up. Those are all different navigatable maps.
Okay, the one in the
All
middle.
different kind of maps you can use.
The one in the middle.
So I don't know how you would go around on it. I've never used that. I've never sailed to Japan. How would you go?
All right, let's see. If it was me, I would just go from
Here, let's help you out. Let's use a military map. Will that help you out?
What is a military map? Show me.
A military map. We'll use it. It's flights. A military flight map of the world, but it's got all the oceans on it, so that should work, right? We can look at the oceans, right? So, World War II military map. Which route do you want to take? Draw it on there for me. It's got distances in miles in the red lines from each point. So you should be able to figure out where you want to go.
Is this your flat Earth?
This is the United States military. It's a military map. I didn't make it. They made it. The government made it.
Do you have a map in which you believe in?
Well, I'm going to use that one there. I want to use that map.
But which map do you believe the Earth looks like?
I don't believe in maps.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't go anywhere, so I'm not worried about it. Here's one. Here, let's look at for blimps. Back in when blimps were everywhere in the early 19 and late 1800s. Here, look at this one. How would you navigate around on that one? Here's another one from that era. These are made in the UK by the UK government. So what do you call that? And it even shows the flight paths on them. All their stops they make. It was routes, like bus routes. What'd you think of that? How do you think they got around using a map like that?
I mean, it's a view of the world on the top of the Earth. It's just very simple. There's nothing amazing about it.
Okay, so pick your route then. Go to Japan. And then figure out which way you want to go.
So if the Earth, so you think the Earth looks like this, right?
No, it's flat and stationary and contained.
So why don't we have a map of it?
You can make a map if you want. I gave you, 200 maps or something on that one page?
Why
you can make a map, do anything you want. You can make a map and you can navigate with all those maps if you use their coordinate system that's on the map.
Why would the government lie?
Who lied to you?
Yeah, why would they lie?
Who lied to you? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
So
has the government ever lied?
Yeah, so that's the question.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, that's the question. So answer me.
You tell me why they lie.
No, you tell me. You believe that they lie. I don't believe they lie.
No, you said they did. I said, does the government ever lie?
No,
and you said yes.
I don't think they lie. You
don't think the government ever lies?
I'm asking you, do you think they lie?
Do you think the government ever lies?
I'm asking you, why would they lie on this if that's the case?
So you're not going to answer me? Because I got to clarify what you're talking about. Do you think the government ever lies?
I asked the question and you answer by another question. I mean, it's not very good answer.
Because we're clarifying your question so I can be specific.
you can clarify a question by asking another question. I mean,
Yes.
like I'm asking
So
you
do
a
you
clear
mean
question. Why would they lie?
do
Why
they
would
only
they
lie on
This is
one
clear.
thing, or do they lie on a bunch of things? If they lie on this, they're not lying about anything else, or do they lie on certain things and you just pick out which ones are real? How do
And
they do it?
Why are you asking me this?
So you can go ahead and tell me how you figure out if they're lying or not.
I
You
don't
said they're
understand, man.
lying. You said they're lying. So I'm trying to help you out.
I said, if according to you, they are lying, why would they?
Well, I didn't say they were lying. You did.
You not believing in the around Earth makes you believe that the government lie.
Whoa. How did you put that together? Maybe they just don't know. Maybe they think they live on a ball just like you, and nobody's ever told them that they don't live on a ball. Because I'm telling you, you don't live on a ball, you think that the government's lying to you now?
And you're a lost cause.
How do you figure?
By listening you talking.
What made me a lost cause?
I mean, have you heard yourself?
Yep.
You're digging in shit, trying to figure out something that is obvious.
Yeah, it is obvious. It's flat and stationary. I showed you with triangles how to navigate, and you asked me how to take a
and
map, and I showed you
Christopher
250 different
Columbus
maps. I showed you
didn't
200
go.
different maps and other
Your
kind
maps
of
are
maps.
bullshit.
And
Your maps are
I didn't make
bullshit.
them. Those are
Hello?
you can Google them to get those maps.
Guys, you guys hear me? One question, but fast.
No,
You guys
I'm
hear
gonna
me?
mute you. Yeah, I'm gonna
Bro,
get
I
rid of
can
you.
fix.
Okay.
Oh, you can mute people. That's
Oh
insane.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm a
I'll
mod.
mute myself so you can let
I'm a
them talk.
mod. Yeah,
Right?
I can make sure people
You're
can't
a
interrupt
mod?
me. Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah, why is that insane?
That's fine. We should allow all type of people, even you, to be mod. I think that's good. It's freedom of speech. That's good. That's all right.
No, I'm having a conversation with you, not him. After you, I'll get to him.
I mean, there's nowhere to go with you. You are a lost cause. I can do nothing with you.
Because I don't believe in your government stuff?
Oh, so you just admit that you don't believe it.
No, because I don't believe in what you said about the government. I don't believe in you. What you're
But
saying.
I'm saying what the government is saying.
What does the government say? Show me something.
What I say.
What government is lying to me? Or to you, I should say. Nobody's lying to me.
What government that thinks that the Earth is not round, a globe?
You'll have to ask the government that shit. Are you talking about
Which one?
NASA.gov? NASA.gov? I showed you guys in green screen rooms floating around by wires, and you still think that's real. Oh, he's gone. What are you whining about, Levi? Why don't you just unmute? That's not very nice. I showed your guy floating, hanging by a wire in the background. You didn't like that.
Flat Earthers, you guys ready for the challenge now? Now that all the small fries are gone.
You don't have any challenge. The challenge is for you to find the Earth curve and present it.
Yeah, the horizon. That's what it is.
Do you think that's the hump of Earth that's in the way?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
So it's always 1.225 miles if you're 1 foot high and looking out?
Not always. Generally.
Yeah, it has to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. You know that, right?
I thought I was hearing things. Oh my god.
On my phone, I join it, but it doesn't show the topic. Like it's, I don't know.
I know
Anyhow,
you look at the topic recorded, and then... by the way, too. If you didn't know that,
I've been in the room before.
Okay.
All
right, so let me just, since you guys are here, if anybody thinks that the Earth is a globe, please put forward your evidence of how you know it's a globe, and we'll talk about it if you can.
There is no topic. There's no like topic.
Well, the topic is the discussion of.
Oh, I thought you meant like topic. Like some things have like atheists getting destroyed.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought there was a topic, to be honest. Oh no, there isn't one. That's fine. There isn't one. I thought there usually is, but
yeah,
that's fine for now. We can just forego that.
Uh-huh.
So, do you think the Earth's a globe, Clownify?
Well, I have no clue. I don't really because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect my life really. I mean, you can say it can, I guess, because it's the Earth or whatever. But
well, no, I mean just the propaganda that's getting told to you every day, whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But you're still told that propaganda gets pushed onto you.
Yeah,
you don't
I think it's
ask
a little.
For it.
I think it's a little weird considering supposedly the Earth's flat. I don't know why they would teach us as propaganda, but I guess that's a whole nother segment.
Well, it has to deal with tradition.
Well, that's this whole segment right here.
But I thought the flat Earth should have been around like a
tradition. Well, tradition would be something that you get told that it's just the way it is. There's no explanation as to like how it's actually true. It's just what you keep doing. You're gonna probably tell your kids and so forth. It's gonna propagate forward as a tradition. You're not like out to do. You're not like out to deceive people. You're just telling somebody something that you knew. It's a tradition.
I guess just a little weird. I guess.
Are rays from the sun parallel or not?
What is a ray, or his piece?
A ray from the sun is a beam of light.
How do you know a beam of light is coming from? Like beam of light. Can you isolate that and be able to tell me that you could see one of those?
I know the beam of light is coming from the sun.
Yes.
Because
can you isolate a beam of light?
I'm answering your first question.
Okay.
Or do you just want to gish gallop?
No, I'm not gish galloping. I'm actually getting you to
you said,
realize.
Where's
I'm getting
the
you to
beam of light
realize
coming from?
No.
And then you said
that's not
isolate the beam of light.
Yeah. How do you know there is a beam of light? A beam of light. How do you know that?
Okay. Are you actually interested in hearing what I'm saying, or do you just want to ask more questions?
Are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to ramble on to something else?
I'm not rambling. You're rambling. All
right, so answer my question.
A beam of light, I believe, comes from the sun because when the sun is not around and it's right, there's no light. So it makes sense that when there's, sun out and there's beams of light, that they would be correlated.
Okay. That's a lovely non-answer. I want you to tell me how you can isolate. How can you isolate a beam of light? What is a beam of light? A ray. Yeah.
A flashlight?
No, we're not talking about
the size of the sun.
We're not talking about
the beam
flashlights.
The sun has is like kind of too big.
Donnie, this isn't like 3 or 4. You guys aren't sharing a community brain, dude. Let him speak for himself. Yeah?
Yeah, but like you adhere to the same science.
Okay, so are you sharing a brain, Donnie? Are you holding the brain out? You put it inside your skull?
He can speak. I have no problem with him speaking.
Yeah, well,
I don't know why you do.
Yeah,
let him put words in your mouth then. Go ahead, Donnie. Put words in his mouth.
He's not putting words in my mouth.
Oh yeah, he is, because I'm going to challenge him instead of you. Because you're not able to be challenged, so I'll challenge Donnie. Because you're not able to handle the challenge.
I am able to be challenged.
No.
Or are you assuming that I'm just not over talking
Donnie's proving that you're not able to be challenged.
Weird
go ahead,
assumptions,
Donnie.
I said like 3 words, dude. What do you mean?
No, you go ahead, Donnie. He can't be challenged. You can't.
I can be challenged. Stop making up words.
I don't want to challenge you anymore. I want to challenge Donnie. Go ahead, Donnie.
I said what I needed to say. That the beam of light that comes from the sun is not like as I don't say measurable, but like the way you like.
Oh.
What was the word you used earlier? Not capture.
Wait a
but,
minute.
Like,
That's the whole point.
Usually-
I'm asking, how can you measure a beam of light? You said it can't be measured right now. You
well,
just
no,
said
depending
that.
on the size of it.
So you put
it-
words
it
in
can
his
be-
mouth.
It's easier
He
to
said
observe.
there was a beam of light coming from the
For
sun.
example,
Now you're
yes, 'cause
saying
you're-
that it can't be measured.
No, I'm not saying it can't be measured.
Yeah, you did. You did say that.
If you heard the words like before and after, I was saying that like measure is not the right word.
So what's the right word?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What did you say earlier?
Really?
About
Yeah. See, you're lost in the sauce because you interrupted a conversation that you didn't know what was the context until just about right now. You want me to explain it to you. Well, I'm not
Well,
going to
AV,
do
the
that.
context actually
I'm not
was
gonna
he
do
asked
that.
me if you believe beams
this
of
is
light
actually
are parallel
impressive, Rage
or
Man.
not.
I gotta
yeah,
give
you
you
should
credit.
have
Never
been
answered
listening.
that question.
So
So if we're
War's
going to
Peace,
talk about people,
No,
you
what I'm
could
saying
have
is
at
it's
least
easier to
shut up
observe a
because
flash, a ray
you're
of
no one
light
to
from a
talk.
flashlight than it is from a giant fucking sun.
Okay, so
You
which
won't
one's
be
going
able
to
to.
talk? You or War's Peace? You guys got to make up your mind.
Which
I
one
thought
do
this
you
was your
want?
guys'
Actually,
room.
which one do you want?
Choose who's going to talk, you or him.
You know, or you go. I want to see.
Rock, paper, scissors,
I want you
dude.
to
I don't
finish the
care.
context.
Okay, so I asked if we're going to talk about context, AV. I asked you if you believe beams of lights are parallel or not,
And I asked you, how do you know what a beam of light is or ray? You
which
said
is an
ray first.
obfuscation.
It's not.
Such
In
nonsense.
this
It is
specific
an
context,
obfuscation. You aren't answering
Holy
the
no, it's
question.
not.
That's not an
No,
answer
it's
to
not.
the question.
In this specific
I
context,
thought
you're
this was
giving
Ask Me Anything.
you're giving meaning to something you don't know what it is. How can you do that? It's a magic trick. How
Just
can you
answer
give
the
meaning to
question,
something that you don't know
please.
what it is? Yeah, what is a ray of light? What is a beam of light? What is
Can
it?
you answer the question or can you not answer the question?
You can't answer a question you don't know the premise to. The premise
Do you
is,
know the
what is a
premise of it?
ray of light? In order for it
I
to
do
be
know the
parallel
premise of
or not parallel, you have to give me the
But you're asking
definition for what
questions
you're
you're not
talking about.
answering. So I'll
What is
ask
a ray of
again.
light?
Do you believe this is a pretty simple question? Beams of light
No,
are
I'm not going to
parallel
answer. It's
or not?
It's out of context.
Most
It's
flat
out of
earthers say
context.
not.
It's
Do you
out
believe
of
they're parallel or
context.
not?
You don't know what that word means. You don't know what it means, so you
Do you know
can't
what it
use
means?
it.
'Cause I feel
It's
like
not up to
it
me.
feels like
I want
you're
you
refusing the question because you don't understand what it is.
Okay, so you guys are sharing the brain again. So back
That's
to
not-
Donnie
no.
and not War is Peace.
We're just dogpiling you because
So
you're.
I'm gonna so I'm gonna challenge you, not War is Peace. How about that? I'll challenge one of you guys. I don't really care who I challenge.
Can you answer the question or can you not
No.
answer the question?
Who am
Is
I
it possible
answering?
for
You
to
or
answer the
Donnie?
question?
Because you're sharing a brain. So who am I answering right now?
No,
We both
just
have very
answer the
similar
question.
questions.
Which one?
we're wondering
You or
the same
Donnie?
thing.
My question. I'm the person speaking.
Answer his. Answer
Answer
his.
the question. Are beams
Okay,
of
so
light
Donnie,
parallel or
just
not?
take a seat then. All right, so you're not giving context to what a beam of light is or a ray of light. So I can't answer that question because you didn't give me context. What is it?
It's just a hand wave.
No, it's actually getting
It
you to
is.
describe what you're talking about. Because if you're telling me, hey, describes, I'm going to tell you something and you have to agree or disagree with me. Well, what are we talking about? Well, I can't tell you what we're talking about. Well, how can I agree or disagree with you? You haven't given me context.
Okay, but
What
do
are
you
we
know what
talking
he's
about?
talking about?
What
Do you know
is
what
a
a ray
ray of
is?
light?
Do you know
What is a ray of light? What is a beam of light?
Do you know what a ray of light is?
Okay, so back to you again.
Sure, yeah. Do you have a working
Sure,
definition
yeah.
of what?
Is this how you
of-
guys operate? You guys don't. You just
Don't
can't
put
make up
me
your
under
mind.
this.
huh?
Stop playing your fucking stupid games.
Yeah, this
Answer
is
the
so-
Well,
question.
it's easy because you
it's-
guys don't. You can't make up your mind who's talking. So
I can
gotta
make
talk
up my
to
own
him. I gotta
mind.
talk to you. Talk
Don't
to him.
you-
Talk to you.
It's just called like an open fucking discussion. Anywho, do
Yeah,
you
well,
have
it's
a,
not
do-
open when you don't know what you're talking about, and you've interrupted a
No, I
conversation.
think that's more
Clearly,
you.
don't know what
You're the
he's
one
talking
asking
about.
all the questions. I know my answer. You don't know your answer.
So again,
Okay, so
do
you know your answer,
AV,
but why is Donnie talking for you?
I'm not
He's
talking.
not
for him.
talking
Is he?
for
Is
me.
he your
You're the
handler?
only
Is
person
he
who
your
said
I'm
handler?
not talking for him. I'm straight
Yeah,
up
you
not.
are. You
I'm
clearly
asking-
are.
No, I'm
Go
asking
ahead,
my
Donnie.
own questions.
You're his handler.
Stop being
Go
silly.
ahead, Donnie.
I don't know this guy. Anyway,
Well,
do
you're
you have
handling
a,
him, so go ahead.
all right. Do you have
ahead,
a
Don.
working definition? Do you yourself have a working definition of what a ray of light is? Or
Yeah.
a light,
Do you know what a ray
is?
of light is, Donnie? Hello.
Do you know what I'm saying is? What is your working
I'm
definition?
asking you guys. Obviously, I'm asking you guys. You haven't given
Basically,
me an
what I
answer.
mean.
Well, I posted the answer just
Yeah,
so we're
let
on
your
the same
handler
page
speak, War Peace.
of
Go
what
ahead,
it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. I posted a source to just so we're on the same page of what a ray is.
Well, what's a ray? Tell me.
Really, Wikipedia?
Yeah, hold on, Sheepdog. Tell me what it is.
Do you want a different source? Do you want something that isn't
No,
Wikipedia?
I want you to use your words with your mouth and tell me what a ray of light is.
It is an idealized geometrical model of light or other electromagnetic radiation.
Okay. So we're dealing with a model, yes? That's what we're dealing with.
Right.
Donnie, I'm speaking to the handler, not War is Peace. Donnie,
Don't be a
is that
bitch.
true?
Stop
Well, you're the one being you're the one being a bitch because you let your handler take over the
Or can you
conversation.
not do that, dude?
War is
Just maybe
Peace.
need a spot.
You let your handler take over the conversation, so you're the bitch, actually. So go
I'm
ahead,
not a bitch, actually. So
yeah, Donnie's proving that.
you're the person
Yeah, you're the
talking to
bitch in this
people in a horrible,
conversation.
disrespectful way.
Well, he's the one making you that because he's over talking you, and then now he's controlling.
Anyway,
you.
so the
go ahead,
idea
Donnie.
behind rays, right, is like, does it look like a triangle or does it
So
look
now I'm
like a
talking
box?
to you. Your
Right.
handler's going to
We can
interrupt
think
when I
about
talk to you.
If a triangle is made up of individual light segments, the rays wouldn't be parallel to each other. But if the
you can't
rays are
continue,
not
War is
parallel to
Peace.
each other, it looks like a box.
You
So
can't
do you think
continue.
when the sun is shining on the Earth,
No, it's not going to
that
work.
it's shining in the
At
shape
the
of
end of your spiel, I'm
box
still going to
or a
come back to
cone?
the fact that you don't know what a ray is.
We have identified
It's funny
what a
watching
ray
you
is.
spar two
We
people
have
at the same
explained what a
time.
ray is. We have further identified what we mean when we say whether they're parallel
I think
or
he
whether
has
they're
me
not
muted, so
parallel.
you can just continue to talk.
You have not answered if you
So-
think the sun is shining in a cone towards
he
the
thinks
Earth,
it's going to work, but it's
right?
not.
Or do you think it's shining directly parallel lines?
Not going to
Can you
answer
answer
that.
that question?
No, I'm not, because you don't know what a ray of light
It's
is.
a very easy answer. It's parallel.
Okay, well, if you're just going to mute me and then you're going to continue to ramble, then you can just move along because I don't want to talk to somebody who's got me muted. How about that?
You aren't muted. You just were being
Okay, then.
disrespectful, and I wasn't going to intercount with it. You called me
disrespectful
all
is
sorts
not-
of names, and then I called you names.
Yeah, because
Yeah, you were
allow
trying to, like,
somebody else. You're
overtalk
doing. Yeah, you want Donnie to handle your conversations. That's what you want.
I don't.
Well, then he's doing it. You don't tell him, Donnie. Let me
buddy,
let me
if
do
it's such
this.
a
Okay,
problem,
Donnie?
why don't you get one of your other buddies in here to like help you out? Then, if
No, I
you're
don't
like
need
really
that.
this scared about a
I don't need
1v2, and you're struggling against two people that like barely know what they're talking about, maybe bring someone else.
Yeah, you
in
got that
so you can
right.
Help yourself.
You got that right. You barely know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's put
Yeah,
it like
but like
this.
we barely know what we're
You
talking
don't-
about. We're still like outshining you in every metric
No,
possible.
you're not.
So
Look,
like,
listen. Have you
Right,
both
you haven't said
been able to
anything,
tell me
AP.
what a ray of light is? You already told me that it's a
We
model. I
have,
want to hear from
actually.
Horace Peace. Well, it's from you. What is
And
a
I
ray of
have
light?
been speaking.
What's a ray of light?
Okay, it's an idealized model of a part of a sunlight. So, like, we can think of
So-
it. If the rays of lights are parallel, right, it would lead to a straightforward shape. Like you can imagine a rectangle of light hitting the Earth. If the rays of light are not parallel, it would lead to a different shape, probably like a cone. So when you're thinking of the sun, right, do you think the sun's light hits the Earth with parallel rays like that, or non-parallel rays like a cone or like a triangle?
Okay, I'll let you speak so that you can get it all out. Is there anything more?
yeah, that's part of having
Answer the
a
question.
civil debate, my guy.
All right. So this isn't civil by any means, Donnie. Not with you. in
Because
the
you're
room.
not because you're not
All right,
being
so-
yeah because you're being an asshole.
So
Obviously,
yeah, you want to be somebody's handler. You don't let the other guy talk, which is, I think, you're being the one being
Can
rude.
you
But he
answer
doesn't
the
want to
question
admit
or
that
not?
to you.
Why are you
Yeah,
obfuscating? It's
I
an
will
easy
answer
question.
that. I'm just addressing room optics right now, which is Donnie interrupting
cares?
you and you allowing it. You allow.
I didn't
it to happen.
interrupt him once.
That's funny.
Cares? Answer the
The
question.
room was silent for like 20 minutes.
So it's okay. I mean, you can handle anyone you want, Donnie. They're on your side.
I'm clearly
Check this out, man.
handling you.
The question.
Yeah, you're handling him.
Yeah.
So, because you're speaking for him, essentially speaking for him. So, check this out. So, when you get down to rays of light,
No arguing
you-
on the internet.
what's that?
Answer the question.
Yeah. So, you were talking about rays of light, and you both said the very same thing, right? It's a model. So, now my question to you guys is that when in context we're talking about rays of light and you're using models, how do you describe something that the sun outside in the physical world is actually doing using a model?
Can you
You're trying
answer
to
the
say
question?
rays of light.
The question was,
no.
are rays
The
of
question
light-
is the
Right.
question. The question
You
is not
didn't
able
answer
to
the
be
question.
answered. Hold on a second. The
It
question
is
not
able to be answered.
No, it's not. You know why?
AV, it's because you
you're
can't
using
like observe individual
This
rays.
isn't civil, Donnie. This isn't civil, Donnie. I was
I'm
talking.
answering
This
the
isn't civil.
question.
This isn't civil. It's not civil. Okay, so basically, rays of light, as you guys were describing, are models. Now, when you're applying it to something outside, like in the physical realm, that's the sun. Now, the sun, you can't use a model because you're trying to describe what the sun's doing. And when you use a model, how do you apply that to the physical world? If in the model it works in the way that you think it works, outside it works very different. How can you
I already described how it's
how can
applied
you
to the
equate the
physical
model
world.
to the physical world?
Do you want me to re-describe it again?
Yeah, how do you equate the model to the physical world? I want to know where you can
Okay.
distinguish. How can you distinguish what a ray of light is or a
God.
beam of light, as you so said, when you can't describe it in the physical world? You can't show me a beam
can.
of light. You can't show me a ray of light. You can never isolate those things because they're just concepts.
Literally what I just said.
They're
No, it's
just
not because it's a
concepts.
concept.
It's
because of the
irrelevant for you
fucking-
to isolate them to understand the question, unless you're very, very simple-minded.
No.
And I
This
don't
is
believe
important.
you are.
It's
Do you want me to
important
answer
because
your-
you're trying to
No,
use something in the
AV, it would be
physical
like
world.
trying to isolate individual
Yeah, it's not
molecules of
civil,
water
Donnie. I
to
was
prove
talking.
water
This isn't
exists.
civil. Donnie,
People
this
were
isn't
saying
civil.
stupid shit. I'm trying to help you.
It's not civil. See, you're not
Then
being
whine
civil.
about it.
You're
you
not
weren't
being civil, Donnie.
dude. You're clearly not getting it.
Yeah, this isn't civil, Donnie. All right, so whenever we're using rays of light,
You're so
out
mad
in the
at this,
world,
dude.
yeah, it's not civil, Donnie. Really isn't.
I don't care, dude.
See, that's the reason why I do what I do. See how you don't care? I don't either.
You know why I don't care? Because you didn't care in the first place. This is
No,
my
I did.
reaction to you
Because
acting
I was
like a
talking to
dickhead.
that guy. I was talking to that guy, and then you interrupted.
Dog, it's a fucking open channel with like 30 people in here.
Yeah, but
Stop
we don't
whining.
need 5 talking heads that don't know what they're talking about.
It's at most
I know what I'm
2
talking
at one
about.
time.
Can you answer the question? I've described
Yeah,
it.
so you can't answer a question that you don't have something actually defined in the physical world being something
Yes,
that's
it
an
is.
abstract. It's an
He's avoiding the
abstract.
question because he doesn't
No, it's
understand.
an abstract
Yeah, it's
idea
an
that leads
abstract.
to a definable, obvious thing.
No, it doesn't, dude. That's wrong. That's where
Yes,
you're
it
wrong.
does.
That's where you're
unless
wrong.
You don't understand geometry.
I'm pointing at, yeah, obviously geometry has something to deal with things that we could do in math. But if you're going to apply it to the physical world, you're going to have to be able to measure something. This is the problem you can't realize right now. Your question is malformed. Your question's malformed because you think that the thing that you're using is a physical thing, and it's not. A ray of light is just an abstraction. It's not something in the physical world.
It's not an abstraction.
It is. You just told me it was a model. So did Donnie. Both
A
of you
model
guys said
doesn't
that.
necessarily mean an abstraction. It's a way
Yes,
of
in this case it
understanding
does. Okay, then if
Okay,
it's not
so-
an abstraction in the physical world, where can you point to a ray of light? Where are you going to see that?
I can point to a collection of array of lights. Like, think about this. If you see
That's even worse
let
than
me
saying
answer the
one ray of
fucking
light, dude.
question,
Hold
maybe,
on
or
a
are you just
second,
gonna talk
bro.
over me?
Many rays of light. Where have you
Are
seen
you
that?
going? Yes, I have seen many rays of
Okay,
light.
go ahead and
You're
show
seeing
me.
it right now too.
AV, have you ever used a prism and how it divides a white light into a rainbow of light?
Oh, dude, that's not not going
that's
well
one
for you.
example of like
That's not
separating the
going well
individual
for you.
rays.
I wouldn't be using
That's
that
not
as an
what I was
example.
saying. That's not what I was saying. What I was trying
No,
to say.
I know that's not what you're saying, but like it.
Yeah, I
maybe
mean, you're putting words in his mouth. He's even telling
not-
you, Donnie.
Okay.
That's not what he's saying, bro. You're
maybe it's because
handling
like, you
him.
can't separate things.
You can handle him if you want. He's just gonna have to take a back seat.
Your
Go ahead,
AI
Donnie.
overview is not convincing. Anyway,
Dude,
So,
you guys
yeah,
are
what I-
you guys are like the Tweedledee and Tweedledum. One guy is disagreeing with the other one, and you're like, that's
actually
not
just
what I'm
answer the
saying.
question.
Like,
Do you think light is parallel, meaning that it comes in like a triangle onto the Earth? Right?
What?
Or do you think? Yes. Think about it. Is the sun shining down sorry, not parallel, but non-parallel, meaning it comes in like a triangle and radiates? Or
dude, you're not
does
making any sense. Parallel or
That's because you aren't
non-parallel?
understanding what I'm saying and you aren't letting me finish. So of
Because
course I'm not
your
making any sense.
discombobulated explanation is
grace.
not making any sense, bro.
It is
You're not making
sense.
any
You
sense.
just are not you're not allowing yourself to understand.
Yeah, first of all, you're using concepts to talk about things in reality, right? Like rays
Yes,
of light,
because
beams of light.
Concepts describe things in reality.
Yeah, really. Where have you seen a ray of light or a beam of light, dude? From the sun?
I see rays of lights and beams of lights in collections all the time.
From the
And which
sun.
means-
From
from
the
the
sun.
sun. from the sun.
Show me one. Show me an image. Let me see what a ray of light.
The goalposts being moved
beam.
Yet again.
No, because this is an abstraction you're trying to put in the physical world, guys.
An abstraction is useful to helping us understand the universe.
Yeah, really. Universe or
You
the
can
sun.
separate
Beams of light, bro.
We're
not talking about the universe.
Right? Into 1,000 different lines. That's possible. You can cut it up
1,000 different lines. Dude, show me.
An infinite amount of lines, actually, if you're curious.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense, dude.
It does make
because
sense.
it requires more than a
don't
third grade
understand
understanding of science to understand it, with which you barely have, AV.
So you're telling me you can show me what he's telling me, Donnie? Then show me what he's telling me.
No, I have like a 5th grade understanding of science.
Oh, then
and
show
that's why
me.
I'm like walking
Then
the
put your money where your mouth is and show me what he's talking about.
Can
I
you
want to
just
see.
listen to me for a second?
Yeah,
So
I
the
want to see
question
what it
is-
looks like.
Here, I'll show a diagram.
Go ahead.
Having fun with Tweedledum and Tweedledummer?
Yeah. Actually am.
Did you hear me earlier, Indio? I said it's funny listening to Alpha bar 2 people at the same time.
Yeah, they're playing themselves, dude. One guy's handling the other one.
Between ducking and just bobbing and they're punching each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen
the guy's like,
rewriting
"That's not
history
what I'm
like
saying."
this crazy since fucking the Confederates. That's insane.
Hey, man, you guys are doing
How
it
do
to
you
yourselves.
watch something go down and then just write down and then say the exact opposite of what's going on? That's genuinely insane.
Yeah,
there's a level of delusion that has to
yeah, listen. We got people showing crepuscular rays in the chat, but this guy's talking about a beam of light and or a ray of light. And
yeah, they're showing rays.
They're
showing you rays.
According to the
So
definition.
now you have your answer.
Yeah, wait a minute. Stop. Because you posted something. Let me go over what you posted.
You have what you asked for.
No, let me go over what you posted here. Let's go back to it. I think it's important for context. Because you posted it. In optics, a ray is an idealized geometrical model of light or other electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, but you asked
for everybody posting in the chat. Because you guys are falling for the same. Okay, what is a ray of light? That's what I was asking. Because the guy was saying ray of light, beam of light, but it's an abstraction, idealized in geometry. Yeah?
But it also works in fucking real life. Like there are individual rays. I don't.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's such a non sequitur fucking question to like the original point he was trying to make earlier.
Dude.
Indio, buddy, you have a fucking YouTube channel with like 30 people with some bullshit. You don't know shit.
I'm gonna cry now.
Did we ask him where it was
educated on this, okay? If I wanted to hear from an expert, I would not call you.
Oh my god. I'm a failure at life.
At least you admit to it.
Because every time I ask for like evidence of anything, this guy posts his own
sent a
YouTube
diagram
videos.
in chat.
So you have heard of wave particle duality, right? It's not wave particle ray triality.
Do the lights
And then we derailed into a stupid question.
Square.
There we go.
Like, do you expect light to go like straight in the form of a rectangle, or do you expect it to radiate? It's an easy question to answer.
What'd you say?
I said, AV, I put a diagram in the channel. Do you expect light to go parallel, or do you expect it to radiate?
Light from the sun?
Yes.
Yeah, well, we say that light is radiating from the sun, so it's easy to see that, right? It covers an amount of area.
Are you
Light is
insane?
not rays, it's waves. It has wave-like behavior, but it's also particles. There is listen.
Cool. Waves,
ray
rays,
optics,
whatever you want to call it.
What you don't understand is that ray optics fails.
Uncivil, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Ray optics fails at the distance you're talking about because there's something called the Fresnel distance. Would you like me to explain it to you?
No, not at all, actually, because it's just
Yeah, of course
not really.
because you don't actually want to
to
learn
like the
anything. You just
main
rather
contention
continue being
that's
wrong
being
in your life.
had here. No, it has nothing to do with being wrong.
Yeah,
Listen,
you don't like being wrong, Donnie.
okay, the sun is not a point source, right? So you're doing the little stupid diagram with the frickin' rays, war of space, convergent beam, divergent beam. All those are idealized. That's not how the real world works.
Yeah.
It is.
You know how the real
It's an
world
idealized
works. Right?
representation
Oh, there's
of
some
the real world.
point source of light.
I don't think you know
Right.
how much
When we
works.
look at light sources, we see them radiating out. We
Okay.
see, if we were going to understand this geometrically, we would see a point, right? And we would
Radiate
see
does not mean ray. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
I think that's what
not
they're
my
conflating.
point. You could use beam. You
Donnie
could
was
use anything.
conflating that.
These
Yes,
idealized
I wasn't.
understandings
It's called
of
the
light help
geometric
us
optic.
understand it.
Look,
You're
it's
putting words
called
in my mouth
geometric.
now.
And I
It's
think
a
he
model that helps
I
us
think he thinks
understand it,
radiating is
just like
circular.
an atomic
AV, is this your
model
handler?
with
AV,
the
is Indio
electrons
your
and
handler? What's going
protons
on here?
No,
going
Why is he
around
talking for you?
the
Indio, why are you talking for AV? Are you his
nucleus of
handler?
an atom.
yeah,
It's
just mute you,
perfectly
Derek.
what an actual atom looks like.
Suck your own dick.
However, it's still useful for helping us
Oh,
understand
useful, right?
scientific
Correct.
ideas.
It's useful. I agree. It's 100% useful, but it's not true.
It is true, however.
It is not true.
It is.
Would
It's
you like me to
true
post
that
a video that
beams of
demonstrates
light,
it's not true?
light can diverge or it can be radiated.
I'm a PhD
Or
physicist.
it can be
Would you like
parallel.
me to post that
And it
video?
becomes parallel at a greater distance, right?
Okay.
That these beams are no longer creating a form of a
Are
triangle.
you saying
They're
that the
sort of,
sun's light is parallel? Is that your claim?
yes, on Earth's surface.
Oh, okay. I'm going to demonstrate experimentally that that's not true. Hold on. And if you have some counter evidence instead of ideas, you can post it.
Yeah, I know you don't like ideas.
Well, the ideas. So even
You like
if your
people not to
idea,
think and
listen,
accept what you
because your
say.
idea, if it's scientific, needs to have an experiment to demonstrate it. Because science is an empirical endeavor. It's not based upon
As
just
a person
thinking
who
about it.
doesn't believe in the
Is science
fundamental
empirical? Yes
nature
or no?
of biology, says a
Is
person who
science
doesn't believe
empirical? Yes or no?
in basic physics,
So
says the
stop
person who
going
doesn't
meta
believe
and
in basic
talking about me, you
earth
coward.
science, says the person who doesn't
So
believe.
you are a coward.
You're not convincing anyone.
Who
with your
cares? You
semantics.
can't gaslight me, dude.
I'm not gaslighting you. That's just the
Nobody
truth.
cares what you're
You don't
talking
believe
about.
in plate tectonics because you're a flat earther.
What
You
are
don't
plate
believe the Earth
tectonics?
is spherical because you're a flat earther.
That's
you
a
don't
good
believe in
scallop
evolution
right
No,
there.
I don't.
because
I
you're a
don't.
flat
I
earther.
don't.
Piece.
I
Right.
don't
All
believe
of
the
those
Earth is
things
spherical
are
because
science,
you can't.
whether you like it or not.
Okay, cool story. So if your theory is there's parallel rays, does science require that you demonstrate that experimentally? Yes or no?
I
Yeah,
think.
that's a yes, dude.
Yes or no?
That's a yes.
Oh, now I have to answer the yes or no. When you didn't answer it earlier, Indio, what a hypocrite! You guys are hypocrites.
I don't even know what
Anyway,
you're
so I'll
asking
explain why
about.
that doesn't really make sense.
I have no idea. Yeah, he's off in his
If
own
we
world
have
right
an
now.
understanding of the
You're not just
universe,
going to use this as a podium.
Understanding
to
of what?
say a
Our
bunch
own
of
for
minds?
example, if we have an understanding that the Earth is spherical, or if we have an understanding
You have no such understanding.
that
So I just posted in the
we
chat
can make
demonstration
deductions
of.
based off of that
I just
understanding.
listen.
Right?
Shut up. You're gonna
And
get muted.
based off of
Okay?
those deductions,
Okay,
he's
it's
muted.
not narration time. Okay, we've been letting you narrate and puke up your verbal diarrhea for at least 3 minutes of nonsense. So if you look in the chat, you can see that this guy did his little Eratosthenes experiment, and when these sticks are 3 feet apart, they show different shadow lengths. So how can these be parallel rays?
Look at the evidence, Wars Peace.
Do 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 do.
He's waiting to monologue again.
Do. Where's the toilet flushing fucking soundboard?
The video is from a glober trying to prove the globe.
Ouroboros has been
Golly.
like stirred up, I guess. Ouroboros, are you
Video
there?
is from the video that's right above it that I posted. You can see the times.
Ouroboros, are you there?
What's up?
So what do you got? You're posting a whole bunch of stuff in the chat. Do you have an argument for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, bro. Like eclipses exist.
And so what?
Yeah.
How does
proves
how does that
it proves it's round? They're always round.
Yeah. So how do you know that the Earth is causing that? What's the evidence there?
It's how an eclipse works. It's a
Yeah. Lunar or
cast
solar?
a
Which one
shadow
are you
on
talking
the-
about?
on
Yeah,
the-
that's the claim.
Yeah,
lunar
lunar or solar? So lunar. How do you know the Earth's casting that shadow?
because things cast shadows. Everything
And how
casts
do you
shadows
know the Earth is?
because everything does.
Okay.
Confused by your question. I
So
mean,
you're just
everything does.
imagining you're just imagining the Earth's doing this thing, casting the shadow, but you
Why-
don't know how
okay.
or if it is.
Why would it?
Because there's no evidence. How do you know it's the Earth doing it? That you can laugh. Prove to me
I mean, why
that
would
the Earth
I?
is doing it.
Okay, like realistically, dude, if everything casts shadows, why wouldn't the Earth, a giant spherical
Okay.
ball, why wouldn't
That's
it?
great.
No, that's
You
the
think
thing you're
it's a
trying
giant
to prove, dude.
You
So
think
that's
it's a
the thing
giant
you're trying
spherical
to
ball.
prove. You just tried to pull a fast one. You're assuming the thing you try to prove is true.
Yeah. How do you know it is true? That's what we're asking. How do you know it's the Earth doing that?
Because shadows exist and everything
Oh,
casts
that's
shadows.
great.
I've
No,
already said
yeah,
that.
thank you, Captain Obvious. We know shadows exist. How do you know
Okay.
it's the Earth casting the shadow on the moon? How do you know that?
What else? What else would it be?
I don't know. Why are you asking me? I'm asking you.
Your incredulity is not actually evidence, dude.
He's like, what else
Your
would
lack
it be?
of
Well,
imagination is not evidence. I don't know what else it
I
would
don't
be.
ask
so
me,
it's gotta
bro.
be whatever I first thought it was.
I'm asking you how you know it is the Earth.
Well, because the moon's next to the Earth,
I mean, dude,
like
how
relatively
do you
close to it.
know it is the Earth casting that shadow?
Pretty sure,
Maybe it is
like
a
I would
shadow.
assume. I would
I
assume
mean,
scientists have proven
bro,
that. I'm
come
sure I
on,
can
bro.
look it up here.
Yeah, we
Well,
know
then
you
look
would
it up.
assume.
Look it up. I mean, I invite you to look it up, but I'm challenging you, Ouroboros. Look it up.
Okay, I will.
Okay. The man said challenge accepted. Okay. I'm good with that. I had to stir up a little trouble before we go to bed.
I was about to go to bed. Then I heard
Oh,
you
you know.
freaking dealing with these monkeys, and I'm like, can't
You
do
got to
it,
throw
man.
in at least one more round, man. Or we call it a
Kick him in
night.
the balls and run.
Maybe play pigeon chess.
Little Rochambeau.
They're running all around the place with all these concepts and abstractions.
Dude, hey, did you see what Donnie Darko posted? It's funny that your evidence for sun rays not being parallel also proved that the Earth is round, dude.
Dude, it's too easy sometimes with these guys.
Bro, you're killing me over here, man.
Yeah.
That could only prove the Earth is round if the rays are parallel, dude. You don't even
God
know your
forbid
own
you should.
evidence for shit. They don't even know what your own evidence is even trying to prove or how it would prove it.
God forbid that you show the error in the
The
video.
video shows non-parallel sun rays. That means the mathematics that he used are incorrect. Because the angles
We've
are
seen the
incorrect.
video.
Because the angles assume a globe with parallel sun rays. So if he calculates angles, assuming a globe with parallel sun rays, the calculation's wrong because he measured non-parallel sun rays.
You can mute your mic when you're searching for stuff for Ouroboros. We're getting some feedback from you.
I'm just wondering why he has to find the evidence that for what he already believes. Shouldn't that be like right on hand? Shouldn't that be right in the utility belt?
Well, am I a scientist, dude? Like, do you think
you're
No,
someone that
look,
I'm a layman, dude. Obviously, I don't have all the information on
your
hand.
ignorance. No, this isn't about whether you're ignorant or not. I don't care about that.
Okay.
What I find interesting is that many of you guys, you believe first, find evidence later.
Yeah.
No, the shit was proven to me in high school. I just can't tell you off the top of my head what it was.
Proven?
That's kind of.
I went to high school like 10 years ago, dude. You really think
let me get this right.
shit? If I'm just a layman, not studying this shit, you think I just have it on the top of my brain all the time?
Yeah, I just want to get this straight. It was proven to you in high school. You've forgotten how it was proven. But you do remember the proven part, and you're like, well, I do remember my memories of it being proven, but I don't remember how it was proven. But I'll just believe that my memory, the proof of my memories, I'll believe those, and I'll continue to believe it's proven.
Do you just think everything that was taught to you in school was a lie?
No, but you do remember. No, who said lie?
Or Boris, did you take a test and pass the
It
test?
doesn't have to be a lie. You ever heard of
Yes, I passed.
Ever heard of it being wrong?
Why would I assume it's false?
You're not assuming.
yeah.
Oh, you're not assuming it's false. You observe it to be false.
Dude, I think he's searching for the.
Everybody, listen, brother, and I'm gonna say this. I said this yesterday. I'm gonna say this shit every day. I'm gonna say this at least once a day from here on out. Everybody in this chat and everybody you know has made a flat Earth observation, and an observation that falsifies the globe. You just don't know it because what you thought the globe was isn't actually the case. So 10 miles, supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I guarantee you've seen that there is not 66 feet of drop. But you thought Earth too biggie. It's normal not to see the 66 feet of drop because Earth too biggie. And you just brushed it off. Oh, I didn't that conforms to the globe. Like people seen the Chicago skyline for freaking decades. Hundreds of years. Chicago seen across the Gulf of Lyon in France from Marseille to Canigou. I've seen that for decades, hundreds of years.
I've seen Catalina Island from Los Angeles at least 50 times.
Lots of people have seen it. And they don't realize that observation, seeing Catalina from Los Angeles, breaks the globe. But they think Earth too biggie. It's too big.
I think the whole flat.
So now the meta. Here we go. Don't listen to what I say. Just go with the meta.
Dude, I'm not equipped to discuss the curvature. Can we? I haven't brought that up. You brought that up.
Yeah, can you at least respect what he just said? I mean, because he did take time to tell you that.
I did. Yes, I was polite. I didn't say a word. Like what? Okay, I listened to what you said. I really want to talk about the ice wall. What's the flat Earth model to you guys?
Okay, let me ask
what's
you a
the
question.
flat Earth model?
Model of
That's a better
what?
question to ask. Of the flat Earth.
What does that mean? That doesn't make sense.
You're talking about the overall worldview of what we think. You're talking about the overall worldview of what we think the Earth is. Oh, you're lagging, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So essentially, nobody has that overall. You're freaking lagging. I feel like it's gonna fall on deaf ears if I continue. You just lagged out.
The shadow of the
All the
Earth
way
guy between him and the cell tower.
I don't know, man. We keep getting more. I guess I'm gonna have to stay up a little bit more. I don't know. What else we got? Oh my God. Get your concave stuff out of here, bro. Your Elvis Presley sounding son of a gun.
Who's that? Who's the
Inside
concaver?
secret.
Oh.
He's always in here.
Oh, I think
man.
I talked to him once. He was
You
not
guys are just trying to mute the truth. You don't let the truth out. You guys are muting the truth.
No, we're muting rudeness. If the truth comes with rudeness, we'll mute that too.
So, Mickey, you remember like two years ago or so, I talked to you about that dual pole flat Earth model, and you wanted nothing to do with it. You didn't want to hear it. None of it. Well, the latest and greatest flat earthers actually are realizing the superiority of that layout as opposed to the Gleason one, which you currently.
Who voted on that?
So, welcome to Flat Earth, Miggy.
Nice straw man there inside.
Who voted on the latest and greatest flat earthers? Like a survey's like a Nielsen rating, latest and greatest flat earthers. We got a 7 handle on the latest and greatest flat earthers. They had 50,000 people watch it.
There was a poll that was up, and all the latest and greatest flat earthers voted on that, and we all, we chose the right model.
Yeah, and since we're just a bunch of grifters too, man, we charged money to vote.
Did they get 3/4 of the community to approve it? Was it like ratified and stuff?
No, we just need like at least 51%. That's about a good. That's a good standard
majority rule.
Yeah.
Was it filibustered?
According to Inside Secret. I mean, these guys.
What is with the drama queen fucking argument style? I really don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
But Jeranism said, quite Witte said, but Eric Dubé said.
Yeah, they always say
that, man. We're here, not them.
Here's what you really want to say.
Shut up, bitch!
You got it. You got it. And who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah.
That's the only downfall to this app is like on X, you can like drop smiley faces to show everybody you're laughing.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
I didn't have that one on the top of my favorites. I just did that now, though.
So Inside Secret. That's what we want to know about the latest and greatest. Who the fuck is that guy? Who are those guys? How do we determine they're the latest and greatest? Was it randomly chosen?
No
Did we have a
idea.
raffle? Did we consult the astrological charts? How do we do it, man? You guys just say anything. We just literally will say anything. Disappointing. Quite honestly.
Well, unless you've got something better, we're just going to run with it.
The tweak is heavy.
Indio right now is like,
you dumbass.
Where'd that wow come from?
Wow.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get
Stop
some help.
it. Stop it. Get some help.
So I assume Donnie Darko and Franz was trying to prove the distance of the sun. Is that their deal?
No, actually, no.
They were trying to prove the rays of light.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Well, actually, the argument was on parallel light rays or non-parallel light rays.
Yeah, but
Then
why?
I threw a wrench in the works when I said, "What is a ray of light?" And then all
You threw
all
a
hell
hard
broke
wrench,
loose.
bro. And the
I
whole
jammed that
fucking
son of a
time
bitch
just
in those
stopped.
sprockets. Fucking gears and smoke started coming out that bitch.
We got
Then
the,
Donnie Darko was putting his foot in his mouth and speaking for the other guy. The other guy's like, "I'm not saying that." I got them to fight against each other. It was funny. I like
we
it.
got the ray particle wave trichotomy, right? You gonna throw a ray in there with the particles and waves?
Yeah, dude. You just kind of like, because they're using abstractions, bro. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, it's real. It's reality." Well, it's not what it says
I
it
heard
is.
that.
Like,
Dude, and then you read it to them.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like laughing because that's what he posted, bro. He posted that. Like, yeah, rays of light
I'm
are.
gonna post my debunk in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just like foot and mouth syndrome. Or wait, no, it was face to foot style. Yeah, that's the one. Face to foot style. How'd you like it?
So you getting up and you working tomorrow? Are we doing anything tomorrow?
Yeah, dude. It's game time tomorrow. Put your game face on.
Dude, my game
Or
face
your
is always on. I'm always ready to rock and roll, man.
Your game face avatar. Your South Park dude, man. That thing's gonna be the talk of the town later.
You guys told me to leave it that way too. I can make that so much better, but I'll leave
No,
it.
hell no, bro. Because it's so original. It's like when it moves like a South Park character. Like when they're, when they're walking up down the street.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
know.
the whole body.
It is funny, man.
You got to give him a hand and make him smack some shit every once in a while, dude.
It's dude. If he animates it anymore, it's gonna get way too distracting. Everyone's gonna be focused on the character. Like, dude, I just want to stare at this.
That's a good point.
Animation.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I don't want that either. That's no.
You start seeing like clapping seals in the background. You're like, oh man, there's way too much shit going on in that character. He put
There'll be people in
samurai
the chat
swords in
going, do this animation, do that animation,
Yeah.
do this, do that, and they'll be trying to, they won't even be hearing what's said. Dude, the message
And you're
is
gonna
what's
have to-
important, not the freaking puppet.
Then I'm gonna be doing like the old Boston. Hey, I'm working over here.
Or okay, so maybe not too much animation, but maybe like make him stroke his beard every once in a while.
Oh my god, dude, you're really.
I'm teasing, man. It looks great, dude. I really like it.
I would
Yeah,
like
it's good shit.
because it's split screen. I wish I could make animations where if you're above me, I can flip you up and then swipe you off to the side, to the left or right.
I'm gonna
So
I'm gonna
flip
get
up
up
the dude
tomorrow.
in the next window.
I'm probably gonna get up tomorrow and just be working in our server, and then we'll put together what topics we're gonna go over and have us some good shows, man. See how many
How
we can
long
knock
from
out.
now? Don't even give me a time. Just tell me how long from now.
Well, it's 11:34 right now, but it'll be when CB wakes up. Because he's on Cali
Didn't he have
time,
a
bro.
date?
So today? No, I think he said Thursday.
Was it today? You said Wednesday, right?
Thursday.
Yeah, okay.
Today's Tuesday. Well, your days are.
Dude,
I gotta head out, y'all.
Don't ask me.
Y'all have a good night. Great.
Later,
great seeing
sheepdog.
all y'all.
Peace out, sheepdog.
Yeah, thanks for the invite to that room, that group.
Yeah, no problem, man. I hope it works out for you, and we'll just have to
Dude,
keep pushing it.
Yeah, check out our content on Rumble too, bro.
I am. I'm gonna play it in the morning on my way to work, and
All right, brother.
whenever I can throughout the day.
Yeah, thanks for your help and such.
Absolutely, man. Oh, Bendy Light.
Hmm?
Bendy Light just popped in.
I'm gonna play that clip.
Who the fuck is that guy?
What's up, Bendy Light in the chat?
Oh, Heretic's here.
Poker Pine. I ain't never seen that one before. That's actually pretty funny.
That's me sneaking in the room saying what up.
Homer emerging
Fucking
from the
APOC,
bushes.
dude. Didn't say what's up to the homies, bro. Fuck's
I
wrong.
know, I just did in side chat.
Ah.
I'll sneakily.
Oh, I seen that shit. What's up, people?
Who is Bendy Light? He's proud of his Bendy Light? I like the avatar.
What is it?
I got you.
Blow it up. Oh, yeah. It's a guy in a gas mask. It's Bendy Light from Jamaica, man.
Bendy Light's an old arch nemesis.
Is he really?
Yeah, he goes way back, sort of way back. Still lost, but oh well.
He's like a tumbleweed that just breathes into this town. Just looking at him, he just rolls
He just
by.
goes from town to town.
He just keeps going, just rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Does he talk, or is he just one of those walkers?
No, he's one of those guys where he's just like talking to a brick wall.
Ah, yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, what a great intro. Great intro. Brick walls. We love those.
He's let me see if I have that meme. It's for people like him. Or that photo. Let me see, where is it at? The one where the cats are changing the tire. Let me find it. You have better luck teaching cats how to change tires than talk to that guy.
What? Herding cats? Yeah.
Yeah, that Says Who guy said looking through the atmosphere at sea level is like looking through a brick wall.
Or herding cats with the fire extinguisher. Another good one.
The fire extinguisher. It's funny. Don't do that, by the way. We're not advocating for that.
I can't find the photo.
No cats were harmed in the herding of this server.
Yeah, not yet anyway. Except the cool cats. Like you said.
And while you're at it, stop in your nearest market in the freezer section, pick you up a couple of bottles of Bendy Light. It should be next to the Bendy water.
Right.
The video that you posted, it's amazing. The guy, he goes to the flattest part on the earth to measure the curvature of the earth.
You stick with a bicycle. Oh my god!
And it's like 100 miles next to the lake, which is flat all the way, and then he comes to the conclusion, oh, it's a globe. What a coincidence. All the measurements he does, it's like flat, and he has even a level tool using to make everything. It's amazing, that video. One of the funniest one.
The globe is a noble thing? What? You mean the classroom globe? How can a classroom globe be noble? What? Has personality traits? That's hilarious.
McToon, in one of his streams a month ago around, he brought out his globe and he said, this is a map. And he said, we can take it's scaled down to size, and we could take a measurement and it will equal over here on this side. And I was just like, this guy, dude, did he not read the bottom sticker where it says this isn't to be used for educational purposes?
They're gone. They're totally gone, man. Like, really. No one ever told them, don't go full Globetardia.
So there's no more contestants on the Globe is wrong?
Hey, look at Phil Bellum just messaged me right now. Look what I'm going to post it in the text chat. Just right now. He's listening to us, by the way.
That little snake in the grass.
I put it in text
Contestants
chat.
on the globe is wrong. That's good.
Check this out. He says, I have proved that the sun rays are very far away and practically parallel. Too close to parallel to easily measure the difference from parallel. What? the hell? Dude.
So is it parallel or almost parallel?
No. He can't make up his mind.
Parallel-ish, man.
Ish. Yeah.
Parallel-ish. Okay. Got it.
I guess if you're cross-eyed, that's okay.
Yeah. Professor Phil's listening in, so.
Ain't it past your
Guys,
bedtime, Dandelion?
Gotta make your.
Well, it's a special occasion.
Huh? What?
It's your birthday?
No, it's getting close though. Next month.
What's going on? Is there a party? Are we missing out?
The party's in here, isn't it, AV?
Uh-oh. All right, where's the dance music?
I don't know.
I
I'll hum Saturday Night Fever for you.
I got a song.
I'm gonna put Lawrence Welk on the record player.
Tweak is heavy.
It's heavy. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
This is one of me and CB's favorites right here.
Oh, I didn't know you were a racist.
This one too, look.
Ooh, yeah. Ew, he obviously doesn't care about dogs or the environment. So many microplastics.
Oh wow.
What?
How many microplastics?
Actually, ew, my God.
Flip forward. Trillion got fired for being an ineffective globe-tard.
Where's Trillion?
Yeah, he's a YouTube chat skank.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Never seen him in here before.
I haven't seen Rob Noxious for a while. Where's that guy been?
Would the end of that guy's name be Excuses?
Rob Noxious, he got slammed with the freaking 60-foot wave down in Antarctica in his kayak.
Dude, we ran that guy into the ground. We ran him into the ground with that argument. So much so that he said, I'm only doing it to just troll you guys. Like, he admitted. I was like, dude, I wrenched it out of him. Like, it was one morning that I think Helio had his stream on our, like, when we're having the conversation with him, but it got so bad that Helio was like, dude, I gotta go, man. Like, so he took the bot away from the room. And so we kept having the conversation with him, and like, it lasted like another like hour or so. It was like three of us. And I think, Sonny, were you there?
Yeah, I think I was here during one of those with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting a bunch of pictures of ships that were sailing around that part of the world, and the waves and stuff. Like the waves are like just over towering like any boat. Like,
yeah, I was there as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jin was there. No, Jin was there. Jin
Yeah,
CBR1, bro.
Yeah.
We ran him into the ground until he.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, right? Like where you cry uncle, you know? That's what
Yeah.
it was. Like he just couldn't.
Do you remember I said to him, "How'd you go to the toilet?" That was
Yeah.
the first thing I said.
Because he said a kayak, and then he changed it in the middle of like him saying it was just a kayak, and he went into like, no, I'm in a bigger boat.
Yeah.
He
A
changed
kayak boat. It turned out to be.
Yeah.
It
But
morphed
he had
into a
to-
kayak boat.
And it was a kayak boat, and then we're like, well, show us an instance where this has actually happened. And then he pulled out like some instance where somebody was followed by a boat or some other thing.
Yeah, that's right. Accompanied. That's not solo, is it?
Yeah,
Nah, yes,
which is what
yeah.
he said you can do. Not it's like
Yeah,
no,
he said
bro.
anyone can do it. Yeah, solo. Across from South America to Antarctica. Impossible. Those seas are dangerous. You couldn't do it. Frigid water. You're not making it, man. I like canoeing. I know you're not. And I've canoed in winter where the canal get frozen solid. Possible.
Mhm.
Man's a madman. Didn't even think that.
Yeah, going through Drake's Passage. I don't think so.
Yeah, he didn't realise what he was saying, especially the toilet thing. You've got to go for a shit and a piss, and you've got to eat. You've got to take food in, so you've got to keep because you're exerting a lot of muscular force, burning the calories, and it's winter. You want your body to be nice and warm. How are you going to maintain all that and keep the food going in as well? He's an idiot. Yeah, he got it wrong, man. He got it wrong.
That's the thing. You take these arguments to their conclusion, and you find out that it's impossible. Can't do what you're.
Yeah.
You have to
He said
change the
the guy
story.
wore a diaper. Do you remember? He said the guy wore a diaper and you piss and shit in your diaper. Really?
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. Like,
yeah. Come on.
I asked ChatGPT if the rays of the sun have ever been measured parallel. And it says, great question. The rays of the sun are assumed to be parallel.
What does that mean? We can ask Elderbear. He knows all things.
Truly parallel. They converge slightly from a wide source. And then cites Eratosthenes in a big circle.
Elderbear's here with his mostly level server.
How do you know the sun's rays are parallel? Eratosthenes. How do you know Eratosthenes is right? Because the sun's rays are parallel.
Yeah, no, I don't know everything at all. Wouldn't claim that. That would be.
Wait, I mean,
egotistical to claim I know everything. Sure.
you know that a flat screen is flat, though. That's what you said. You admitted that flat screen is flat. You said so.
I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming to. I'm wondering. I don't know what you. Is it possible that all this time that pi actually does equal 2, and that's been the con?
You're
If
chopping
you can
up,
measure
man.
69 miles.
I can hear him, but you're better off not hearing. You're better off, baby, not hearing
You're plugging
him.
it. No, I mean, I know what he was saying, but it's just like some of the things he said. You got a bad. I don't know where your internet is, dude, but it's just.
Yeah, I know we're in a third world. I don't know about you, but where I live, we're in a third world, and the internet is pretty shit.
But yeah,
Can you
you
hear me
agreed
now?
on that. You agreed on that flat screens are flat, and you're like, but my
Yeah, don't
garden,
play that
my
game.
garden
You got-
has,
hey,
my
hey,
garden has hills.
You don't need to play that game, AB. You're bigger than that.
Yeah, but this
All right?
isn't a
You are
game,
bigger
though.
than
This
that.
is your words,
That's a
right?
stupid-
We're just
it's stupid.
examining.
It's a stupid.
We're examining your
line
words,
to go
Elderbear.
down.
Why? Yeah, but why do we not want to talk about what you said? Like that's important, right?
I'm looking because the truth is more important than the bullshit, man.
So it's bullshit what you said. Like why would you say what you
That's
said is
awful
bullshit?
admission.
I don't
Listen,
get it.
If you can
I don't
measure,
get it.
If you can measure 69 miles to 1 degree in reality, then that would mean that given the circumference of 24,901, then
Has anyone
Is he
done
breaking
that?
up or is it just
I would
me?
have to be 2.
Non sequitur.
Now, do you
It's
think
another
that's
non sequitur
possible?
nonsense coming out of his mouth.
No,
Yeah,
don't listen to Gin. Is it possible that's what they've been hiding from us all this time? And that's
You're
what
an
they set up in
embarrassment.
order to create.
Who cares, Elderbear? They are
Huh?
measuring it flat. They are measuring elevation angle
That's what
flat.
I'm saying. If you've measured it flat, yeah.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah. All right,
What is the
okay, Sasha,
circumference?
sit
What
down.
they are doing? What they are doing?
If it's measured flat, because we've got these numbers in reality, Sasha, and you have to make sense of them. It's no good you waffling down there. And you're supposed to take a knee because you're
Why
all lost
you're
and
the one
taking,
that's
taking
waffling,
knees.
Elder? What am I gonna make sense of it? The circumference, I'm measuring flat. That's all is important for me. The rest I
You
don't
aren't
care.
measuring.
Hold
You
on, I
aren't
think
measuring flat.
Elder's going
You're not
senile,
though,
dude.
Sasha.
Elder, you're not talking to Sasha, bro. It's Migo Wigo.
Sasha, is it Migo Wigo? Sounds very much like Sasha.
No, he's not
Jeez.
Sasha. He's not Sasha.
Yeah, well, listen,
Guaranteed.
as I told you before, Migo Wigo. Listen, hang on. As I told you before, it's Wigo, not Migo Wigo, right?
Oh God.
We don't, we have to all go, not one goes together. Do you know what I mean? One's no good. We've all got to go.
Yeah,
Not
when
me go,
you
we
go.
go. We go. Yeah. When we go, we all go. All right?
Oh,
So if
my
all these
God.
measurements can be made in reality, then something has to add up, doesn't it? And if you measure 69 miles per 1 degree, then something's good, and you've got these numbers.
Yeah, I'm gonna
in
let
reality,
Gen TBR
the
loose on you, man. You're not gonna
and
be
the
able to recover.
distance.
I know it's a repeat episode, AV. Can I complain? This is a repeat episode.
All right. You
We
don't
want
want
to
any
change the
help.
channel.
Okay. Okay. You don't want any help. Good luck.
Yeah,
No, man.
I'm gonna help.
No,
I'm gonna help.
you're
I'm a
not
senile old man, bro.
What-
I mean,
Jin
Hold on.
is not any help at all. Jin,
I'm gonna help.
You're not helping at all,
Jin
mate.
talks
You're
nonsense.
not
I'm telling
helping.
you.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
help him.
yeah,
Let
of
me help
course.
him. Let me
He's
help him.
panicking
real quick.
already. Look, already panicking.
Let
Wild
me
baseless
help him.
claims.
He's
Sorry.
trying to sell you. He's trying to sell you nonsense. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Jin.
I'm gonna help
Particularly
Elder
with the
Bear.
pitch data.
I'm gonna
He
help
doesn't know the
Elder
pitch
Bear.
data stuff either.
If he stops fucking talking, I'll
Who's
help.
this?
So I'm helping Elder Bear. Elder Bear, nautical mile, linear. That's a linear measurement.
Yeah,
And
go
we
on.
know
60
since we know the
nautical
water,
miles, so
since
1
we know the
degree.
since we know the surface of water is horizontal. So whenever you're measuring
No, we don't.
nautical mile,
You're talking
on water,
nonsense, Sonny.
Oh,
It's
really?
not horizontal, Sonny.
No.
You know that.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
it's not
I do know it is
horizontal.
horizontal. Yeah, it is.
All right.
Yeah,
All right, you
measurably
go on.
so.
You carry on.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
measurably.
it's not measurably so. That's the trouble. You're
Yeah.
talking nonsense. And that's where you get
No.
lost if you don't follow the numbers that we have
No,
and make
I'm not.
sense of them. You'll get
Yeah.
nowhere. And you
Yeah.
guys are talking
What number?
honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
tell us when a mile is.
Yeah.
Tell us
Yeah.
how a mile is curvilinear then.
That's to make the
Tell us what
water
is
horizontal,
that.
mate.
Why isn't it called curvilinear?
Doesn't
then?
make the water horizontal. As Miggy knows, he's changed the narrative. He's
oh
realized
God.
that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum. Doesn't make the sea horizontal.
A vertical datum. That's
Doesn't
how
make
they
the
measure sea
mountain
level?
flat. It
They
doesn't
measure
make
sea
the
level?
mountain flat.
No,
All
we
right?
didn't say the mountains are
You're
flat.
still doing the fallacy
Miggy's
of
kind of had
composition.
to
Are you
come round
serious?
and
Yeah, all this time, Indio. Yeah.
No.
Phil?
no,
Fallacy of
Miggy
composition.
realizes
Dude,
the sea isn't horizontal, Indio.
Why? Because it has waves.
no, it's just
Well, obviously, the mountain isn't flat either.
Okay,
We
can you
didn't-
define
Doesn't make it
horizontal
flat.
for
Does
us?
the mean sea level? Does mean
Can you
sea level make the
define-
mountain flat?
Albert, can you define horizontal for us? What is horizontal?
It's 2 points of
Mean
equal
sea-
elevation.
2 points of equal elevation.
Mean
So if I'm on
sea
top
level will
of-
not
of-
make the mountain flat, will it?
Yeah, but that's a fallacy of composition.
No, it's not. It's what you
Yeah, it
guys
is.
talk about because you say mean sea level,
What is
therefore
the fallacy
everything
of
flat.
composition, Elder Bear?
I don't know what that rhetoric
I've
means.
told you. That's
Fallacy
weird
of
because I've
composition.
told
Tell
you.
me. No, you haven't.
think
You've never
what's-
told me. Don't
it's a
pretend
fallacy
you-
to think what's
something
true of the
you haven't.
parts is also true of the whole.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the whole because
Yeah, you are.
We've only got the parts.
The Earth as a whole is
only got the
horizontal,
parts,
but
okay?
there's sections which are not.
No. But you have no
Yeah,
idea. That
and I
it is.
just told you why fallacy
you-
nuh-uh doesn't defy
no.
logic, bro.
That's why you've got people talking nonsense because they
Yeah,
listen
you just
to you.
saying it's nonsense.
And
You're like
Oakley,
the.
and Oakley, who gives them sound bites with no.
Who cares about Nathan
substance to
Oakley,
it.
dude? Why are you on his dick?
You do.
His MO.
Okay.
When is the last time you heard me mention Nathan Oakley's name?
doesn't matter. You do the same thing. India.
Doesn't matter, but I
Just
do.
an illusion to the people.
I don't
You
talk to
tell
Nathan
people this,
Oakley. I don't
this
talk about
information.
Nathan
You
Oakley
don't give
other
them any
than
substance, and that's
the
why
refraction
Sasha
height,
has to take a knee.
booming
because he beats the
hyena.
soldiers.
Maybe you
Sasha's
can
not
tell us
even
what
in
is
here,
the
bro.
mean sea
Soldiers
level.
on the street.
Maybe you can tell us what is the
The
mean sea
soldiers
level.
on the
Soldiers.
street don't know what you're talking about.
Who
He's
cares?
senile,
So
man.
tell us what is the mean sea level then.
I
What
think.
what
Dude, you're
that means?
talking and you don't even know what you're talking about. Your own words. You already
Really?
said your own words aren't even truth. You said, let's not talk about my words. We want to talk about the truth. That implies that what you were saying isn't the
If
truth.
you have a radio,
Yeah, okay, yeah, ignore that. I would too.
yes, right. If it's all horizontal, measured flat, 69 miles per 1 degree. Between the
Why is
North
the word
Pole and the
horizontal
equator,
and
there's
horizon?
90
Or horizon
times,
and
hang on,
horizontal?
there's 90 times 69, isn't there, Indio? 90
What?
times
I don't
69.
agree that there's
Flat
a
Earth
1
miles. No,
degree.
you told
Listen, I
everybody it
don't
was flat
agree
Earth
with you.
miles,
But I
Indio.
don't agree with you because there's no
Oh, well.
evidence for it. That's why I don't agree with you.
But I've been telling him.
So the
It can be
69
done in
miles per
reality,
degree,
can't it?
you're more than welcome to post the evidence that's true in the chat. Post it.
It's in the server. It's in the Flat Earth server,
Measurements.
Flat Earth Discord home server.
You're asked to
Measurements,
do
right,
something
Elder Bear?
else.
Okay, hold on, AB.
It can be done
Okay,
in
so we're gonna ask you.
reality.
So, hey, I'm going to ask you, what device were those measurements taken with?
I don't know who did it, but you can do it in reality.
I said device.
When
I
they
didn't
made
say
the
who
map.
did it. I said what device were they taken with?
Listen.
What a Barclays banker. Barclays banker, this guy.
Okay, you're saying 69 miles per degree. What did we measure that with, brother?
Well, when the land was mapped originally, all right, then it was
What
done
device
to
did they do
scale.
that with?
They did it by triangulation.
That's not an
That's not a
instrument.
device.
Well,
Internet.
in London, originally they first constructed some really straight, long glass tubes, and they put them on trestles, as horizontal, as straight as they could possibly engineer and be. And that's how they started there, and they triangulated off of that, and then they
You
used
said
chains.
horizontal was equal elevation. How can a tube be horizontal?
Well, because they made it horizontal all the way along, from one end to the other.
The
That's what
tube
horizontal
or
is,
the
isn't it?
ground?
Straight line between the 2 points is horizontal, isn't it?
No, you said that horizontal was equal elevation.
It's not. 2 points at equal elevation.
Yeah. And I'm like, but now you're
Yeah,
ascribing the 2
and the
points
line
of equal
between them
elevation,
is
which
straight and
ostensibly would be.
horizontal. Yeah, but let's tell everybody that Elderbear's talking shit. The straight line between
You're
those 2
proving it
points is
yourself. I'm
horizontal.
letting you talk. That's the
Well, that's
problem.
what the
And you don't
glass
understand it.
tubes
You're just like
represent.
digging a hole.
Hang on. That's what the glass tubes represented, or the rods. And then they use chains, long chains.
I'm well aware of the techniques.
That's okay. So why are you asking me then? That's how they measured the land.
Okay, that's fantastic. Now,
Yes,
how
and
did you
then they put the
measure?
elevation changes in after that, which proved it isn't flat. So we got
Okay.
to that bit.
No, they didn't.
And then it was discovered that by measuring an angle to a light in the sky, Polaris, for instance, well, specifically Polaris, that if you moved away 1 degree, you travel 69 miles along the ground.
Okay, that's a cool
You move
story.
another degree,
Who
you
measured
travel
the
another
distance
69
and
miles.
with what
Now,
inch?
if you take a map, Indio,
Okay,
Indio,
you
if you
gave
take a map,
because I'm
scale
asking a
map,
question. No, because this
scale
is the crux. You're muted because you're going to answer my question. Who measured the 69 miles per degree? Who did the degree? Who did the angle measurement and then corresponded that to moving 69 miles? What device?
well, you need an angle measuring device to measure the angle to the light in the sky.
Cool. Okay, who measured the distance?
I don't know his name.
Okay,
No,
how did they measure the
there, it's on
distance
the map.
between 2 points, brother?
Well,
How
because
did
it
they measure the
correlates
elevation?
to
We want the
real-time
distance
measurement.
measurement
Shut up,
between the
Sasha.
two angle measurements.
Yeah, along the ground. That's what flat Earth
That's what I've been
Yeah,
asking.
how did they measure that?
Who, the flat earthers?
Oh
Who-
my
anybody-
god!
No, I think they presumed it. Nobody's measured it. Have you measured
There you
it,
go.
Indio?
Nobody's measured it.
Okay, nobody's
Has
measured it.
anybody measured it?
Uh,
No. Has
Not
anybody
to
here
my
measured
knowledge,
it?
because I've been asking you guys for 8 years, and no one can come up with any fucking device or technique or who did it.
Yeah, but
You guys just claim
it
it.
can be done in reality.
Okay, how do you
If
know
it can
that?
be done in reality.
Have you? Okay, what was the result when they
Because
did it?
Well, if you listen, you get a map, you put a point on it, you measure.
No,
it,
we don't want the map. We want the real
Right.
world. We want the real world.
You get your scale. You try it. Well, that's what
We
people
want
should
the
do.
real
Maybe people
world.
should
We don't
do
want to
it.
measure
See if it's
maps.
true, India. Instead
Look,
of
I
you
can't
trying to
measure.
become some
Look,
fucking
bro.
legend
What you're saying is a
or
non
icon that
sequitur,
tells
Elder Bear.
everybody bullshit, and they repeat.
Okay,
stuff
what
they
you're
don't even
saying
know
is a
knowledge
non
about.
sequitur. Okay,
From
I
you.
can measure the distance on the map, but I can't measure the angle on the map, can I? So I can only measure the angle and the
No.
distance in real life on the surface of the Earth. So who measured the surface distance?
You could do it.
Okay, if I did, what would my result be?
Well, you'll find out, won't you? You can verify whether that's true
Why
or
don't
not,
you-
and then you can stop shouting.
Why
at
do
me
I have
about
to
it.
find out?
I'm not
It's
the
your
guy.
idea.
I don't run the world.
No
You're
shit,
the guy who's
dude.
been really hanging about as a
You barely
fucking
run your
legend for
fucking
how many
microphone.
odd years, telling everybody what they should say, and they have no substance to back it up because you don't either.
That's
no
not going
observable
on.
data.
That's not going on here, man. You're just
Same
coming
as you,
in with
AV,
this-
standing at the top there, waffling like some fucking street preacher.
Oh,
and all
someone's
these people.
ass
That's what they
hurt,
said to
dude.
Oakley.
You got in your fifis,
That's what
dude.
they said
Like,
to
relax.
Oakley. That's why Oakley can't be here. Because he
Oakley
doesn't have observable data.
Oh,
He can't have it around.
You're obsessed with that, dude.
Yeah.
Are you like a guilty lover
You're
or
the same,
something?
Indio. You're exactly the same, Indio.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a shadow caster, Indio. Yeah.
You're
Wait, I
pooping
don't
your
even know what that
diapers,
You
means.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're telling
he's-
everybody else to repeat.
And,
what
he's
and
off
you
his
doing a
meds.
train wreck.
I
What a
am
train
never,
wreck.
ever. First of all, no one's capable of repeating what comes out of my mouth. Okay? First of all, they aren't even capable
I
of
know.
it. So I would never tell anybody to actually do that. You're talking out your ass.
Yeah, you
Hey.
said the other day you cannot get latitude or longitude except from the sky.
Yep, that's 100% correct.
Where do you get those measurements from of latitude? Yeah, so where do you get your measurements for latitude then? How do you get them?
The sky.
So on the ground, so you can navigate. How do you
No.
how do you transpose those onto the ground to use it for navigation?
Okay.
The distance.
You're
How
under.
do you do that?
Are you going to
Who
let me answer
measured
the question, or
who
are you going
measured
to
the
answer it for me?
distances?
Are you going to answer it for me?
You haven't answered.
Are you because you
ask
keep
me
answering it
how-
for me? I'm asking you to shut up so I can answer it, or are you going to keep answering it for me? Okay, so you're going to shut up and answer, and I'm going to be allowed to answer it. So, the elevation angle is you determine where the celestial equator is, not Polaris, celestial equator. Now, there's particular constellations which compose the celestial equator, and you measure the elevation angle from the horizon to that. Okay, that determines your latitude. That measurement,
What
wherever it is,
What
that's
latitude?
that's what you call your latitude. 45 degrees in the sky, you're at 45 latitude.
Yep.
Okay,
About 46.
what's confused about? But if the sky, there is no sky, how do I find my latitude?
Well, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what
Whoops.
you said.
Okay,
So
so
how do you- now you
let's
have-
use only
hang on,
terrestrial.
hang on,
Let's
now you have-
only use terrestrial objects. How do I find my latitude and longitude? Using nothing about the sky.
That's not the. That's not the point. Of the
I
question,
said
India.
latitude and longitude are in the sky. That's true because without the sky,
Yeah,
you can't
I
find those
agreed.
things.
I agreed. Yeah, I agreed.
Now you're agreeing. Okay, Zanuck.
Now you have. Now you have.
You gonna make
hang
my
on.
argument
he's
now?
gonna
Now you
use-
have
He's going to
45.
use your argument against you.
Now you have 45 degrees latitude. Okay. Now
Yeah.
When you use that for navigation, there are distances between these latitudes. Is
Are
there
there?
not?
Yeah, there's a distance.
But how are you going to travel if you don't know the distance?
Because
How
you're,
are you gonna
because
navigate
you're
if you
not
don't know the
traveling
distance?
because the distance, like say on the ocean, is irrelevant. Because you're not traveling a land
Well,
distance.
you do it
You're
anywhere,
shut
on
up.
the ground.
Shut up. Shut up, dude. Let me finish.
Why should I shut up?
Because
I'm
you're going to let
asking
me
you, how do
finish.
you get
Because
the
you asked
distance
me a
between the
question.
latitudes?
Because you asked me a question. They don't know the distance. They only know the angle. They're traveling in a fluid. The direction they're pointing, that's not the direction they're going. That's their heading.
Yeah, where's the
But they have a
angle
course.
calculator on my car?
Shut up. They have a course.
Where's
which is
the angle
direction.
calculator on my
Shut
car?
up. Shut up. They have a heading.
Somebody's measured the distance. Somebody's
Who?
measured the distance on the
Who?
ground, haven't they?
Who?
For us to be able to know how far we've gone.
Who?
I don't know who it was. You don't either.
But you
But
just know-
somebody has.
How do you know
And
that?
there is a distance that our car
How do you know
will
that?
measure that we can
There
measure
is no
on a
measured
scale
distance,
map.
Elder Bear. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh,
There is a calculation
okay.
based upon a presumed radius from the angle change of the celestial sphere. Period. That's the truth.
Exactly. So pi could be 2 then.
What?
We know distances, bro. I order shit from China all the time.
Oh, dude,
am I drinking right now?
It gets to me.
Yeah. How do the ships navigate without a distance?
Because they navigate
To
by
calculate
angle.
how
They
far
don't
it
need
is,
to know the
how much
distance. They're
fuel
trying
they
to
need,
get.
so they
Look, they're
get
They're
lost.
trying to get to. Yes, and you asked the question. This is like the 9th time you've done it and asked the question, and you answered it for me. Stop doing that. Okay? They don't need the distance.
You haven't answered.
They don't need the
They do,
distance
Gene.
to get between
They
the
do
2 points.
6,000
All they
miles on
need
the
is the
plane.
angle.
What's that? What's a mile? No, what's a mile? Oh.
It's 5,280 feet. It's a unit of measure.
Yeah, I know. Well, where did that unit of measure come from if it doesn't
Who
exist?
fucking
It's only an
cares?
angle. When we have to measure it along the ground,
That's
we measure
right.
it along the ground. We don't measure angles on the ground when we're traveling around. All the ships, all the
Okay.
planes.
So I want to go.
sea,
I want to go
air,
to New
or
York to
land.
California. I want to go New York to California.
how
Can I
far is
get
that?
there without knowing the distance?
13 degrees it is.
Okay. Can I get
answer
there
him
without
real
knowing
quick?
the
What you say.
distance?
Please.
New York to California. Can I
Exactly.
get there
So
without knowing the
who-
distance?
Okay, so how did you relate the stars to a distance? Son?
Can I? I didn't. You did.
How did you relate your angle to the distance?
I didn't. You did.
Well, where
Can
did
I
you get the
answer his
miles from to
miles
measure
question?
it?
I
then?
don't need to get the miles.
Oh, really?
Why would I need that?
Oh, so it's 14 miles between those
Okay.
two cities. then.
Look,
That'll
dude.
do.
Okay.
Just say it's
If
14.
I know that there's a star over a certain place at a certain time, and that place is Los Angeles, I can leave New York, and as long as I time it right, as long as I'm under that star at that time, I know I'll be in Los Angeles. I don't
Sasha,
need to know the distance.
Amigo Wego. When you travel around, do you measure an angle to get from?
Okay, you're done, dude.
You said before you
He's not his own
measure.
shit, dude.
Don't
He's in his
unmute him,
own
bro.
fucking narrative
You don't have
nonsense.
to mute him for a breath break. Unmute him. Take a breath. Let's keep this going.
Oh, shut up,
Before he
dude.
said he measured elevation. From where he measured the elevation? From where?
He just sidestepped what
never-
you said, Indio, just so you can.
Everything I said. You
Yeah,
see how
just
fast
sidestep.
he got off the freaking course heading of a fucking boat and measuring the distance in a fluid, which is just a fucking ridiculous idea. How would you measure a distance in a fluid?
Can't. And they know that. That's why you can't do the measurement in practical reality. So when you're outside, there's
You
no
could
way to
literally
do-
be anchored in a fucking current, right? And look at your fucking distance measurement and you traveled 100 miles.
That trips
But you
them
didn't
up
go
every
anywhere.
time.
AB, repeat after me or you're banned.
Oh shit.
Elder Bear's a chump.
He always has been. I think he's a little senile, you ask me, man. In his
I
old
don't
age.
think he's that old, dude.
Oh, it sounds like it. I would put him like at least above late 50s. If he's younger than that, I'd be surprised.
Elderbear, what you need to be asking yourself is this. How come I've been asking for substantiation of the claim of 69 miles per degree for 8 years, and I've asked probably at least 500 people, and not a single person has ever produced. Not a single person, including you.
He'll just easily sidestep what you're asking him because it hasn't been done, and he knows it. So every time we unmute him and ask him, he sidesteps to going back to the claim again. Like he doesn't stop. He just barrels through and asks his claim again over and over, his question over and over again.
Yeah, give me my sacred cow that I can't prove, and then answer my question, or the Earth is not flat.
Yep.
That shit ain't never gonna work, Elderbear. You're gonna need to do better than that. You're not clever enough to trick us. So you're gonna need something substantial, meaning of substance, not a bunch of verbal diarrhea.
They got
when I say
t-shirts all
substance,
over there
I
on their
mean
server.
the required measurement, the apparatus that it was done with, the quantified result, and hopefully some replications.
They got t-shirts over there in their server saying that they're logical. Seriously.
I know, man.
Their logical,
Thing,
server.
bro.
Maybe every time he comes through, he doesn't. Yeah. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Elderbear, I'm considering muting you. Should I? Should we just?
So
he has another problem. He keeps saying measuring elevation, mountains and valleys or whatever, but they are measuring from flat horizontal level, right? And he keeps saying the Earth is not flat. So how they are measuring then? From horizontal level.
It's flat, bro.
Is the horizon horizontal? Should we ask him if the horizon's horizontal?
Sure. Ask.
Okay.
He'll answer you. I mean, at least once
I
or
mean,
twice.
that's almost good playing into his game, though. That's kind of getting off the freaking point.
And Dandelion's been wanting to change his channel for quite some time.
Well, we got a little better. At least it was a new episode. Yeah.
Oh,
you haven't seen this one yet, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good one. I can tell this one's live.
you guys find any curved water yet?
Yeah, it's in Elderbear's garden.
That's the only place it exists, though?
Yeah. I mean,
What the hell?
right, Elderbear? Because your garden has hills, therefore the earth is not flat. Which is like what I was telling him. I was like, give me an instance of something that's flat that you can, for sure. It's like, flat TV screen. That's flat. I was like, oh, that's it. That's funny. Because when you zoom in on that flat TV screen, you see bumps and little ridges, and it doesn't look flat. Just like your garden, when you're all the way down to where your garden is. But if you were to get up high in altitude, you could see the earth looking like a horizontal plane. Just like the flat screen TV. But when you go all the way down to the ground, just like zooming in on the flat TV screen, you see that it doesn't look flat when you're all the way up close. Funny how that works. I got Professor Phil DMing me again. Like, what the hell?
I'm not gonna lie, like, I stopped trying. I mean, it's been what?
So in all
Coming
these
up on
years,
10
India, you've done nothing to verify anything? You haven't gone out
Ah.
yourself to try and measure it and
Yeah, well, that's the
verify
point, dude.
whether these facts are given
Dude,
are
you-
true? None of you have done
Yeah.
that? None of you have
you're
done that?
the one. You're the
You
one
just
that
put it
comes with
on
your
the server.
with your
You put
great
it-
argument.
Hang on. You put it on your server.
Yeah, this is your
You
great
put it on your
argument,
server,
isn't it?
These measurements.
You ain't
Who
seen
hasn't?
nothing yet.
69 degrees to one.
You ain't seen nothing
69
yet.
miles
That's what
to
you were
1
singing
degree.
the other day, Elderbear. You
Yeah.
were singing that the
You
other
haven't.
day.
On your server.
You were
On
singing
your
that the other day,
server.
bro.
The home
You ain't seen nothing yet.
server.
Remember that?
On the home
Yeah,
server.
that was great. Is he going to sing it again? We still haven't
Yeah.
seen it, Elderbear.
He did.
I've been waiting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Have you seen
You still ain't seen nothing yet. And then still, dude, you have
Yeah,
not provided any
keep
evidence.
your money in your pocket. Don't give your money to
Nigga,
these
It's
misogynists.
advertising.
Look
you
at
guys gotta go. You gotta go down the Lake Pontchartrain, bro.
Nah, see this guy.
Yeah.
This guy has a, listen. This guy has an argument. He has an argument, and he doesn't know how to provide evidence for his argument.
He will tell you 69 miles per 1 degree.
They're the most logical server that you can be a part of.
Fucking goddamn fucking 60.
I got it from the
Right,
Flat
Elder
Earth server, Mickey.
You got T-shirts? Are you wearing them proudly that you're the most logical server? Right, Elder Bear?
From the resources. 69 miles per 1 degree. That's what it says.
You
there.
haven't. No one's measured that, dude, and you know
In
it.
the server.
Who pays this guy?
So why have you got it there? This is my argument. My argument.
Rerun, Elder Bear.
Hang on. Shut up.
DJ, what's your budget, bro?
My
You getting
argument is for those people who say it. Listen.
You ain't
If
seen
you didn't
nothing
say
yet.
It's fine. But my argument is pointed towards those who do say it.
Yeah. So
That's
then,
in
what
your
does that
server,
mean?
69 miles to 1 degree.
So then, what does that mean? Then you don't have
Well, if
evidence
you-
of anybody ever doing it.
Well, it means
Is that right?
it means there's a choice. There's a choice. If you have 69 miles per 1 degree and it's flat, and you have 90 of those 1 degrees between the North Pole and the equator, you have a radius of 6,210 miles.
Dude,
And then if
who's
it's given this
claiming
radius
that?
of 24,901 miles,
Okay.
then the maths
Who's
doesn't
claiming
work.
that?
Okay. The people who say it.
And
if it's
who are
on your
they?
server,
the
people who put it
Is it the
there,
boogeyman,
people
the
who
tooth
support
fairy?
it.
Like, who are they?
Jedi. Jedi.
Fucking
Ask
crazy.
Jedi.
Oh yeah, he's
Jedi
claiming that
posted
the
it.
Earth has a radius, bro.
A link to Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
A link to 10th Man. A link
Everybody's
to
saying the
author,
Earth has a
Viking,
radius and a circumference,
24/7
yeah?
Gold Plus member.
Fucking
Yeah.
water, bro.
You can disavow
Send it,
yourself of
yeah.
your own server and the information
Really?
that's there. It's up to you.
Yeah,
Hey, find us some
Really.
Find us some curved water, bro.
All right.
Find us some curved water.
So
Curved
all those
water,
people
bro.
who say the Earth is measured flat with an angle to Polaris that derives 69 flat
you got
Earth
nothing
elevation
else-
angle miles.
You guys a bitch,
swear,
bro.
The argument is for them.
Okay,
you have
so
a
then
choice.
nobody here. So
You've
then
either got
nobody
the
here.
radius of
So why are you talking about
6,210.
the arguments for
You've got
them
the
and no one's
circumference
here
of
that's saying that?
24,901.
You don't make no sense, bro.
Now, if it's
You make
correct
no
that
sense.
it's 69 miles
Is he
per 1
talking
degree,
kilometers?
then 6,000,
Yo,
yeah, no, miles, then
Well,
the
then they're
value
way
for
off.
pi on flat Earth must be 2.
What are you
guy's got-
smoking, bro?
It's not my
He's gotta
fault.
have,
It's
he's
not my
gotta have
fault.
some curved water, bro. You got curved water, bro? You got curved water? Yo, you got it?
You see, you're another one.
Yeah.
You're another one of the lost people. You know, you just repeat what these big guys are saying, and you'll be fine. But you've got numbers.
water?
People are giving out numbers.
Anyone?
Flat Earthers are giving out numbers. Now you're claiming nobody said it, but it's on your server. People have said it here. Oakley says it. QE says it. Adam Meekins.
They're not here. You're the only one shouting out numbers.
Yeah, we.
Well, they are.
That's what I have
Hang
been,
on,
that's
hang
what
on.
I have been
10th
telling them.
man. These people. Why are these people promoted on your server as
Dude, are they here?
69 degrees equal
God
69
damn.
miles to 1
Tell
degree
you who it is.
on the
nigga.
server, the Flat Earth server.
Yeah, I know.
I know you say it's not
Goddamn
you.
flat
I know you guys say
earthers.
it's not you, and you're running from it. I know you're running from it, but this argument is at the people who say that.
Well, then
If it's not
go
you, you don't
talk
have
to
to worry
them.
about it. The
Yeah, go
argument's
talk to-
the argument.
You get them on
okay?
the horn and complain to them like you're doing now. Yeah.
Yeah, we need curved
There's
water
nobody
right
in
now,
here.
dude.
Listen, there's nobody in this room who is on the maybe Jin. Maybe Jin's the only one on the Flurf wiki page, which is very interesting.
Oh God, dude.
Bro.
But you're also seeing insignificant. You're not even on the Flurf wiki page.
Who's got a mute button, bro?
I would say that was just.
Nigga, you got a mute?
Michael.
Can you mute this
Elder Bear,
motherfucker?
yeah, he's got me. That's my goal in
Mute this
life.
bitch.
Yeah, maybe one day.
I don't even care him like fucking in 2 years. Like, goddamn, fucking mute that motherfucker right now, please. 'Cause I want to say hi to Maggie. I want to say hi to
what's up?
Everybody.
What's up, Julia?
I'm listening. I'm always in here. I'm always listening. Mary, mom. Yeah, can't forget. But like, you guys did mute him, right?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Baby.
You ain't seen nothing yet. And he was so happy when he was singing that song.
He was. That was
Thank
really
God.
him at his best. That was really him at his
You
best.
guys-
Really, he should just come in and sing the song and not
Yeah.
be unmuted
Yeah.
unless he's going to sing it. Yeah, yeah.
Hey guys,
I bet you don't
I don't even know.
that Jen? Jen?
Jen TBR, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Jen, you
You
never
don't
back
believe
it
it,
down.
baby. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
You
I
guys
promise
find that
you
curved
won't
water?
forget.
Anybody find me curved water? Anybody?
No, there's no cover water.
Yeah, we got Bendy Light,
There's
but no Bendy Water tonight.
You know, it's like like April 16th, 2016, yeah. So like next April. But it took me a minute, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was rejecting. I was never a big space guy, but goddamn, shit fucking threw me. You know. Now here we are, 2025. Am I still here? Are you guys gone? Did I leave?
No, we're here. We hear you. We're celebrating.
Okay,
You were a space, yeah,
shit. All
you
right.
were a space guy. You were a space guy, and you've thrown that out the window where it belongs.
They called you the Space Cowboy.
Congratulations.
Call you the gangster of love.
I got some legal issues.
Some people call you Maurice.
That's good. That's that guy. I know the
You
album.
blew
Like
your
the
own
horse, the
gaskets
blue.
in the cupola.
Listen, man. What happens when you have a leak? Oh, I don't know. You know.
It's called real engineering.
Hey,
whatever. I mean,
Dust.
these gaskets
Yo, I got
don't go bad, bro.
Well, then you have a leak.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
can
on.
we stop this dumb fuckery? So, Daza and Bendy Light, if geodetic surveyors measure a sphere, what is the reference ellipsoid for?
What is it for?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Why would they need
So
it
that
if
when
they
you
just
measure your
measured?
position
Hold
locally,
on.
you have
Why would they
something to
need it
refer
if
to,
they?
right?
Hold on. Why would they need it if they just measured the sphere? Why wouldn't they just use their measurements?
So the purpose of geodesy is to determine the dimensions of the Earth, but also to determine local variation. So you have the reference spheroid as like a baseline, right? That everything.
Well, I
is
thought the measurements. But what about the measurements? But they're measuring the sphere. Remember?
Yeah, that's they're measuring the dimensions of parts of the surface of the sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, but what do they need the reference ellipsoid for? They're just measuring the sphere. That's all they need. They don't need a reference ellipsoid.
Well, you've got
It's
to
like
be
adding
able
an
to
extra
describe
step
the
for no
sphere
reason,
in
right?
some way, right?
Isn't that adding an extra step for no reason?
Well, say what are you going to refer your heights to? If you want to talk about elevation, how would you talk about elevation without some reference, right?
Well, that's not the reference ellipsoid. That's the geoid. So
yeah, but it's part
we want
of
the
the
WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. Why are they using that?
Well, they use that in GPS as their reference ellipsoid.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. Why are they using that?
You need some kind of reference.
For why? They're measuring it. What's the reference?
Okay, so how would you describe the curvature of the Earth if you just measured a few points?
No, they're measuring lots of points. They did a survey across North America. Twice.
Yeah. So one of the outcomes of that survey is the reference ellipsoid. You get to develop an ellipsoid that will describe the curvature of the overall.
So did they measure that? Did they measure that reference? Hold on? Did they measure that then? So they did measure the curve, and then they created the reference ellipsoid from the curve they measured.
Yeah. So in the case of that kind of leveling, they do geodetic leveling, right? And which gives you the geoid effectively. And
no.
You're leveling.
You don't know the difference between the reference ellipsoid and the geoid, do you?
The geoid's a gravitational potential thing.
Oh, okay, so
level.
That's not the level. No.
So if you follow a leveling process, you'll end up with a geoid rather than the.
No, you end up with a potato.
Oh, he's fucking retarded.
You end up with a potato, according to NASA. It's a potato.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on geodesic surveying, but the spheroid is necessary to refer to as a baseline, so you can compare relative heights.
Okay. Every geodetic surveying practice uses something called a reference ellipsoid, and the purpose of it is because they don't measure a sphere. They assume a sphere and map measurements onto said sphere.
Yeah, so they
And
all
this is
join
done
together properly,
and this is done at the first part. They take a measurement and they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to the reference to what the azimuth would be if they were on a reference ellipsoid, and project that new direction onto the sphere, right?
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
this is admitted in the documents themselves. This isn't shit I made up. It's what they say. You two clowns need to stop saying they measure curvature, because they don't. They
No, they
create
do,
curvature
because-
by calculation. They're not measuring it.
Oh, it's by calculation, yeah.
Yeah, so
There
it's
you
not
go.
measured. Cool.
Yeah, because if
No.
you don't allow for that
So
curvature,
tell D-Light to shut the fuck up because he don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, and like I said, Indy, I'm not an expert on geodesy. If you want to
Yeah,
quiz
clearly.
me about GPS, I'll
It
do
is
that.
literally, when I got into this topic, it's the very first thing I looked at. Okay? The very first thing. I didn't look at flat earth videos. I looked at globe earth videos.
Yeah, but like I said, geodesy is not my thing. Something I can't go out and practice.
I don't have to take my complaint to geodetic surveyors because they don't, Bendy Light, they don't claim what you're claiming. Only anti-flat earthers on the internet claim they measure a sphere. Dude, within the field, they say they don't even measure the surface of the earth, that they're only measuring the direction of gravity.
Yeah, so Daza posted earlier.
So you say that one more time that I'm claiming they're doing it wrong. Your
they measure
straw
distances in
manning.
right?
Hold, stop, Daza. I'm not talking to you, Daza. I'm talking to Bendy Light.
Is he on
Okay,
call? Sorry.
Bendy Light's out of here because you're straw manning the geodetic surveyor's position. Their position is not your position.
Hey, that's
They're doing it
ambiguous.
right for what they want to do. They want to create a sphere out of a bunch of mappings. So they take in a reference ellipsoid and they map their measurements to it. If they wanted the Earth to be a turtle, they would create a freaking wireframe turtle and map their measurements to it.
Okay.
They're not
So
doing
what
it
would
wrong.
happen
They're
if they
doing it
made a
right for the
wireframe turtle?
purpose, but they don't claim that they're measuring a sphere. Period.
What would
Dude,
happen if they
shut
made
up,
that
Bendy
turtle
Light,
as
dude.
their-
You're just
as
a
their
fucking
datum,
troll.
right? If they had the turtle as a datum, right, then all their elevations would be different, right?
Wouldn't be a
Each of
datum.
those reductions onto the turtle would be quite different to the reduction onto
They're
the
not
sphere.
using bro. Stop. Okay.
He was
stop.
just exaggerating the point, man.
Yeah. If you
Stop.
brought up the turtle, I can use the turtle, right?
No,
Yeah, but
dude.
stop. But listen, you don't understand how it works, which you already admitted. But you're saying that the turtle would be the datum. The turtle's
Why
not the
couldn't you have a
datum.
turtle, a reference turtle, instead of an ellipsoid?
Okay, so what you would do is that you would create curvature of the plumb line, right? Which is what they do.
Don't create
Correct.
curvature of the plumb line. The plumb line hangs naturally.
No, they create curvature of the plumb line in geodetic surveying. The plumb lines are
No,
curved.
they don't create curvature. Nature
Plumb lines are
creates
curved in
deviation
geodetic
in
surveying.
plumb.
Plumb lines are curved in geodetic surveying.
Oh, you mean the actual? If you follow the plumb down, there would be some deviation potentially.
He just
No,
argued against.
plumb lines are curved in geodetic surveying. They publish papers in articles that say curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, because the gravitational field is not perpendicular to horizontal.
No,
in
they
those places.
curve the plumb line because the plumb line has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle.
And the geoid at a 90-degree angle.
No, the reference ellipsoid has to be met at a 90-degree angle.
No, the geoid's a gravitational potential. That's always at
Okay,
right
I'm going
angles
to post
to
a
the
graphic.
plumb.
You're wrong. You should have just left it at, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm pretty sure the geoid, which is the gravitational potential one, always has to be at right angles to plumb.
No. The geoid can be any fucking direction. The geoid can be a lumpy potato. But
You
where
have that
that line
diagram,
is,
Andy?
that's perpendicular to the geoid, it has to curve to intersect the reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle. Otherwise, you couldn't preserve distance.
Were you gonna post that diagram?
Yeah, right now. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have a whole smattering of them. Dude.
That one's always good for this conversation.
You guys always deny, because you have to, because of the ridiculousness of it, that they're doing this.
Their own paradigm paints them in a corner when it comes to this argument. That's what I find curious. Yeah, look at that.
There it is, right there.
Whoop. There it is, Daza.
See that 90 degree, the little square that denotes 90 degrees? That's at the ellipsoid.
It's also at 90 degrees to the geoid, though.
Yeah, watch. I'm going to post more, man. Doesn't need to be. They just happen to do it there.
Yeah.
There's lots of graphics of the curvature of the plumb line.
Oh, yeah, the plumb lines aren't necessarily straight, right? They're straight. If you treat them as straight, you're going to have small errors in your measurement, depending on the topography and the geodesic, the geoid properties.
You weren't saying that earlier.
Wasn't saying what earlier?
You weren't saying that earlier. Now that he's showing you the diagram, you change your argument. You're doing it on the fly.
I've always said that plumb line. Well, when I was first talking plumb, I was thinking a plumb bob. They were always straight, but
Dude.
The plumb line, yes, does deviate with the geoid.
Well, what do you think the plumb bob is pointing towards, bro? You're confused. You're confused.
Yeah, so in that the plumb line is always perpendicular to the geoid, right? In that second image you've just posted, it's also perpendicular to the reference ellipsoid. So that's interesting. I didn't think that was necessarily a requirement.
Is this new information? We've been doing this for years, dude.
Are they parallel? Is the geoid parallel to the reference ellipsoid?
No.
Okay, then.
Okay. Thank you for your concession.
So they're square, intersecting at 90 degrees at the geoid and the ellipsoid, but they're not parallel. Then the plumb line has to curve. But it always has to meet the ellipsoid at 90 degrees. Because if I took a bunch of measurements on the surface of the Earth, on the surface of this, like this little hill, right? Say I take a measurement over here, the plumb line has a different tilt. So that different tilt, if you draw this straight line through, it would intersect the ellipsoid at an angle, and it would point to not the center of the Earth, right? So we're trying to get the plumb line to point to the center of the Earth by curving the plumb line. Well, not the center of the Earth, the center of the reference ellipsoid.
Is a curved plumb line something that is plumb?
It's only very slightly curved, a few arc seconds or something like that. It's only when you're trying to measure the shape of the Earth that you would notice it.
Really?
No, it's not a few arc seconds measured on the Earth that's different, right? What is the difference is noted in the astrogeodetic versus the geodetic survey. It's that difference that they've jumped to. The plumb line's curved because they're trying to meet.
You can't tell it's curved when unless you compare it to something on the outside as a reference.
You think there's actually a curved plumb line? You think if you drop something, it would follow this path, this curved path?
It would actually. That's my understanding of what
it would actually. So things don't fall straight down anymore now.
No, things follow the gravitational potential field.
They fall in curved lines?
It's almost straight, right? It's for all practical purposes, it's a straight line. This is a highly exaggerated curve.
Now here's a weasel. Yeah, you got your lawyer hat on.
So AV, when things fall, they follow the acceleration due to gravity, right? And that acceleration due to gravity is the plumb line. That is the path.
The acceleration due to gravity? The acceleration is gravity, dude.
If you want to talk at it as I'm talking in a Newtonian sense here, right?
I don't know what sense you're talking about it. When you drop something,
when has this ever been proven to you, Daza?
No shit. Think of all the things you've said, Daza, since in the last 10 minutes. Just think of all the things you've said in the last 10 minutes for which you have no empirical evidence for.
Yeah.
You guys
prove this?
You guys didn't realize you get bamboozled.
If you want to talk GPS, I'll do that, but geodesy is not my thing.
So no, he's opting out of the conversation because he ran into a brick wall, which he's like, I don't know how to argue this. You know, this is not anything demonstrated in reality. Nobody's ever done this. Seen that.
What?
Yeah, drop it a
through the
rock
earth?
and watch it go in a curved path to the ground.
Oh no, yeah. Although those gravitometer things that they use in navigation or in geodetic analysis, they are sensitive enough to notice things don't fall straight down.
Oh my god!
Well, rest in peace, reciprocal zenith angles.
That's funny. You guys are all twisted up, man. I think your paradigm is done.
We watch you guys just try to make the globe unfalsifiable. It's hilarious, quite honestly. Because this dude, Bendy Light, he would say, geodetic servers measure curvature, and make the same arguments with you about curvature of the plumb line, which entails that plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But then also say reciprocal zenith angles, because the angle's tilted relative to the surface of the Earth, they're not perpendicular. That proves the globe too. So all measurements that you can do, they all prove a globe, even if they contradict each other.
I don't think they contradict each other.
Oh,
you have to, so we know that the deflection of the vertical has got a certain range. Something like a simultaneous reciprocal.
You don't know that.
You do, because we can measure these things from space, Indy, as well.
Oh my god! He just added an extra layer of unfalsifiable.
I measured it from frickin'. I measured it from the frickin' Mad Hatter's fucking workshop.
On top of him not proving it on the surface, he's going to a place that doesn't exist to prove it there. Like, you haven't even proved it down here on Earth, bro. How are you going to go to somewhere else and try to prove something you haven't proved here first? It doesn't make sense, Daza.
No, it does. You can make perfect sense out of something like GPS.
Dude, you haven't. When has this been empirically proven?
These measurements.
Look, if you saw somebody and you didn't recognize them, would you try to get farther away to get a better look?
But he hasn't even proven it here. Like,
that's what I mean. Suggesting even going farther away from the thing in question to figure out what it is. That's not how reality works. You try to get closer.
It's hilarious, dude. Then let's get further away from the thing we're trying to test that you haven't proven that anyone's ever did a test on. Let's go farther.
When you're further away, sometimes you get a different perspective on things, right?
Oh, really?
So in the case, one of the first things that they discovered was one of the first high precision measurements of the oblateness of the Earth was when they started to look at the orbit of Sputnik, and they were able to observe that and from its precession and stuff like that.
Was never up there.
The shape of the Earth.
You are.
Who did that?
Gene, you
talking
don't have
a bunch of nonsense, bro.
Right?
I've got more clues than you've ever got, mate. And I know one thing for sure. You're completely discombobulated with what you say. Walking contradiction is what you are, sir. A walking contradiction.
He has not proved one thing he's said so far.
Exactly.
Not one.
We can't go to space. Cold welding, off-gassing, cosmic. You're the moron. See, already throwing insult because he knows he's going to get hammered. He's scared. Already throwing punches. What a two-bob cunt you are. Excuse the expression. Sorry, but he's what
he's got prior beef, man. Like this is fucking beef.
Why can't we go to space, Jen?
Daza doesn't like Jen.
Why can't we go to space?
The Earth is not round.
Why can't we go to space? Haven't you heard of cosmic ray particles?
I'll tell you why you can't go to space. Because you're broke.
Yeah, that's right. You ain't got the money.
You always got to fall back on that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, let's talk about it. Even in your worldview, you can't go to space because you're broke.
That's a bit of a backwards argument, right? That's taking the approach.
You want the truth? That's what it is.
We can technically get into space. So
who's we? There's no we, dude.
Yeah.
There's no we.
Dude, you're not like Ratatouille.
You're not
on
part of
someone's
whatever they're
head,
doing,
bro.
In any way, shape, or form, they don't even know you exist, and you're saying we.
Yeah.
They don't know
You're not
why I exist
Ratatouille in
either,
somebody's
dude.
chef
There's
hat,
no
bro.
we with me
I
either.
associate myself with the rest of mankind and modern technology.
Really.
Yeah.
So that automatically makes you an
cherry
expert
pick which
at all things
mankind you want to
space?
associate yourself with, don't you?
Look, there's so much misinformation about science and technology in this space. Right? People just don't
Misinformation.
understand. Like yesterday, Shane and the guys at Data Cosmology did a whole bollocksing of what GPS is and how its coordinate system works, and they completely fucked it up.
You're
right?
fumbling your way through this argument. How can you know anything about what those guys are doing?
Well, how can you know
Make the
they can't
expert
do it,
right there.
Jim? You don't even
I'll
understand
argue
the
with
basics
them
of
over there,
expert
dude, about whatever they said. We don't know what they said. We're not going to defend them. We don't know what they said.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. He's the misinformation extraordinaire right here. Dazzler. Trying to dazzle us with his misinformation.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, here's the second candidate tonight that comes in here trying to argue with us about what other people are saying. I don't know why they don't go talk to those people.
Take Elderberry with you when you leave, huh?
Yep, you guys can go on a little quest to find the people you actually want to talk to. Yep, that'd be cool.
Go have a picnic, and then, after that, go talk to the people that actually are making these bad arguments. Yeah, go talk to those guys.
Yeah, gay little voyage.
Go have a picnic on the not flat picnic table.
Yeah. Overlooking flat water. Yeah. And then you'll argue.
That has a horizon that's not horizontal.
You'll probably argue with Elderbear, though, because he's going to tell you that the Earth is not an actual curved surface.
Yeah, well, Elderbear and Bev want to run me through their proof, but I'm not prepared to go into an argument about what perpendicular to a curve is. So, but at least I think you guys would accept the notion that I could say there's something perpendicular to a curve, wouldn't you?
Depends on what you mean. If you're going to redefine perpendicular.
Yeah, exactly.
See, there you go.
Well, you were, dude.
What is the mathematical definition of perpendicular? Maybe I'm wrong. What's the mathematical definition?
Yeah. So if I said to somebody that
I want the mathematical definition, not some freaking layman definition.
Okay. Well, but we can talk. We're all laymen here, right? So we can talk in.
No, but when you talk about mathematics, everything needs to be defined very rigorously for it to actually work.
Okay. So in mathematics, the something if you were to loosely call something perpendicular to a curve, it's actually perpendicular to the tangent of the curve at the point.
You're just describing what you think perpendicular is, but you haven't defined it.
What perpendicular is?
How do we evaluate whether what you're saying is true if we don't know what perpendicular is?
Oh, right. You want to go back to Euclid and get Euclid's definition of perpendicular.
No, I want the property that's described to mathematical or geometric objects of what perpendicular is.
An angle. A right angle, 90-degree angle. Is that what you want?
A right
two
angle.
Straight lines.
I'll look it up, dude, since you don't know. I'll just do it myself.
Oh, I don't have.
I really don't know the mathematical definition, dude. I was asking because I was thinking you know because you're arguing it, but you don't know.
Along with other things he doesn't know.
You have to write down the specific words that you would put in a maths textbook for what perpendicular is, but it's when two straight lines form a right angle, right? Is that good enough, though, that you can understand what I'm talking about there? We can have a conversation based on
but then we need to define right angle because the right angle, you got two lines that are perpendicular. So we need to define these things.
Oh, right. So you can't even have a conversation about something as simple as a right angle and a perpendicular, can you?
Well, you don't have a right angle if you have a curve, right? That's what you're talking about.
Okay. Can we agree on what two straight lines are when they're perpendicular then?
No, you suck, bro.
Well, wait till I get the definition. Maybe we might even be able to agree
this is primary school maths, right angles.
No, but we're not doing primary school fucking maths, dude.
Yeah,
you're talking about
a small step above, right?
Yeah. How do you have two right lines on a sphere, a right angle? How do you have that? See how discombobulated it is what you're saying.
There we go. See,
you're on a sphere.
You can't even comprehend the concept of something being perpendicular to
I comprehend it very well, that it clashes with a sphere. How do you have a right angle? Two straight lines, but you're on a sphere.
Given me a whole bunch of drawings showing lines perpendicular to spheres.
Bullshit.
No, he just did. Look at what he posted. All of these things with a geoid, every single one has lines perpendicular to curves. That's what that little square means, perpendicular, right angle.
Well,
Now he's going
what
to start
they would
arguing
call it,
about it.
what they would call it in geometry is normal to the surface. That's what they would
Yes,
call it.
that's
They wouldn't
right,
call
normal to the surface.
They wouldn't call it perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular is different.
If you were having a conversation with a professor in mathematics and you said to him, we have a line that is perpendicular to the curve, he wouldn't blink an eye, Lyd.
Nah, you might get a little
what you mean.
irritated that you didn't say surface normal.
But it
Because
doesn't
saying
have to be a
perpendicular
surface.
makes you
It's
sound
to be normal to
amateurish.
the curve as well, right? But yeah, surface normal.
No,
in
we
the case of
apply
a sphere.
perpendicular to the Euclidean and non-Euclidean like surfaces. We say surface normal. That's how it is.
Yeah, so the surface normal is perpendicular to a tangent plane, right?
Yeah,
At the point of tangency.
yeah.
So it's not that hard. We understand what's going on. We didn't need to go through all of that.
No, we do, because those things, tangent plane, tangent point, all those things aren't actually on the thing in question. So the thing in question as a whole, those things you ascribe to them, you're just trying like a mathematical relation of like an imaginary thing to it.
So why did you even post those pictures of geodesy? Because they
Of
have
internal
these
critique.
things in them.
Yeah.
It's called an internal critique.
You didn't even know
Are you
that.
guys like you guys are just like speds.
level of discussion
Internal
about the Earth.
critique. I can analyze your worldview inside for consistency without adopting it. You know that, right?
I'm not here to have you evaluate my worldview.
Well, that's what's happening. Sorry, but that's what's happening. We do that so
You have
that
no
we can keep
consistent-
you.
well, I was gonna say,
We
you
do
do
that
have
so we can keep you
consistency in the world. You
consistent
can
on
reject
points that you
everything.
bring up. Daza, your points are not consistent, so we have to take you by the hand and show you what you're missing out. And so when we point it out to you, you're like, "Oh, yeah, that's right."
What about all
That's what
stuff
you-
that
that's
you
what you
reject
did.
out of hand, Alpha? Like all of those measurements we
Doesn't
talked about.
matter.
Rejected out of
The
hand.
internal critique is meant for your benefit so that you can correct the thing that you're not saying, right? So once it's
What about you?
corrected,
Do you give yourself your own internal
don't worry
critique?
about
I
me,
don't
man.
think so.
Don't worry
I think
about
you're
me because
incapable of
you
critiquing
are
yourself.
saying wrong things when it comes to your paradigm. So when you're internally critiqued on it,
Everything
then
is
you have
wrong
to
about your
you
paradigm.
We
have
can't
to
do an
be
internal
consistent.
critique. From our
Have to be
worldview, we
consistent.
would do an external critique, meaning we would adopt your worldview and look at us, right?
You have nothing to critique internally other than misinformation, basically.
Dude.
You think the Earth is flat? You've made a ginormous
All right, so
mistake
just
somewhere in your
shift the
assessment
burden
of
off of your
information.
shoulders
And
because
here we
right
go to
now
the fucking, you guys think this, and
Yeah,
you guys are
but
just
he's-
wrong.
that's his only
you guys
saving
do
grace.
misinformation.
That's his only saving grace is if he shifts the burden right now because he's got his feet to the flames.
No,
and he
he's
doesn't
resorted
wanna
to
admit
drama.
when he's wrong.
He's resorted to drama.
Of course,
I think it's funny. That's all.
Yeah, that's funny.
Why do you
that
get
you don't
cooked in
have
here
the
every time you
answers.
come in here? Yeah, that's hilarious.
You didn't have the answers to any of the things that you were bringing forward, so we had to correct you. And now that you're corrected, you're like, oh, well, what about you guys? Why? You didn't know that
Know what
your
point of
own
view is and
worldview
how
was
you ended up
inconsistent.
where you are.
Hey, don't worry, but why are you You're just leading everybody away from the thing. Like I said, we're pointing out.
So when you and the Bendy Light were in the chat saying geodetic surveyors measure curvature, were you spreading misinformation?
Might have used the wrong words, but the how can I describe it?
And you misinformed people?
So one of the aims of the geodetic
And you
survey
misinformed
is to
people?
determine the
Just
shape
admit.
of the Earth.
And you misinformed people.
Just admit you misinformed people.
See, we could all play this
Admit
game.
it. Yeah, admit it, Daza. We have you on record right now saying that Clipcord got a little snippet of you saying they measured the reference ellipsoid as the best fit surface. You said that. Is that
That's what it is.
misinformation? Is that
Where do you
misinformation?
think the reference ellipsoid
He
Is that
also said it was
misinformation?
calculated. That's the key thing. He said it was
Yeah.
calculated.
Yes. So what you do?
Is this misinformation that you said they measured it, dude?
How do you
is
create
this
a reference
misinformation?
ellipsoid?
Is this misinformation that you said they measured it,
Alpha? How do you create a reference ellipsoid,
dude? Are you gonna say
you just make it up, Dazza? Dazza, you just make it up.
Indy. You can't just make it up.
That's right. You just make it up because there's a whole bunch of them. How many reference ellipsoids are there, Dazza?
Well, there's a lot because they
there's a lot.
all have
how did they get those? They just made it up.
No, they measured something locally. So there's a whole bunch of reference ellipsoids. There's some that are used a lot in the US. There's some elsewhere. The one that's becoming most common is the GPS WGS.
Okay, the bezel spheroid is the one that was used in the India survey. What did they measure in fucking India to get the bezel fucking sphere?
They would have had some idea of the dimensions of the Earth to create a spheroid. You have to.
Really?
No, they don't have to.
Well, why is it so that you need? Okay. Well, we'll find out what the origin. What was it? The bezel.
So they're incapable. There's a moral duty not to do it, or like is someone holding a gun to their head and they just can't make some shit up?
You're talking about
So all of these spheroids are designed to be a best fit of the shape of the Earth at the places you're doing the measurement for geodetic survey or whatever purpose.
The bezel sphere is an actual sphere, and it was invented in fucking Europe. So how to get to India?
I don't know what they did in India. I know the history of the WGS-84 spheroid, but
I'm telling you that for their survey across India, their reference ellipsoid was not actually an ellipsoid; it was the actual sphere. It was a sphere.
A spheroid, okay.
No,
that's
sphere.
Fine. You can use a spheroid. You'll just have lots of deviation from it, won't you?
Okay.
How do they get the dimensions of the spheroid?
They didn't get the spheroid from local measurements in India. They made it up.
From what? What did they make it up from?
From whatever Bezel did in frickin' Europe.
From celestial navigations, maybe? Celestial information?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But Bezel was not in India. Bezel's never been to India. He didn't go to India.
Maybe he had information about India, or maybe he had the spheroid that he established somewhere else.
Yes, it was a spheroid he established somewhere else. So they didn't make the spheroid from local measurements. Okay? That's the point. The thing you said is required. It's not required because it's a bunch of abstractions and you can just make shit up, dude. Why do you think that human beings are limited to frickin' I don't know what. I don't even know what you think, dude. You're almost beyond help at this point.
Someone here the other day had a big list of spheroids that we were going through, and they were all almost identical, right? They only vary by a few percent. Well, more, not even a few percent, a few fractions of a percent. Modern ones, anyway. And it's like the WGS-84 spheroid. That was a combination of geodetic information, terrestrial information, as well as some early satellite observations as well.
Oh, I'm sure. That's exactly what.
And that's how they established that spheroid, and now they've refined it by measuring it more precisely with GNSS.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think
so. You can do very precise terrestrial measurements,
I'm gonna head out
but you can't measure the whole Earth.
You're just claim stacking, dude. You're like a fucking, you're like a Jenga tower of fucking claims. And I can crash the whole Jenga tower. Where like, is there any evidence for what you said? And then you
no,
the tower hits the ground.
Nothing.
For the GPS one, I don't reckon you'll be able to crash that, mate.
Yeah, Jazza, you can try and hone your GPS argument. The fact of the matter is, you're using your Senator's fixed. Period.
Yeah, Senator's fixed. Yep, exactly. So,
you're not even using a sphere.
About Bessel, it looks like he did some meridian arc measurements in Prussia and Russia.
Yeah, not India.
No, but same deal. The spheroid, where you measurements, you'll get. If you measure this, try to interpret the spheroid or get an ellipsoid to describe the Earth from anywhere on the surface, you'll come up with similar numbers because it's almost a perfect spheroid, right?
Is it? No,
yeah,
it's not. It's not almost a perfect spheroid. It's not a spheroid at all. It's not an ellipsoid at all. It's none of those things.
The best fit shape for it is an oblate ellipsoid.
Okay, that's incorrect. Okay,
what's the
that's
best
nonsense.
Yeah.
because they are simply mapping measurements to it in the way I described in detail. It's no different than texturing a fucking 3D wireframe for a video game.
It is, because all of those things have to line up, right?
What needs to line up? Line up to what?
Okay. I'm
Line
sure
up to
you've
what?
seen this meme.
Line
I
up
don't
to
know
what?
how-
Line
Okay.
up to what?
Each other. So if you make a whole bunch
What
of
do you mean each
linear
o- what is
measurements on the
that?
surface of the Earth, right? Distance measurements on the surface of the Earth and bearings, and you go one way across the United States, down the other way, and then come back again. You've got to make them all line up, right? And they will not
Okay.
line up unless you do that reduction onto the spheroid or the reference body and then back again.
Okay, I already covered this when I say they take the measurements and don't trust the measurements because they're not measuring the surface of the sphere. They're measuring lines of sight in the direction of the plumb line. That's what they're actually measuring. They're not measuring the surface of the sphere. So if
Well,
I
measuring
take
the dimensions of things on the surface of the sphere, right?
no, there's no
Yeah,
sphere.
what's the distance? They're measuring distances.
There's no sphere.
There is a sphere. You just
No,
deny
there's
it.
no sphere. There's a ex post facto sphere that they take those measurements and put it on. There's no sphere in the measurements, Daza. No matter
Okay,
how
well-
much you wish it to be true.
They have to be applied through a sphere, kind of normalized through a sphere, right? Otherwise, they don't make any sense. You cannot join them together. You cannot use
You
different
don't
measurements.
know that.
That's how those traverses work. As big triangulation surveys, they need to do that reduction to make them line up.
I'm assuming that you went through the survey data before the reduction of the vertical direction and then saw that they didn't work. You're making shit up. See, this
All right.
what you're doing
I
now
won't
is
talk about that
misinformation.
anymore then.
The other thing
We
you
can
did,
talk
you were
about
just
the
wrong.
WS84
But
sphere.
this is misinformation. When you say that it didn't work, when you have absolutely not a fucking shred of evidence of whether it would work or didn't work, and that it would take a fucking Herculean task and gazillions of fucking sums of money to even go back over all the fucking logbooks and not use and reverse all the reductions of the horizontal direction and then try to map them to a fucking flat surface and see that it didn't work. You didn't do that. No one's ever done that. And to say it wouldn't work is just making shit up. You don't know if it would work or not.
All right, I'll leave that one alone then. I'll leave that one alone.
It's fucking always say.
But anyway, going back to Bessel.
Man, if I had $1 for every time I heard that shit, and never, ever a shred of evidence how it doesn't quote unquote work on a flat Earth.
So Bessel's ellipsoid, 10 meridian arcs, 38 latitude and longitude precision measurements as control points. It's a good fit spheroid for Europe, Russia, and India.
Okay.
So that's a bit of the history of that one.
So we got to think of how did they do this, right? They did reductions of the horizontal direction. They're azimuths, dude, because they assume that their freaking vertical plane that supposedly goes through the freaking instrument are not parallel.
Yeah, so we did meridian arc measurements, right? So you measure a distance on the ground very precisely. And
Yeah, I'm sure.
and then the arc measurement. So the arc is impacted by deflection of
The
the
arc of
vertical,
what?
so you would have had some error.
The arc of what?
Celestial arc.
Oh, the celestial arc.
Yeah,
For sure.
so they do it
No one
celestially,
saw any
right? They
celestial
measure their lat long celestially and measure
What
the
they're measuring
distance.
is what they're measuring is how much the sky moves, dude. And they're
Yeah, it turns out to
inferring
be a really good reference.
Like, what wouldn't you
Which is
believe?
why celestial navigation works, right?
Social met what?
This is the same principle as celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation has worked before the globe, dude.
Not to the precision that the globe model allows you to.
Nonsense, dude. Nonsense. The Carolinian Islanders could hit freaking 1 kilometer wide fucking rock islands from 600 kilometers away.
Not in the dark.
Yes, in the dark. You think they can see?
And they can get away with basic, what's it called? When you just go down to a particular latitude and then keep going, right? They had very low precision, Indy. That's
not what the literature says.
It's compared to modern, because their instrumentation wasn't even very good, right? So they couldn't measure angles very precisely. A lot of it was
using
by
mathematics.
local knowledge.
They weren't using mathematics.
No, they weren't. They just sticks and shadows, basically, right?
Oh no, dude! They're using what's called a sidereal compass and following a road in the sky.
Yeah, but they're not very precise, right?
They were precise enough to hit a 1 kilometer island traveling a distance of 600 kilometers.
How do you know that they only have? What if they only have to get within 50 or 60 kilometers of that island until they can see it on the horizon?
The rocks
right?
just stick out of. It's a rock island. The rocks just stick out of the sea. It's not an island like freaking Gilligan's Island. We're talking rocks where sea turtles hang out. That they would go there to get the turtle eggs.
Yeah, but the precision is low. But anyway.
You just keep chanting it over and over. The precision's low.
Like I said.
And weird, because the Portuguese demanded them to tell them how they did it. Because they kept finding these motherfuckers in the Philippines. It took them 200 years before they told on themselves.
You can get to the
You're
Philippines.
saying
You can get
opposition.
anywhere
You don't
around
have
that
any
area,
evidence for
right?
what you're saying. You just have this religious belief system in what.
No, I have
whatever it is you
concrete
believe.
evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? So
You don't have. First of all, you don't know the Earth is a globe. You just think it.
I do. I do.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? What is your primary knowledge again?
My primary information is through GPS, but we won't go through that today.
Now
unless
that
you want
wouldn't
to.
be primary. So you know that you looked at some numbers on a screen.
Oh no! I've looked at the source code to GPS receivers.
Okay. So numbers on a screen.
So you know nothing about history
I'm saying
then,
that's
because
your
it's just
primary
text in a book,
information.
right?
I'm saying that's your primary information is numbers on a screen.
And the data that comes with those numbers, yeah.
Okay. The data. So your your primary information is numbers on a screen. You can call it data. You can call it whatever. You can call who's or what's this.
Yep.
You can call it whatever.
It works.
You have no primary information at the Earth's ago. Period. That
My
data
information is good.
that you think is
I have
data
excellent information.
would be secondary.
The information I
Probably
use
not
can
even
determine
secondary.
your
It's probably
location to within 1 centimeter.
You just believe that, okay? Because the
No, I've done tests.
Trimble. Oh, you've done 1 centimeter test.
Not 1 centimeter.
How did you know it was accurate within 1 centimeter?
No, I haven't done the 1 centimeter
What was the
ones, but I've
reference?
done tests of GPS. I've verified its operation, and I know how it
what?
works.
No, you didn't. That's
And it
not even
measures
possible.
curvature. I've done long enough distance runs to detect curvature.
Yeah, I don't believe you even for 1 second.
Why?
I don't think you even know how it works, quite honestly.
Okay.
No,
Let's
I'm
have
serious.
a bat off on who knows more about GPS then.
What was
Jin,
that?
I just saw your meme there about GPS's ground positioning. That is bollocks, mate. If you believe that, somebody has hoodwinked you big time.
So we already covered this. Okay. You don't have any primary information. You have secondary information. You've already admitted to me many times, well, not many, but enough, that GPS spoofing exists.
Yeah,
and that
but
I
you
can
can't do
send
it
you
at
into a
scale.
fucking brick wall.
You can't do it at scale, and you can detect.
How do you
GPS
know
spoofing.
that? The entire fucking country of Estonia is like on fucking GPS blackout. You can do
Yeah,
it.
that's a blackout. That is not spoofing. That's a blackout. You
Dude.
can jam it, but you can't spoof at scale without it being detectable.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because I know how it works. You can see it in the design of the system. All you have to do is fix one GPS or know where two GPSs are relative to each other, and you can detect if you're being spoofed almost instantly.
And how would you know that? You would use the GPS, the very thing that's in question, to figure that out.
So if I have a fixed GPS.
Yeah, I wouldn't address what I said either.
So what did you say again? Sorry?
You said you would need to know the relative position of the two GPS. Well, how would you know that from the GPS?
Oh, yeah. If you've got an antenna on each wing of an aircraft.
But you're getting a spoof signal. So how would you know that?
If you've got an antenna with independent receivers on each wing of an aircraft, you know that those wings always have to be 40 meters apart, whatever it is, okay? If your GPS at any time says those wings aren't 40 meters apart.
Because the orientation of the airplane would change depending on the orientation relative to the satellite, okay?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, dude. The orientation of the wings relative to some satellite would change.
Yes, but the distance between them doesn't.
The distance that it measures will depend upon the orientation of the plane because the angle changes.
No. With two GPS
because it's a timing signal. Now
you can measure the distance.
It's a timing signal. So say it's this. Say the GPS signal is going south to north, and the plane's wings are aligned south to north. Okay, that's going to be one timing difference. That's going to be one timing difference. Right? And if you rotate the plane, now they're both going to get the signal at the same time. If you tilt the plane upside down at a 45-degree angle, you're also going to get a different value. Okay,
so you do realize you have to have.
You're
more
saying
than one
you
GPS
know the wings are 40 feet apart is crap, dude.
No, bullshit. That's how differential GPS works. That's how they do GPS surveying.
They're not they're using static items.
So the GPS satellites, you have to have more than one to start with, right? So if you rotate, the position you measure for each end of the wing is going to move.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, I built a thing that pilots carried onto ships. It had 4 GPS receivers on a fold-out board separated by 1 meter. It was as good as a compass for determining orientation, and you can buy commercial devices like that today.
Okay, I know source. Trust me, bro.
So you can, with 2 GPS receivers.
When I was a gardener in Ice Britannia, I forged unobtainium steel fork and swords.
Can you understand that 2 GPS receivers?
That I don't believe you.
Okay, well let's ignore what I've done professionally and talk about what GPS gives you. Right, you get a coordinate.
You in here. I don't believe that you've done anything like that professionally, period. I don't think you've worked in any professional capacity of engineering or anything. I don't believe it. Do you know why I don't believe it? Because I've worked with these people, and I've heard them talk, and I'm associated with them on a day-to-day basis. You don't sound like any of them. You don't think like any of them. You don't behave like any of them. You say stupid shit like, y'all are spreading misinformation instead of just giving the deets, right?
So let's go back to
I don't believe you. I think you're a LARPer, and I think you've been LARPing for about 2 years now. That you worked in this profession. I don't believe you.
So, Indy, if you have 2 GPS receivers, will they both get unique coordinates, right, for their position? You agree on that?
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
And if you had both of those coordinates, you could calculate the distance between the 2 receivers, right?
Hypothetically. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, why don't you show us you doing this? Sorry to interrupt you. Why don't you just show us where we're going wrong in a demonstrated, illustrated video that we can actually watch you do it? If you're such a professional.
That's a good point, Jen. Yeah. He's a professional. He must have don't you have some of this shit in your garage from the 80s?
Yeah. Come on, man.
That's a good idea, Jen. I'll make you a video on that one. I'll do that. But Indy, right? So back to the principle here.
It's desperate.
If your 2 GPSs have positions, and GPS is functioning correctly, you will always get whatever the wingspan of your aircraft is as a distance between those 2 receivers, right? Plus or minus your error tolerance. Even if the aircraft rotates around, the GPS coordinates will have the same distance between them. That's how it works. That it gives you a geometric relationship.
Okay. The point is that the distance the distance between the GPS satellite. So the receiver is going to get one value, and the other receivers get another value, right? Correct.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. But the GPS satellite, okay, can't calculate any of that crap. Who's
GPS
calculating the
satellite doesn't
distance
know
between
where
the
you
2
are.
points?
The satellite doesn't know where you are.
I know that.
Okay, so you have, and you need more than one. Okay, so what you're describing is a single satellite fix, which just doesn't work, right? You've got 5, 6, 7, or 8 GPS satellites. You are getting a fix from them as you rotate.
At what altitude are they? What altitude are these satellites?
Talking about Fantasyland shit, dude.
Yeah. What altitude are these satellites at? Where are they?
Look, me and Jen, we both have the Palantir fucking orbs, okay? We used it to find the fucking One Ring. We can sit here and talk like this all day about how me and Jen used the Palantir orbs to find the One Ring. Well, we almost found the One Ring, but we needed the third Palantir orb to find the One Ring. And then we knew the distance from the Palantir orb from each Palantir orb to the fucking
Just
One
being
Ring
ridiculous.
to find fucking Proto.
Yeah, facts.
Dude,
That's what you sound like.
you understand that what I just said has the same evidence value of what you said.
But can you not see, in principle, this is how it would work? We're just discussing.
Okay.
Can you give me the
Yes,
altitude?
and I just used a Lord of the Rings analogy using the same principle of how it works.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're not giving me any detail as to where are these satellites?
here?
What altitude
No,
are these
you're fine.
satellites? Fucking hell. What altitude are they? How many of them are there?
There's at least
Who owns
25. Outside here in southern Australia, I get my GPS out. I typically see 35 GNSS satellites.
What altitude are they at?
The Navstar ones are at about 20,000 kilometres. The Japanese ones are a bit higher.
20,000 kilometres.
What's their wattage output?
What's their I think they have about
12,000 miles. You're saying.
How many watts is the
12,000 miles
radio
from the Earth's
transmitter?
surface.
That's what I want to know.
It's not as much as you might think. It's only a few hundred watts, 500 watts or something.
500 watts.
I think so. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a 500 watt antenna?
Have you ever seen an autocorrelation filter?
Oh, dude. You've seen a 500
The signal
watt
is
antenna.
basically in the noise.
They're very
right?
large.
He doesn't want to answer the
500
question.
watts is a lot of power, bro.
It is, but it's spread out over a long distance, right? By the time it gets to the surface of the Earth. The receive power level is very low. It's basically on the noise floor. You can only detect it through autocorrelation.
Okay, that's fantastic. I just said 500 watts is a lot of power. Where's that power come from?
They're solar powered.
The solar
They have
power.
2.5 kilowatts of-
500 watt solar panel for
They have
each
about
one of these
2.5
GPS.
kilowatts
Are
of
you
solar.
kidding me?
Sorry, what's that?
A 500 watt solar panel.
No, they have about 2.5 kilowatts of solar.
Really? That's what you think?
I think so. Yeah.
Ooh. You're more gullible than I thought, bro.
At home, but okay.
How many square feet do you think that would be?
Oh, it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's about 10 square meters, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I would guess about like half a basketball court, at least.
A 500 watt solar panel typically is
No. It's only
27.5 square feet.
500 watts. The insulation of the sun is 1,000 watts per square meter. So 500 watts is about half a square meter on the surface of the Earth. Slightly less.
Dude, we don't have 100% efficiency, brother. And
No,
solar
but this-
panels degrade in efficiency over time.
Yeah, but if you buy a domestic 400 watt solar panel, it is about 1,200 by 1,400, something like that, millimeters.
Well, they don't make 400 watt solar panels. You get a bunch of solar panels.
Yeah, but the modules you buy, the domestic power modules are
And those things weren't put up today. Solar panels are way more efficient than they were in the past.
most of them are fairly recent. There's not very many original Block 1 GPSs up there anymore. They have a lifespan of about 5 years on average.
Oh, I guess it's from the degradation of the solar panel.
Oh, a whole bunch of things. And they've got to get upgraded.
Why do they only last 5 years? That's curious.
Oh yeah, radiation. They need to be able to maintain attitude and stuff like that. Some of those things that they fail. Here we are, block 1, block 2.
How do you know the orientation of satellite?
Yeah,
How do you
but
know?
why doesn't there need to be 3 GPSs for triangulation?
In practice, you need 4. That 4 is the very minimum you need to actually do a fix. 5 is the practical minimum to get a reasonably quality fix.
The more the better.
That's right. You need 4 so you can find what the time is. 5 just to give you enough noise margin.
It's like lost in the sauce of absolute bullshit. You'd have more credibility if you had evidence.
Yeah. Well, that's a good idea. I like Jin's idea of building the GPS. I can do it. I've got a couple of mobile phones, and I'm getting some new modules soon, so I can build a device that actually effectively is a GPS compass.
We want to Rhinex data.
Why do you want Rhinex for?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Well, we can capture it if you
Rhinex
like.
for? Because that tells you its actual position.
No, the Rhinex doesn't give you the position. It just gives you the phase.
Yeah, it gives you 3 coordinates, right?
If you want Rhinex to give you the ECF coordinate, yeah, you don't need Rhinex for that though.
Okay.
You can get ECF without Rhinex, right? Most GPS receivers will give it to you on the NMEA string if you want it.
Yeah, that's great, but we want it anyway.
All right, we can get you the Rhinex. I can process whatever comes out of my modules.
That's what the message is in, right? That's what the GPS message is, right? Rhinex data.
No. The GPS. That's what comes out of a receiver for consumption by external devices. Okay. Like a surveyor's GPS would produce Rhinex for post processing, for example, but internally they don't use that. No.
Oh, internally, what's it used then?
It depends on the module that you buy. Most of them will just expose the final processed data. Others will have typically have a custom format that they emit that has all of the core information, like the carrier phase data, the constellation information, and navigation messages and things like that, which can be bundled up into Rhinex so you can exchange it with other devices.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But, we need the positions in the ECEF coordinates. Because you already know that those coordinates are in Cartesian coordinates on a plane. You know that.
No, they're not Cartesian coordinates on a plane. They're Cartesian coordinates.
What's up, down, what's up, down, easting?
The GPS coordinate system has no notion of up and down.
Why is it 3 coordinates in the Rhinex data?
So the 3 coordinates, the X, Y, and Z. So Z is the coordinate that.
So that's not Cartesian.
The axis runs through the rotational axis of the Earth, and the X and Y coordinates.
No, it doesn't. You were misinformed. This is why I don't think you worked with that shit. You just fucked up, bro. It is really easy to find out the Earth center, Earth fixed GPS data puts you on a tangent plane. That's not even debatable.
Oh, no. We're not. Are you talking about the coordinate system, or when you try and find your position on the surface of the Earth in that coordinate system?
Okay. There's the global coordinate system and the local coordinate system, right? You don't even know.
You mean the geocentric coordinate system? And so this is what you're talking about, I think. I'll just post it. I'm about to run out of time, unfortunately. It's one of those stupid transparent backgrounds. So this is what you're talking about, right?
Square. Yeah, on the little square there. Yeah, the tangent one.
Yeah, so that is your geocentric coordinate, but your ECF is against those blue lines, Z, X, and Y. So Z is running up the middle of the rotation axis of the Earth. X and Y are equatorial, and I think X is aligned with the primary.
But none of that crap is measured. Well, the only thing that's measured in the position with all of the freaking satellites, the 5 satellites you suggested, are the intersection of those 3 green lines.
Those 3 green lines
is the position of the receiver.
Yeah, that's right. The intersection of the receiver would be those three
relative
green
to the
lines.
quote unquote satellites.
Yeah.
What you measure at the receiver is the time it took to come from the signal to come from the satellite to the receiver, which is the intersection of those three lines. That's the only thing
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
actually
That's the
measured.
trilateration
Everything
process.
under that freaking square don't exist. It has
But-
no measurements of it.
No, but you can find where the origin is compared to the satellites, though,
The origin of what?
of the coordinate system.
You can tell that from the GPS receiver.
Not from the receiver, but the
that's what I
ephemeris
thought.
of the.
See?
So here's how it works.
You spread misinformation.
So here's how it works.
If you knew all this, you've been obfuscating this entire time, brother. Okay? I'm sorry to say that. You've been obfuscating.
So here's how it works, Indy, right? They at a fixed point on Earth, or multiple fixed points, they measure.
You mean the intersection of those green lines?
They very precisely measure the path of the satellite, right? And that will give you an orbital parameter. And relative to you, and where you know the satellite is relative to you, the center of that path is the coordinate system center, right? You don't actually have to measure where it is. It is a natural occurrence of an orbit, which is why they chose the center of mass as the center, because that is very important in the orbit.
Center
right?
of mass isn't the center of the Earth, though, brother.
No, exactly.
You know what the center of the mass would be? And it would actually be the Earth-Moon system. It would be the very center of the Earth, which is 2,000 fucking miles from the center.
Yeah, so the moons definitely impact the orbits of the satellites over time, but the primary orbit influencer is the center of mass of the Earth.
Okay. The center of the mass of the Earth, okay, is not the center of the Earth. It's 2,000 miles away from it. That's where the center of gravity is, right? That's what they're falling towards, right? The center of gravity.
2,000 miles from the geometric center. To
the Barry center.
No, not the Barry center of the Earth Moon. The satellite isn't orbiting the Barry center.
It should be falling toward that.
No. It's, the orbit is.
It has to be
the Barry center of the satellite and the Earth. The moon is
that's all
that
cool
orbit.
Story though, but it has to be orbiting around the Barry center.
Orbiting Earth and Moon as a constellation, then that would be the Barry center that you would use.
Okay, it has to orbit around the Barry center because the Earth
Why
Moon
does it orbit around the Sun then? It's not orbiting the Barry center of the Sun.
Oh my
is it?
God! Because it's not, because the pull of the sun isn't enough to pull it out of the frickin' Earth's orbit. Okay.
There you go. The moon is not enough to pull the satellite out of the Earth.
I know, but it's enough to make the Earth wobble, right? In this wobble,
Slowly?
It's not slow. Jesus Christ.
So here's the thing, right? The moon is impacting the orbit, but the primary orbit
right there, dude.
that you get is dominated by the Earth, right? The moon is a minor influence over time.
Okay, that's a cool story. They would have to, as by necessity, orbit the Barry Center, wherever that is. Yeah,
they don't orbit the Barry center of the Earth-Moon system. Only if the satellite was orbiting around the moon as well.
Does the moon orbit the Barry Center?
No.
Yes, it does.
Okay. What does the Earth do?
The Barry
what does the Earth do in relation to the Barry Center? What does the Earth do in relation to the Barry Center?
It orbits the Barry Center as well.
No, it doesn't go around it. The Barry Center is inside the Earth.
Yeah, but it's rotating around it, right? The center of mass of
rotating
the Earth
around it, or is it wobbling?
The Earth Moon orbit together around the Barry center of the common two bodies.
Okay. You ever play like or do any 3D graphics program where you can take the center of rotation and move it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'll try and find it.
So you can look at any graphic of the Barry Center, GIF, fucking video. Okay, in the Earth is wobbling in a way about this Barry Center thing. It's not orbiting it because it's inside the Earth. This is the direction that anything that would be entering the Earth-Moon system would fall to. Has to fall in that direction because that's the point of it. That is the point of equilibrium. Yeah, dude.
Only if it's orbiting the barycenter.
Look,
if you're orbiting the Earth, you're not orbiting the Earth-Moon barycenter.
Okay. But you're supposed to be. This is what you're not getting. You heard the story. They orbit the Earth. That's what you heard, and you're stuck on that shit. But it should be orbiting the barycenter because that's the center of gravity of the Earth-Moon system, and anything that came out of the system would fall towards that. It has to because of Gauss's law. Easy to prove with Gauss's law. The inverse square law has to happen because.
Indigo, that's probably the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen.
What do you mean? What are you talking about seeing? What'd I show you?
I just had to envision what you were talking about, and it's just.
I know you're dumb though, so I mean,
That's
I don't know
fucking
what else to say.
stupid.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, I think he hurt my feelings. I'm gonna cry again. Not twice today. I'll go over said mean things and I'm gonna cry again. Come on, man. Get a grip. Perfect. Perfect. Oh boy. So, anywho, it's fucking late. I should just stop while I'm behind. 2:27. Look.
I have specifically witnessed personally a boat going over the horizon.
Yeah, where?
It was on Lake Erie.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
It sounds like he's very familiar with the Black Swan argument.
So, why can't that happen on the flat Earth?
Because the Earth is flat and water is supposed to be level on the flat Earth.
So
if water is level on the flat Earth, there's no horizon to go over.
Oh, so there's no horizon on a flat Earth?
No, it would just converge at a distance significantly more than what the distance is that could go over the horizon.
You mean like the Black Swan distance?
I don't know, dude. Whatever converges.
Look, there has to be a horizon on the flat Earth because the horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground or the water. The dividing line that separates the two. So you can see both. If there's no horizon, you would only see one.
Why does that get significantly farther the higher in altitude you go?
That's what I just said.
Why does that get significantly farther the higher in altitude you go?
I'll tell you. Okay? Now imagine you're on an infinite checkerboard and you see all the way out into the distance and you see squares. White squares, black squares. And you go higher and now you see more squares.
Yes.
Yes. Pretty sure checkerboards are flat.
Yeah, but are they infinite?
Oh my god, dude, you're a fucking tard.
Well, that's what your stupid little fucking argument is, that we're just some dimensional flat plane. Infinite. I've been in here a bunch. That's all you retards say, man. Y'all say the same thing. Y'all a bunch of flat tards.
Listen to this kid freaking
Great argument.
Tantrum.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's serious. That's what you guys say every time.
Hold your breath, man. Hold your breath next.
Your bathtub.
You're burnt blue in the face next.
How long? Sure.
I don't know. How long can you hold your breath?
I don't know, 30 seconds maybe.
I start now. Man, he's lasted a long time.
Can you say that again, Indio, about the square checkered board? Can you say that again?
Yeah, like if you were looking at a checkerboard, I can actually post a graphic. This is the last thing I'm gonna say because I'm tired. Well, this checkerboard, right? So obviously, if you got up higher above this checkerboard, you'd be able to, more squares would become visible, right? Obviously. Checkerboard ends because your angle, right? So you see how the orientation of the little squares They don't even look like squares, and they become less and less look like squares, and as they go up in distance, they look just like a freaking fuzzy line. Okay? When the angle's shallow enough, it becomes a horizon. But if you went up higher, that shallowness of that angle would change, and the angle would increase again as you're going up, and you'd see further to that angle. Was assumed to the appropriate distance that angle would be at, which would be further away.
Awesome. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's common sense, right? Like, you just go in a 3D graphics program, draw a little freaking checkerboard, and freaking you can't see the end, and then just go up in the video game program, you'll be able to see more of the checkerboard. I mean, this shit is not like exactly mysterious, like to me at least.
No, but the ballers, like, they just don't really get it or want to look into it. So it's a pretty good analogy for like.
Yeah, see farther, right? Like one argument I used to make was like, even a toddler knows that when he stands up, he can see farther. He has no conception of the Earth being a ball. But like, because toddlers start off on their stomach, right? They can't see anything because they can only crawl when they're on the stomach. That's why they want to learn how to walk. Because once they can, first they get up on their knees and then they can lean on something and stand up. Now they can see farther. Right? They can see everything in the room. Now they want to go get it. They go, shit, man. I can stand up now, and I realize the Earth is a ball. Like, they didn't fucking do that. They just got up and they were like, man, I can see more of this floor. Because when I'm on my stomach, my face is on the ground, I can't see shit.
Then they got indoctrinated.
And they got told their house is a ball.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm out. Love you guys. Peace.
See you, bro. Man, Indio was just destroying those dudes. He's such a good speaker.
Are there any actual globe contenders in here, or anybody who's been believing in the globe for most of their life and is now curious about something else?
Yeah, I'm curious. I asked this in the side chat just a minute ago, but how do you reason that the Earth would be flat, but every other planet around us is a sphere?
Because Earth isn't a planet.
What?
And space is fake and gay.
And you don't actually know that those things are spheres. Grant you that they look like it. Some of them. But even if they were, right, and you could definitively determine that, if you look at them, and you'd have to compare them to the Earth, right, so you'd have to find similarities between what you live on and those things in the sky in order to determine that they are indeed similar, right? Otherwise, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't necessarily follow that just because a lot of other things have a characteristic that this one singular thing has to and must share those characteristics.
So, assuming that we could prove other planets' shape as a sphere, I guess you could say.
You can't.
Oh, so I can't.
No, it'd still be. It'd still be non sequitur.
And look at it with my eyes.
Well, it'd still be non sequitur, bro. Because
I'm not talking about the non sequitur. Somebody just said that I can't.
Yeah, you can't. You see a two-dimensional object in the sky.
I can't observe its rotation in real time and take measurements.
You don't know if that's rotation or not. You don't know if that's rotation.
Well, what could it be other than rotation?
Don't know.
So you don't know, but your argument is that it's definitely not.
No, I said you don't know.
But
you don't know if what you're seeing is that you're interpreting as rotation is rotation.
Okay, but then again, what would it be if not rotation? What
I
could
don't
it be?
know.
Like, give me a theory. Like, so you just.
I don't know. I don't need to.
You don't.
No, I don't need to. That doesn't make your theory any more plausible. If I can't or do give you some other idea.
Not going to speak on. Oh no.
Still, if you're saying that those things are spherical and rotating, so they have motion, so it's their surfaces would have curvature and motion. Well, you need to establish that that Earth has those characteristics in order to say this thing is like that other thing.
Okay, do you believe in cosmological one-offs?
Yeah, look, we don't think Earth is a disk in space, bro. It's not a planet.
What do you think it is?
It's not like a planet in the modern cosmological sense. It's a plane.
What do you think it is?
It's a plane. Think of it as the floor of reality.
So it's the floor of reality.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm trying to visualize here. The floor of reality.
After you're done visualizing, I got one question for you.
We can go ahead and ask it while I think.
How come, if you're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth, why would you look up into the sky? Just out of curiosity.
Well, because we base our understanding under the premise that all planets are formed under the same circumstances.
Yeah, but forget about all that. Just use common sense.
So forget fundamental science. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm just for a second.
Okay.
Just use common sense for 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You want to figure out what's under your feet. Why would you look up into the sky? Wouldn't you be better off measuring it?
I mean, yeah, but we just don't have like I personally don't have the resources and equipment and stuff, so I rely on other people to do that.
Nobody does. You don't know if those people do or not. They can tell you they do, but you don't know that.
Okay, so what information have you collected, T-Dub?
That which I can establish with certainty here on the surface. About the surface, not looking up.
Right, but I'm asking what information that is.
The surface of liquid is horizontal.
The surface of liquid is horizontal, like in a cup sitting on your table.
In any size.
In any size.
Beyond droplets, dew droplets on a leaf. In a bathtub, in a lake, pond or a lake. Yeah. Go to the ocean. What does it look like? It looks flat, just like every other body of water you've ever experienced.
Have you never experienced?
That's the only perspective you have. That's just through that that you can experience. There is no other. Don't imagine any other perspective. There is none.
Oh, there's our problem. Okay.
You seem like a smart guy. I have faith one day you're gonna trust your own senses and look into it. I have faith in you, man.
You shouldn't.
Alrighty then.
In front of your face. It's been there all along this whole time.
Yeah.
Right there.
You are asking the question, and you seem kind of half legitimate, so I have faith in you. You'll come around. You're going to trust your own senses and realize
I trust my senses from my single individual perspective, from my limited perspective.
No, you don't.
I don't. What do you mean?
If that's true, then would you have ever come to the conclusion you live on a ball flying through space just with your own eyes?
Bingo.
No, just with your own touch. Just with
no,
your
if
own
I've never learned about science, I'd never seen any other information. If I knew absolutely
that's not
nothing,
science.
then yeah, I would believe it.
If you had never been taught that you're on a spinny ball flying through space, would you have ever come to that conclusion by yourself?
Probably not, because I'm not smart enough to figure that crap out.
You don't have to be smart. You just got to trust your senses, man.
So then, if every person who's ever taught me about this is lying to me, except you all,
they're not lying. They may not have ever been taught the correct information in the first place. They are just passing on what they learned. If they learned false information, it's not lying. It's just the passing on of false information. That's it.
So then who's the originator of the false information?
That's a great question. You find him, and I'll have a little chat with him.
Yep.
Probably long dead by now.
That's the other. You've never been taught. You were just told stuff. You've never been taught it because they didn't know it.
So I asked this question in this call like a long time ago about if they're like, what do you guys think is at the edge of the flat Earth?
Why would you
assume an edge or a wall or anything like that? Furthest south I've ever been is Melbourne. Furthest north I've ever been is a nice trip into Ontario around Lake Superior. I don't remember walking close to an edge or bumping into a wall or any weird shit like that. So maybe I didn't travel far enough. Apologies, but if anyone else has been beyond that, they're more than welcome to put their 10 cents worth in.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you assume an edge?
Because if we drew an infinite plane in the universe, then we would then have to assume that everything that we can observe is above that plane, right?
How do you know it's infinite? You'd never be able to make the end of it.
I'm sorry, you got talked over. What?
How do you know it would be infinite? If I sent you out to go and test this, you're gone. You ain't coming back.
Right, I'm not talking about physically.
Now he's thinking.
I'm talking about the model. I'm talking about making a model.
You just did that. See how you just stopped and thought for a second?
Well, yeah, I always stop and think when someone asks me a question.
That's what we want you to do. Think critically.
So
you've got two options. It's either infinite or it's not. So if it's infinite, we'd never know.
If it's infinite, we'd never know. But what we would know is that everything we see with our eyes is above that plane. Right?
Everything we see with our eyes is above that?
It would be above the plane, right? So like everything in the sky.
What are you trying to assume here? You're ball-tart or you're trying to imagine a flat plane?
I'm trying to imagine the flat plane that you're describing. An infinite flat
plane.
Don't
imagine. Just walk outside. That's what you see. That's it.
Yep. Trust your senses, buddy.
That's the one.
Right. I'm trying to...
There's no imagining. This is the beauty of it.
Okay. So, if... I'm talking about if we drew a model, right? If we made a 3D model of an infinite flat plane. We don't
have to draw a model. There's
That's
no
not what we're doing.
So then how would the model look like? The infinite model.
Go make one and find out. I don't know.
I'm asking the question to try to.
I need to know something. I need to know something. Every second one of you little young fellas comes in here, there has to be a model. I need a model. What is this obsession with models? I have to know this.
To try and draw a picture of things I can't physically see right now. with my own two eyes, because right now I'm looking at a monitor on a screen.
Yeah, you can't. That's the problem. To do that, you'd need to experience that and then say, oh, I can put this in a model. We're not guessing here. We're not trying to make it guesses about anything. That's not our intention. It's not our aim. We don't want you to have to imagine anything. Like Matrix said, just go outside. That's reality out there, not models. No, models aren't reality.
Yeah, no one was claiming an infinite plane, by the way. I didn't hear anyone say that but you.
No, someone did. Someone said that. Someone said that. Why would I assume there's an edge?
No, nobody said
there's
that.
an edge. The only other opposite is a infinite.
Nobody said that, dude. You're asserting rubbish.
Okay, so if there is an edge, so it's either infinite or there's an edge. Which one are we going?
No, that's just you have.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so no, you're trying to picture an object floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space that you've been taught your whole life, which is fair enough because we're all fed that, right? It's deeply ingrained. So you're trying to picture the Earth. You're trying to picture the Earth within that heliocentric system. We're not claiming that, right? It's an entirely different system here.
Right, so I'm trying to draw a picture of what you're claiming.
It isn't somewhere, right? It is the place where things are, right? Where you are.
Right. So we don't draw a picture.
When we go and test the surface, look, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You guys are claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Exactly.
Now,
you claim that.
Yeah, so when we go out and test for the characteristics that would have to be there in nature for the Earth to be a globe, like Earth curvature, a horizon at a certain distance, that kind of thing, it's not there. Like we can test over 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, more. It's been done over and over and over again, zero curvature detected. Then we go looking to the globe side for that same sort of evidence. We don't find it. We find space stories and things like that, not actual empirical evidence here on the Earth. I mean, you experience the Earth as a flat and stationary plane every single day, just like everybody else. And they say, oh, well, you just experience it flat because you're so small and the Earth's so big. But most people, they don't know anything about the curvature rate or anything like that. They've never thought about it, which is fine. But when you actually do look into it, you realize that even just over a 10-mile lake, you would have to have 66 foot of drop, right? That's like a 6-story building. So you can go and start doing different tests very easily over that 10-mile lake and trying to find that 66 foot of drop. And we've confirmed 100% it is not there. Zero drop is there over these distances, right? And then you can go to a 20-mile lake.
Lad.
Okay, who confirmed
It's
that?
not there, my friend. Lats, shut the hell up, bro.
Oh, what?
Yeah, Lats is just retarded. Anyway, DJ. So who confirmed that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've confirmed it myself, but yeah, I can show you tons of like high definition videos where people have gone out and confirmed that, right? Where they show you, like they show them turning up at the location, setting up their equipment, showing everything, right? From start to finish, going through the entire process. Yeah, I can show you something. 1 second. All right. 1 second. Just give me a sec. Just open up my folder here. All right. So this one, for example, right? I think this is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just uploading now, right? So this is just a small GIF that I took out of the full-length video. So I'll share the full video. Let me just explain the observation quickly first. Okay, so he's gone to the Great Salt Lake, and there's a 21-mile stretch of water across the Great Salt Lake. So he set up his super zoom camera on a tripod, 5 foot off the ground, right? Just sitting in the water, 5 foot up. Okay, and then the target basically is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? That's what he's trying to zoom over to. Okay, so he's got a buddy. He's got a buddy on the other side of the lake. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Can you see the side shot?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so take note, right? This is what it looks like 21 miles away on the other side of the lake. So take note of the big long shoreline. We got the puddles or whatever, little streams on the shoreline. And then we got the big white smokestack in the background, the tower. Okay, so that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like over there. Okay, so this is his camera setup.
Round
Earth. Okay, so
yeah, I found the video. Yeah, I'm skimming through it.
It's a beautiful round.
Right, so if it was a globe, right, like this person's saying, right, beautiful round Earth, it would have 293 foot of curvature over that distance.
The Earth is flat.
Right? Who keeps saying that?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at the Discord.
So is this Wise Guy? Is that... All right, I'm going to blame Wise Guy. Anyway. Yeah, Wise Guy. You go on mute. All right. Nice try to derail. Okay, so anyway, right, from 5 foot observation height on a globe, you have to have a horizon at 2.7 miles away. Has to be there, if the Earth's a globe. Right, there should be a total of 293 foot of curvature over the 21-mile distance. Okay, that's like a skyscraper. Right, that's a huge, huge amount. So that means that the shoreline should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. So I just posted the Earth curve calculator in the side chat, just a screenshot from it. So you could go on any Earth curve calculator, just put in the eye height, 5 foot, put in the target distance, 21 miles. All right, D1 equals horizon distance, okay? On a globe, the horizon should be 2.73 miles away. Okay, so first red flag for the globe there, right? We don't see a horizon at all over the entire 21 miles. Okay, you have to have a horizon there on a globe at that distance. But there's no horizon, okay? So that's the first thing to take into consideration. And then we got the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? H1 equals target hidden height, 223 foot. Okay, so that means that you would have to have basically like a 30-story skyscraper on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, and then you would just be able to see the top of it poking out over the horizon if the Earth was a globe. But he can zoom in, right? So just let me show a couple more screenshots quickly. Right, so remember we could see that big giant white smokestack. Just a second. Okay, so this is the smokestack. And then we can see like the little buildings from the town. It's like a mining town or something like that. And then we can see the shoreline there. Okay, so that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like from close up. Now, this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Right, we still see the shoreline. We see the buildings underneath. Right, because they did it at nighttime. They did it during the day. Right, they wanted to do it like not just one observation. Right, so they stayed there. They kept doing it, and then they did it at nighttime, and then they ended up shooting lasers across the lake and all sorts of stuff. But there isn't any curvature there, right? We still see the exact same amount of the smokestack from 21 miles away. Right, that shoreline should not be visible. All of those lights should be behind the curvature of the Earth, and the bottom 223 feet of the smokestack should be hidden behind the horizon. And that's the key thing, right? Hidden, when I say it should be obstructed, it should be below the curvature of the Earth. It should be behind the horizon. So as you go out, anything that goes beyond 2.7 miles should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so this is just one of like dozens and dozens and dozens of examples where people go out, right? In many cases, this is globe earthers going out, right? Trying to debunk flat Earth and becoming flat earthers in the process. Okay? So that's just one example. Like that's kind of why, in my opinion, many flat earthers are out here doing that. It's the long distance observations, and anyone can go and do this, right? You can go get a $500 camera like this, or $1,000 camera, and just find a large body of water, find the distance, the distance between point A and point B, and then you can start looking for the curvature, right? There's all sorts of different methods, but we're not finding anything, right? We're finding stories about the lights in, the celestial bodies and things like that, things we can't validate. But this is something anyone can go and double check themselves. I mean, I used to live on the biggest salt lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and we had an 18-kilometer stretch across the lake. And I had a boat. I bought a Nikon P900 camera, and I did the same thing. I was like, these observations are crazy. This flat Earth stuff is crazy, but these observations don't make sense to me, so I'm going to go try it myself. And yeah, sure enough, I could set up my camera on one side of the lake, zoom in, and then see the shoreline. Like, we had like white sand beaches around the lake. It's a big salt lake, so saltwater lake. And yeah, I could zoom in and I could see the shoreline, like the beach on the other side of the lake. And then I did it again. I did it in different weather conditions, different time of day. And yep, you know, we can see not only a little bit further than we should be able to see if the Earth's a globe, we can see like magnitudes further. That's
So
like
how-
when this started. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so I've been sitting here just listening because I wanted to give you your full piece, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. But how do you reason with the ideas of like, light refraction and whatnot, accounting for the ability to see beyond the curve?
Yeah, so I mean, it's only like that's something that you do have to take into consideration, but it's only a small discrepancy. Like, even if you add what the experts consider extreme refraction, right? It would only allow you to see a little bit further beyond the curvature of the Earth. So,
yeah,
say,
but you need that curvature. Saying that you need to account for light going over the curvature of the Earth is saying that there's curvature of the Earth there, and that's what's happening. So you'd need to demonstrate that there is curvature.
yeah. So, firstly, we'd need to demonstrate the curvature exists in the first place. For even the professionals in the field from the globe side that do pre-assume that there's curvature, even they admit that it would only be something small that you would have to account for, right? They'll say 8%, right? 7 to 8%. That's what they say they'll account for in standard conditions, and then up to 15% in extreme conditions. And once you get beyond that small amount, then you start getting crazy miraging effects and things like that. Now, I can post a clip in the side chat of a professor, right, who's talking about refraction. He's debating with some flat earthers, and they're presenting these. And he said, yeah, you do have to take, refraction into account, but it's only a small amount. He's like, if you can show me observations that are beyond this 15%, it wouldn't make sense to use refraction as an argument for it. And then once you dig into it deeper, right, that's what you'll find in the mainstream literature. It's only like people that we call like anti-flat earthers that make it their life's mission to try to debunk flat Earth that are gonna say, oh, it's just refraction. But when you really look into it and press them on it, they don't really know what they're talking about when they even say the word refraction. Most people are just misusing that word in the first place.
Right, but we know light is manipulatable, just like for the sake of like when you look at something
We don't
like a
disagree
hot
with
car
that.
lid, you can see light being manipulated because you can see the waves and the heat. Right.
The issue is the levels you require at at 30 miles is about a 560 foot drop. So if you've got 10%, we're going to give you 56 foot free of charge, no questions asked, to allow for your refraction. So you still have to find another 500 feet of drop. Where
Okay, first,
wait,
now you're adding distance because now you're saying it's 500 feet. It wasn't.
No,
500
I'm
feet
taking
before.
it off for your convenience.
No.
Look, let me put it this way.
yeah.
Let me put it this way, right? So let's say like this same observation I'm showing you, right? The horizon has to be at 2.7 miles away. Okay, let's hypothetically remove the atmosphere. Right, then no globe earther could argue that the horizon line is exactly at 2.7 miles away. Right, that's where it has to be based on the physicality of and size of the globe. Okay, just adding the atmosphere back in, right, we have super clear day, super clear conditions in this observation. What you're trying to say is that somehow the bending of light is just completely flattening out all of the water over the entire 21-mile distance, left to right, front to back, completely hiding the geometric horizon, flattening out everything all the way up to the maximum distance you can see, so there's just zero curvature. Crazy claim, right? Because then we can go do this at a different lake, completely different weather conditions, different part of the world. Same thing happens. And then another lake, and then another lake, and then a section of the ocean. And every single time the bending of light is hiding the horizon and just making it completely flat as far as you can see everywhere. Like, that's a crazy claim, right? It's impossible. And once you look into how atmospheric refraction is even claimed to work, you realize that that claim is just completely impossible. Every time we shoot a laser over these distances as well, right? Tons and tons of laser tests have been done. Oh, it's refraction is just also perfectly bending the light laser beam around hundreds of feet of curvature so it can hit the target. And then, yeah, it happens in every location we go and try these laser tests. Yeah, it's refraction just perfectly bends it around. It's kind of like this attempted get out of jail free card that they throw out because they can't explain these observations. So they worked out a buzzword that they can say, and hopefully the problem will go away. According to the mainstream, atmospheric refraction, right, is literally varying levels of a list of miraging effects, right, which makes things appear a little bit higher, a little bit lower, squished or stretched, or in extreme conditions, completely miraged out, which is just super obvious that there's a mirage. That's what we're dealing with atmospheric refraction. It's not something that's going to just completely like flatten out all of the water over 21 Mile Lake. You know, hide the horizon. Like, where's that horizon gone? So yeah, I don't know. Have a look into it, man. Look at like all of the observations from the flat Earth side and then try to find the same standard of evidence from the globe Earth side without having to...
I found a website called flatearth.ws that says that laser tests are misleading, and I'm reading it right now.
Yeah, that's all you'll find, right? That's like a group of like anti-flat Earth people, right? And there's so much like incorrect information on that website. So this is the type of people that I'm talking about. They're just obsessed with trying to debunk flat Earth for some reason, whether they be paid to do it or whether it's just their life's ambition because the globe's kind of like a religion to them or something. I'm not sure. Like, we got these people that follow us around and, you know, strawman our arguments. And yeah, Flat Earth WS is a result of that type of thing. But that's the kind of argument you're going to get. But when you actually get someone that's a professional in the field from the globe side, right, that believes the Earth's a globe, they'll give you the honest answer on how much refraction would actually affect an observation.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very different to what you're getting from the anti-flat Earth people, right, that just have this, like, deep hatred for flat Earth, like, this same type of people that, you know, we had, like, a high-level engineer come out as a flat earther, and he made a whole series of videos called Balls Out Physics. And it's still online. It's a great series, right? He goes over all of the problems with the globe mathematically.
Talking about Brian Mullen, right?
Yeah. And look, and then these anti-flat earthers, right? They contact his employment. They try to get him fired from his job. We've had so many cases where people are getting death threats and then they'll do whatever they can to get people's YouTube channels demonetized and shut down and their PayPal accounts shut down. And it's just crazy, man. Like, when people are quite often are just trying to present long distance observations, right? It's called what? Dangerous pseudoscience. Look at this observation. Doesn't match up with the globe. Oh, dangerous pseudoscience. Let's get this guy attacked. You know, it's kind of crazy.
So if we can see something at 20 miles, or, you know, like in the Salt Lake video, what is the maximum distance we can see in a straight line?
Well, it depends on your optics. It depends on the weather conditions. Yeah,
or you can go to your weather app and look for visibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, it's a super clear day where I'm at the moment, but usually when I check the visibility rating, it's like 15 kilometers. Or something like that, even though it looks really clear. 15 kilometers is the maximum distance you can see, which is quite a long way. I mean, right. But, you know, like if we can get much clearer conditions some days, we might be able to see 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. But the absolute technical maximum distance that you can see through the medium of air in perfect conditions on a technical level is 300 kilometers, 200 miles. But most often it's much less than that. I mean, if you look up the visibility in a city, it's really low. And then in the countryside, it's a bit more. But yeah, usually it's like 10, 20, 30 kilometers or something like that. And then we've got like angular resolution, right? Like things shrinking in the distance to take into consideration. And then what Indio was talking about before, with not being able to resolve just due to perspective, right? Things in the distance. And he gave the example of a giant chessboard, right? And if you're only 6 foot tall standing above this chessboard, the further you look into the distance, like the checkers are going to, whatever you call them, the checkerboard, it's not going to be resolvable, right? You'd have to go up higher to see more of the chess sections, right? The little square sections. So you got that to take into consideration. You've got physical obstruction, and then you've got perspective convergence as well. Like kind of like when you look down a long hallway, everything converges into a vanishing point. It's called perspective convergence. So
looking at something real quick.
Yeah. Oh, I'll give you a good example of perspective convergence in the side chat. Yeah, quite a lot of the information you'll find on that flatearth.ws site is strawman arguments, or they're twisting the truth, right, to try to debunk the flat earth arguments. Or they'll be saying that, this is what the flat earthers claim is their map, right? And then they'll show the AE globe projection map, and then they'll try to debunk something that maybe some flat earthers claimed, but the majority disagree with.
Exactly.
Hey, Princess F-Bomb, do you know how far that the globe tells you you're supposed to only be able to see?
No, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
well, if you're 6 foot tall, it would be... Oh, sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, you go ahead. I'm much better.
No, sorry, Kingsley.
It's like, if you're a 6 foot observer standing at the beach, you should only be able to see like 3 miles. And we see way further than that. I was just this weekend taking photos with my camera at 20K. I was standing at the beach and I was videoing people across the lake at 20K. So there's that.
That's why this started blowing up, right? Because Nikon came out with the P900 camera range in like 2014, 2015. And people started going out with these cameras and saying, hey, I can see this island. Shouldn't that be behind the curvature of the Earth? I've never seen that before, right? Because usually you can't zoom in and see it with a regular camera, but they're like pulling out this crazy camera. And they're like, damn, I can see the entire island. Shouldn't that be behind the curvature of the Earth? And they're like, look it up, and they'll be like 30 miles, 400 and something feet of curvature. They're like, yeah, the whole thing should be hidden, but how come I can see it? And this started taking off. It became one of the most popular searched topics on the entire internet back in 2015, 2016. And then they shadow banned it after that happened. So,
and if I may get in here, sorry, DJ, I just want to point out, right? I think at this point it's worth making mention of something worth considering. There's a subtle distinction between, the visibility that was mentioned earlier in terms of like what you get from your weather app versus the distance that we can see, quote unquote, using that other formula, right? Because the first one speaks about how thick the air is. Right? If it's very foggy, you can't really see very far. If it's not foggy, you can see far, right? Just straight line of sight through the air that is thin or thick. Whereas the other one was talking about how far you should be able to see on the ground, right? How far the horizon should be before things start getting cut off, right? So when you interweave these two things, it can get very dicey, right? So, yeah, in case that would have slipped by the new guy, I just thought to bring that up there.
Right, yeah, and I've been waiting to get into. So, right, sorry, but okay. So you say, like, we say, well, we look across this far. Like, the globe says we should only be able to see so far, right, of so much of the surface. Oh, we can see more than that. And you say refraction. Okay, then how much can we see? I'll put the question back on you that you asked us. How much of the surface should we be able to see? What distance are we talking about before the globe side is ready and willing to say, okay, you got us, we can't explain this?
I don't actually know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, nobody does. It's just indefinite. It's just like whatever observation anyone ever makes, right? It's just like, oh, well, we can explain that. We can explain that. We can explain that. We can explain that, right? So people said to other globers, oh, you can know that the Earth is a globe by going out and just looking across the surface, and you'll only be able to see so far. That's the reason things are getting blocked from view. That's the reason you see a boat go over the horizon. So people went out and did it and went, oh, that's not true then. Oh yes, but. Yes, just continuous excuse after freaking excuse after excuse.
Yeah, and it comes down to, again, trusting in your own senses. They scream refraction. They scream refraction. Well, I don't ever see refraction. When I'm looking across the water, it looks normal to me. Like, you'd think we would notice it somehow, like looking from the side when we're observing it, but we never see it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's minimal. It's minimal, right? Like, I mean, look at Skunk Bay time lapse. That's a good example of what we're talking about. Like, you see things getting a bit higher, getting a bit lower, squishing, stretching, but it's not like all of a sudden something that you're looking at's 20 times further away. Like, it's not like the things are drastically changing distance, or like a horizon is you should be at 1 mile and then all of a sudden it's 20 miles away. That doesn't happen, right? That's not even like what the mainstream claims could even happen when it comes to refraction.
Yeah, or nothing looks curved. Like, if you were one person's viewing it one way and the other person's viewing from the side, you would see like it would look curved or something, but we never see nothing ever. Hey, Princess, what do you think about the measurement, like 3 miles, and we're seeing like 10 times that? What do you think about that?
I mean, it's interesting. I was actually looking on a map of the highest point near me. Like, if there was a road that goes up on top of a mountain.
Thing to do is, get and do a mirror flash.
What'd you say?
The best thing to do is like grab a friend and go get a small mirror and do some mirror flashes with the sun across the water. Like, get to one of your buddies on the other side of the lake and flash them with a mirror.
So I don't live near a lake, but what I could do is go up on top of a mountain and have my buddy down in the valley.
You would have to look up the visibility rating in your area as well.
Yeah, I just did. It's like 9 miles, which is like 14 kilometers.
Yeah, so if you're going up high on a mountain, you're not going to be able to. It's going to be inconclusive because you're just going to be looking into the haze of the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. That's why sometimes when you go up higher altitude, it looks like the horizon drops like way down below, because you're not actually able to see the true horizon. You're seeing a false horizon because it's just, you're looking at like a big, like atmosphere. You're just looking at, I don't know what the word to call it would be, like the atmospheric deck of opacity or something like that, right? The haziness of the air over distance, just blocking whatever's beyond it. From a distance, it kind of looks like a horizon line, but it's not. It's just a blockage, because the air's opaque over distance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 9 miles. It's not far. You'd be better off doing low altitude observations if you got like a lake or something like that, a big lake, 10-mile lake, something. I mean, so many of these have been done. I mean, back in the past, I mean, I went out back in 2018 and did all my observations because there weren't all of these long distance observations available to look at. But I mean, look at all the ones that have been done first. I mean, and then if you want to go do it for yourself, you certainly can. But you'll see that when you have a look at the videos of the ones that have been done, it's not like they're faking anything. You'll notice that when you watch the video. I mean, they're turning up. They're showing you their coordinates on their phone. They're showing you Google Maps, distance marcation between point A and point B, and then you'll see them set up their equipment and measure the height of the observation device, and then show you the observation. You know, it's not just them giving you like a paper and writing down the results and saying, "Look, here's my paper. Here's the results written. It disproves the globe." They're actually showing you the entirety of the test that's being done.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never seen one that doesn't have some crazy miraging effect or something like that anywhere near matches up with the globe. You'd think that there would be stacks. Here, have a look at this one. Here's another one in the side chat.
I wanted to just mention something really quick to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention something really quick to F-Bomb. I don't think you give yourself enough credit. You know, before you were saying, I don't think I would trust myself, like kind of insinuating that you're not smart, but you're out here asking questions which 99% of the ballers don't do. So I don't think you should cut yourself short by any means. You're one of the very few who are asking questions, and so that's good on you, man.
Yeah, there's nothing complicated about checking for things that they tell you should be there. It's like if someone sells you a table and says it's 1.5 meters long, and then you check it and it's like, it's not. It's like, dude, I checked. It's not that length. What the hell's going on? You know, it's the same kind of thing, right? They say this water is curved, right? It has to be curving by hundreds of feet. And then you check it, there's zero curve. It's like, okay, there's no curve here. What's going on? Have a look at this one in the side chat that I just posted. This one's not over a lake, this one's over the ocean. And there's a couple of oil platforms you can see there, and then you can see the horizons beyond the oil platforms. So the oil platforms are just there, kind of like the shorelines of the lake, right? Because you can use that as like a distance marcation. Okay, if the oil platforms weren't there, we'd have no idea how far away that horizon was. It's impossible to tell just by looking at it. Okay, so we can check the oil platforms, and those particular oil platforms, the second one is 10.1 miles away. It's called platform habitat. Okay, so now we take in the observer height into consideration and then do some basic math based on the globe. And then after we do that, we realize the horizon would have to be at 3.5 miles, approximately, like 3.4 miles away, which is halfway to the first oil platform. But once again, it's not there, right? It's actually way beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform. Anything that goes beyond that geometric horizon, right, that globe limitation of how far you can see based on your observer height, should start to become obstructed behind the horizon. But yeah, when you go out and check, it's not the case.
So why don't we just launch our own rocket and find out?
Well, you can't launch rockets very high. I mean, even like the world record, with tons of funding and whatever, I forget the exact name of it, but it's only like just over 300,000 feet high. That's the maximum height that an amateur can send a rocket. Yeah, it's not even high enough to, so that's like the height. Remember, okay, so that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, according to the experts on the globe side, according to the mathematics as well.
What I just hang on, let me go back to the tab I was just reading.
Mm-hmm.
No. It says here we would only need to go up 35,000.
Yeah,
that's wrong. That's wrong. I mean, you would only be able to see 0.1% of the curvature of the Earth, of the surface of the Earth from that height. Even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height. I mean, you've been on planes, right? Like you've looked out the window.
I've never actually been on a plane.
Well, I've flown a ton, right? Like I'm in Europe right now. I'm from Australia. I've flown huge distances on all sorts of different planes, and it's completely flat from that height. I'm always amazed how flat it looks. And we got tons and tons of pilots that are flat earthers as well. Mm-hmm. So you can watch interviews from commercial pilots, military pilots and whatnot. And then even like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, hates flat Earth, right? He's an astrophysicist. And he absolutely despises flat Earth. But even he admitted, right, that when they did the Red Bull space jump, that was 129,000 feet, right? He said from that height, you would not see the curvature of the Earth. He was super passionate about it as well. He's like, it's sneaky, false advertising. They used a GoPro lens. He's like, it's a fisheye lens. It just makes it look like it's curved. He's like, you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height. And then he said the same thing about the Richard Branson Blue Origin, right? He came out and he did multiple interviews dissing it, saying it's false advertising, it's bullshit. You wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. They're making it look like it's higher than it is. They're making it sound like they're going to space. He's like, they're not going to space. He said, I did the calculations. You would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Mm-hmm. And then when you look at the footage, you'll see as the camera pans around, like it's curving and then it's curving the wrong way. And, it's just like a wide angle lens effect. So then what's the next highest, right? We got the Jeff Bezos Blue Origin. Now there was an astronaut called Wally Funk who went up on that. And she was a trained astronaut, apparently. And she said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth, even from that height. And that's 350,000 feet up. That's the height of the world record amateur rocket launch. So there's that.
Are you on the home server, F-Bomb?
I didn't know there was a home server. I'm just here.
Yeah, someone should send you a link because there's a ton of great info, not the crap you're reading, because it's very hard to find good information. It's easy to find disinformation.
It just seems like I've kind of reached a small impasse here, because you guys are saying do light tests, do these tests myself, but then I mentioned another test, and now you guys are saying, oh, don't do that, that wouldn't work. It's like,
what test? What test are you mentioning?
Like launching a rocket.
No, I just told you that the highest that an amateur can launch a rocket isn't even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So how's that going to help you?
Yeah, waste of time.
Well, that's what you're telling me, but then you're also telling me to do my own tests.
Yeah, but that's not one that would reach a conclusion, right? That would just be inconclusive. Like I can show you a non-fisheye camera doing a 360-degree pan around from 120,000 feet height. And it looks completely flat, but
yeah, send me that.
Yeah, I'll put that in the side chat. First, I put the clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that from 300,000 feet you would not see the curvature of the Earth, right? So I just put that clip in the side chat. I'll put the 120,000 feet clip, right? So here's another one, just quickly, right? Just because I had it up in front of me. Okay, so this is a long flight on a plane, and it's a time lapse. Just looking out the window, you'll see that there's no curvature there. It's just a completely flat horizon. Once again, not saying that's flat Earth proof or anything like that, because even if it was a globe, I think it would probably look like that as well. So now I'll just find the 120.
Yeah, we're trying to give you legitimate stuff you can do, not stuff that you're going to waste your time doing. So that's where we're coming from.
So yeah, I'm just uploading the 120,000 foot observation. There's a bunch of these as well.
Mm-hmm.
So even from the height, the claimed height of the ISS, right, we have a math professor that comes in here named Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that, yeah, he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. And then if you look into the math yourself, it says, yeah, on a globe there would be curvature, but it would be so slight you would barely be able to notice it, especially with the naked eye. It said it would be like 0.6 degree, like lower on either side of the frame when you're looking out. So that goes directly against the amount of curvature that you can see when you have a look at the claimed ISS footage as well. But yeah, there's the video in the side chat there of the weather balloon panning around. And you got to remember all lenses, right? Even rectilinear lenses, which are supposed to negate distortion of lines, right? They still have some distortion because all lenses have barrel distortion. So you can see as it's panning around, kind of looks like it's going up a little bit right on the corners, right on either edge.
No, I understand how that works.
Yeah. And you've got different lenses have different types of barrel distortion and pin cushion distortion and stuff. You got to consider that as well. That's why, when it comes to doing your own tests, testing for things that have to be there on a globe is the best thing to go for, the horizon. Right? Any Earth curve calculator that you bring up, right, says from a particular observation height, the horizon would have to be at a certain distance. So from 1 foot observation height, the horizon's not that far away. It should be 1.2 miles away. So that's a pretty easy one to go and test for. And then do the tests over and over and over again. Different weather conditions, different times of the day, do it at night time. Try to find that horizon. Has to be there.
Somebody posted an elevation thing I wanted to look at earlier. There it is. Elevation map. So if I go here.
I DM'd you a link to the home server where there's lots of info there. Everything's alphabetically organized. It's great for information.
So at 2580. So it says the horizon at that distance would be 62 miles away, supposedly. Well, I lost my tab.
You said you were in these servers before. What got you looking into Flat Earth, if I may ask?
The fact that this channel's always open and there's always people here. And just general boredom. I mean, it's 3:30 in the morning and I went to bed too early, so
Would you say you're a truth seeker, like conspiracy investigator, or how do you kind of classify yourself?
I have ADHD, and I like to learn. Okay, so if I go drive over here, and I go to this spot, then I should be 2580. Oh no, that's 2062. 2062. The horizon should be 56 miles away. Okay, let me rejoin this call from my phone, and I'm going to go on a drive.
Yeah, good stuff.
Where's my energy? There it is.
And this is like a rare event, and you got a baller in here that actually willing to look at stuff.
Well, I also have 3 hours to kill before I have to go to work, so I have plenty of time. I don't know how good my cell service is going to be from where I'm going, because I'm going up on top of the mountains. This AirPod charged.
So from now on, you're going to trust your own senses, right? At least try to start.
Hang on one second. I'm joining from my phone. I can't hear you guys. Okay. Phone, my keys, wallet, spectacles, testicles, wallet, watch. Okay, cool. I'm good. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
Just make sure my AirPod's on.
So what's your plan right now? Where you heading to? Like a lake or?
Because you guys, no, I'm heading up on top of a mountain based on what I just read, which tells me where my horizon should be. I'm going to go up there and draw lines and figure it out.
What height is the mountain?
The parking spot I'm going to on the elevation map is 2,062 feet above.
All right, let me check something. All right, so the distance to the horizon would be 55.6 miles away. If your visibility rating's only 9 miles, then you're just going to see a hazy horizon. The actual horizon is going to be completely blocked by the opacity of the just of the air.
Right, but I should still be able to see light through the haze.
Light. Do you own an infrared camera?
No, of course not. I'm not that rich.
No, that's a shame. I was going to say, if you did have an infrared camera and you set him up on a happy little tripod and did a not a time lapse, just a long exposure, you might find you could actually see a little bit further than what your eyes can.
Yeah, but what you're going to see if you go to this mountain now is just a false horizon. You're just going to see where the opaque atmosphere meets with the ground. It's going to be a hazy horizon, but from a huge from a distance away, it's going to look like a horizon line, but it's really not. So yeah, you won't be able to determine anything by this. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying. If you're looking for a 55-mile horizon, but your visibility rating's 9 miles,
Give me something to do because it's 3:30 in the morning and I'm bored.
Yeah. It's like, is it light? Is it getting light where you're at, or?
Did we lose them?
Oh. Can you guys still hear me? Hello?
Yeah, can you?
Now we can, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, I understand I'm not going to be able to see anything specific through the haze, but there's other mountains that are farther than 9 miles away that I should be able to see.
What if
that
the
have
visibility
radio towers?
Yeah, but if the visibility is only 9 miles, go see what you can see. I'll be interested to see.
Yeah,
from this
take some photos.
Yeah, from this day forward, you're going to trust your own senses. You're going to try to stop the deprogramming and start to trust your own senses. And you will find that it's going to blow your mind.
Yeah, I'd say just check for things that would have to be there if it's a globe, like curvature and the horizon at a certain distance. That's all. That's all you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your senses would tell you, when it comes to seeing curvature, if it was flat or a globe, it's going to look flat from ground level. But if it's a globe, then it would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, and then things in the distance should be blocked behind that horizon.
Right.
And then your senses would set the baseline, right? Like, sure, okay, our senses tell us that it's a flat, stationary topographical plane, right? That's the starting point. If someone wants to say that, well, actually, no, you can't trust your senses. Really, everything's the opposite of what your senses are telling you, right? Then you can go check, to see if that claim that was made that goes against your objective reality is actually present. It's not.
Uh-oh. You're cutting out, F-bomb.
Oh, I was just coughing.
Hey, F-bomb, do you believe that water can curve?
I believe that water can curve. Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, do you believe water can curve?
I believe. Yeah.
You're roboting, bro.
Sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying was, yeah, I believe water can curve because if you put a drop of water on a table, you can see that the edges of it curve because surface tension hasn't been broken.
Yeah, that's surface tension. I'm talking about, like, a puddle or a lake or, a body of water. Do you believe that it can curve?
Well, I've been told that it can because it curves around the curvature of the Earth, but From my perspective, I don't see it.
You don't think it can? I know what you've been told, but I'm asking
I don't think.
what you think.
Well, I think it can because that's what I've been told.
I see. Okay,
Because
well,
I have no other way to prove otherwise other than my own perspective. From my perspective, it doesn't. But enough information.
well, now that you've got a little bit more information and knowledge, just keep an eye on the water, man, and see if you can ever see it curving or anything like that. Honestly, when you start to all this stuff, it makes your life a whole lot more interesting. If you're into everything. The truth is a weird thing. I ruined family dinner this weekend with one photo.
I hate the fact I heard the first two notes that he played and I knew exactly what it was. Oh man, that's funny.
Thank you. Come again.
Very nice.
Why did you redeem it? So while I'm driving on my way out here, I raise another question. If the Earth is flat, then how are satellites traveling above us? How does that work? Because you can see them.
It's kind of a malformed question, being that is the Earth is flat.
Okay, so then I'll rephrase the question.
There's different types of, well, and it depends what you think a satellite is. I mean, there's all sorts of different types of satellites, from high altitude drone satellites to balloons that have satellites attached to them, to platforms, all sorts of different, technologies in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So
my RC plane use satellites. I have a satellite.
Yeah, so
a satellite transmitter.
Exactly. And so if you want to claim that that's a satellite that's thousands of miles away or whatever, orbiting around a globe Earth, yeah, that's not what they are. That's impossible.
Right. So what are they?
Well, there's ones that I just mentioned. I mean, they've got a huge satellite balloon program.
Mm-hmm.
Like strataloons, you can look into like balloons that they sit in the stratosphere. that you can look at like platforms with tethering systems. There's high altitude drones and things like that, solar powered ones. Someone, Toby Dog, just put a good illustration in the side chat there. Probably can't look
If you
at,
can
don't
think
look
of
at
it,
it now if you're driving.
it's up there in the sky.
Yeah, you also got to remember that over 99% of communication is just done via undersea cables. Right, that's most of the communication is just ground towers and undersea cables, right? Like the internet, for example. And then, yeah, satellites are only a very tiny percentage of what's actually used for communication. So, I mean, when you get a chance, have a look at what Toby Dog put in the side chat there. There's tons of footage of satellites with, and then you zoom in and you can see a big balloon attached. They've also got sort of transparent style balloons that are very difficult to see, and black ones. So when you look up into the blackness of the sky, right, you can't see it. NASA's first satellites were literally claimed to be balloons. When satellites crash to Earth occasionally, there's always a balloon attached. So yeah, a lot of this stuff, when it comes to things that are too high for us to validate, like too high in the sky for us to actually check, it's inconclusive, right? It's like speculation to a certain extent. We can't prove exactly what's going on that's too high for us to check. We can speculate about it, and then we can work out what it couldn't possibly be, right? And that would be satellites in a space vacuum orbiting around a globe. That's not possible, right? Because you're going to need Earth curvature for that to begin with, and then you're going to have to defy natural laws and claim that you can have a space vacuum adjacent to this high pressure gas system that we're using here on Earth to breathe. Yeah, it's a whole nother rabbit hole, that question.
The International Space Station. How does that work?
Not sure. It's we definitely see something up there, but whether it's the distance and the size that they're telling us, that's very hard to validate. Maybe it's not going 17,000 miles per hour, and maybe it's not really 250 miles up in the sky. What we see is a little light going across the sky, right? When they tell us that it would be going across there. Now, why is there so much faked footage from the ISS? That's the crazy thing. Like, why are they? Like, I don't know if you've looked into the fakery behind the ISS footage, but there's like a 6-hour compilation that just shows like stuff ups of them getting caught in cables, right? Like harnesses, cables, wearing hairspray, using green screen technology, all sorts of crazy glitches and things like that. Bubbles in space on their spacewalks, and they just so happen to have mock-ups of the ISS under pools, right? And they have cameramen under there filming them doing their so-called training. And then when we see the space walks that they do at the ISS, we see like bubbles and like like the scuba diving. And then you can zoom in. There's shots where you can zoom into the helmet of the astronaut, and you can see like a guy wearing a black diving suit with an oxygen tank and holding a camera in the reflection. And then you have a look at the footage from the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, which is the ISS mock-up in a pool, and you'll see that the cameramen wear that exact same thing, like a black suit, with a scuba tank and holding a camera. There's just so many inconsistencies. I mean, the women literally have like what looks like hairsprayed hair, like it's up in the air like a troll doll. And when they move their head around, it just stays stiff. And then you have a look at that hair compared to like what a woman's hair looks like in a like a 0G flight, right, where they simulate no gravity, like a parabolic flight. Put them up next to each other, and you see that their hair just flows around very naturally, right? It's like obvious how the hair would behave in that situation, but nope. All of the women in the ISS seem to have this like obvious hairsprayed hair. It's crazy. And then there's glitches of astronauts like fading in, fading out. Tons of evidence of them using layering and green screens. There's so much. So there's definitely some bullshittery going on when it comes to that. I mean, they can easily fake that type of. Yeah, there's also footage. Like, they definitely don't do it all just one way, right? They seem to use a combination of the neutral buoyancy lab, right, for the spacewalk type footage, and then they've got the footage where they're sitting there, like, sort of doing the interviews and stuff. That seems to be done using green screens in studios and harnesses. And then they've got other footage that they do, and it seems like they have like a 0G flight that has like a mock-up of the ISS inside the 0G flight. So they can go up and they can do like 30 parabolic arcs during one flight, and they can film different pieces of footage and then link it all together. And there's footage of what look like exactly what it looks like when a 0G flight ends. With the astronauts on the ISS, right? They all at the same time fall to the floor of the ISS, and you line it up on what it looks like with a 0G flight ending. It's the exact same thing. So there's tons and tons of stuff to look into when it comes to NASA fakery. I mean, even if I was a globe earther, I'd be super sus on NASA. Like, especially like the Apollo missions were definitely bullshit. And then, yeah, the ISS footage is super sketchy as well. So I don't know. It's a bunch of clips. When you get a chance, when you're not driving, there's tons of stuff in the side chat.
Oh, I'm not driving. I made it. I'm here, so I'm doing distance calculations right now. I know for a fact that I am right here.
So are you at that spot where you said where it's like 2,060 feet or something?
Yep.
So if you can find a landmark that's 55 miles away, approximately, right? That's where the horizon should be on a globe.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radio towers to point it out on my map. Because I can see the lights from the towers.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we have observations. And it's not even done by flat earthers. It's actually the Guinness World Record photography shot, right? The longest. And the guy used infrared camera, and he was able to see, like, he went up a mountain, and he was looking across at the French Alps from Mount Canigou, I think. And yeah, he was able to see 255 miles. Way, way, way beyond, like, where the curvature of the Earth should be on a globe. I think I've got the image of that here somewhere. I'll post it.
Yeah, I think you'll find that's 275 miles in the Guinness Book of Records. 275 or 273 exactly. 273, that's it.
Okay, so it says this right here is true north. Right there. Okay, so that is where north would be. So where would I go on the map? So if I'm looking true north, then let's see. That can't be right. Because if that's saying this is true north, then those lights would be that town, and that town is 21 miles away from here. And it said visibility was only 9 miles. That's double the distance.
Yeah, but you got to remember that when you're going up higher, the air is thinner. So I mean, maybe the visibility from a lower height is 9 miles.
I mean, that's true.
The higher you go, the less.
That's correct. And the mountains would be.
That shit's never right either. I've always seen further. It says.
Well, if this is right, then if the information that I'm reading is right, then the mountains I'm looking at are 50 miles away from here. And I know that those are the mountains because I can see the flashes from the radio towers that are on top of them.
And I bet you there's not a curve in sight.
Well, let me turn off the lights so that way I can eliminate light pollution, and we can start looking at the lights that are on the horizon line.
Is it nighttime right now where you are?
Yeah. But
and pretty cool that you're in the mountains. That's quite a treat you're going to have during the daytime to go up there and look through.
The last time I was up here, I was launching potatoes off the top of the mountain with a potato cannon.
It's going to be quite the treat with a whole new perspective in mind. Your mind's going to be blown, man.
Well, if I'm looking there, and I have.
I don't remember what you answered. Did you say you think water possibly could curve?
I said that I don't have enough information to make the determination, but based on small scale, like water droplets with surface tension, it shows that it should.
Like I said, I'm talking about a bigger body,
but larger bodies of water. Yeah. I don't know.
No, that's a valid answer and a respectable one.
I wish I had a good enough camera. There we go. Sorry, my eyes are adjusting to the lack of light.
If I could give one piece of advice to really anybody, if you don't know something, just say you don't know it. There's no harm in not knowing something, but you'll find ballers all the time that they will not admit they don't know something, and you just end up looking like a fool when that's your position, pretending to know shit when you don't. It never works out. Just be honest. Be honest to yourself. Trust your senses, and you're gonna see the world through whole new eyes, man. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Now, here's a question. Since I'm up here in the middle of nowhere,
don't get raped by Bigfoot.
Yeah. I can see the stars from here, and I know because I've seen the videos that if I set up a camera here, that there will be, and I set it on a time lapse, the stars will move. So,
Yeah, the stars move.
Or are the stars what's moving?
Just like you experience.
Yeah, just how you.
Yeah, everything in the sky moves around like a big clock, right, in cycles, and resets back into the same position each year. Like the stars, for example. Like if you made like a little star map right now, or picked a star, and then you went back to that exact same location at this exact time next year, on the same day, it would be back in the same spot again. But they tell you that you're on a globe hurtling through space at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions, never ever to return to the same place in the universe again. Right, but somehow, for all verifiable history, those stars just keep cycling back, resetting into the same positions, almost as if you're on a flat, stationary plane with the luminaries rotating around you.
A perfect timepiece that all the watchmakers time their watches to.
So, okay. I can't, if I look left to right, I can't see a curve, right? But if I look straight, as I look straight, the more lights I see, the more they seem to get closer together on the Y plane, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That should be a light bulb right there.
So, explain to me how the farther out I look, the more on the Y plane, the lights look like they're getting closer together. And then the ones beyond, I can't see at all.
It's just the way perspective works. Like if you're looking, just say you're looking out at a horizon in the ocean, right? Like 100 meters right in front of you would look like a long distance. And then the next 100 meters beyond that 100 meters would look like less than half that distance. And then the next 100 meters would be a tiny little section of water that you could see. And then the next 100 meters would be so small. And then eventually you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between the 100-meter gaps of water because of the way perspective works. Yeah, I wish I had a graphic to show you, but you should be able to imagine that in your head, right? Like same thing, you could use the checkerboard, like the chessboard surface, right? Just say you're looking down a hallway and it's like checkerboard, right? And the distance between the checkerboards appears like it's getting shorter and shorter the further that you look. So if you put a light on each of those checkerboards, right, when you look straight down, it's going to be a big gap, and then as you go forward, the gaps are going to appear like they're getting smaller and smaller. It's just a product of perspective.
Because I just put this inside chat. This is what I can see right here.
Yeah. Yeah, nice view.
It is actually a very nice view. Now that my eyes are adjusted to the lack of light up here, if I turn my back to the lights and I look the opposite direction, like, it's quite pretty. But, like I said, the more I look, the lights appear to converge to the horizon line. And if you zoom way in, those red lights that you see, like way in the background, according to my map data, those red lights are on a mountain that's like 50 miles from here. Because that is supposed to be the north side of the town beyond the next town. Because I know where those red lights are flashing from because I've been there.
Yep.
Left, I know that there's some landmarks. I'm trying really hard not to dox myself here.
No, that's all right. Yeah, the point is at least you know the area, so you know the layout. Yeah. That'll help you understand what you're seeing as well, which is cool, you know?
Right.
Yeah, well, the flat Earth, my friend.
So, based on... I wish I had more equipment so I could take better measurements. Like I wish I had like a long-range rangefinder.
You can rent that stuff. Might help you out. Instead of having to go buy, you can rent those things.
Right. Well, for what it's worth, at least I got to come up here and see this, because I rarely ever do.
Yeah. And then the next time you go up there, you probably have a better equipment, you plan it better, and then you can be more precise and concise on the images you want to take. But it's definitely flat, and there's no curvature at all. I mean, you haven't seen curvature yourself, have you now? In all your life?
I haven't seen it from here, but the question still remains, like I showed in the picture, the farther out I go, the more the lights seem to converge at a y-axis point. So
that's perspective.
Ooh, hey, a shooting star. That's cool. So if I can see the mountains that are supposedly 50 miles from here, roughly, give or take. I can see the radio towers on top of it, but I can't see the lights in between the mountains and the lights that I can see. I'm trying to account for that in my head.
The one thing you got to remember too is like if you're on a ball, that curve is curving away from you in every direction.
360 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. That's you know.
Well, I have trees blocking me. If I was on a singular point, like I was on top of the, Burj Khalifa or something like that, then
just keep that in mind because perspective is how they got us. Like it looks like it's kind of curving when you look away from you. So people just ate it up. They told us a boat goes over the horizon, and everybody believed it. But don't forget, it has to curve in every direction from you. So that's perspective is kind of hard to learn, but once you get into it and it makes sense, it just keeps making more and more sense.
So in the side chat, I put a 360-degree pan shot from the top of, I think it's the top of Everest.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
you also got to remember. Go ahead, Jim.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, and you'd be amazed at the horizontality from that height. From that 360 pan. It's just amazing. But yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Got to remember, you're seeing a big circle as well. That's what I was going to say. Like you can see the same distance, all directions.
Princess F-bomb, check your DMs.
So, Earth being flat.
First, check your DMs.
This goes back to the initial thing that I said when I first started, and we were talking about models, right? How far? Like,
hey, check your DMs real quick, Princess F-bomb.
Totality.
I said check your DMs.
Watch your mouth.
Nigga, who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
See you later.
Go on mute, bro.
Somebody talking that I can't hear?
You just broke TSA.
Yeah, turn your camera off, dumbass. No one wants to look at your stupid face.
Oh, I think I muted for some reason.
And he dropped the N-bomb.
Yeah, he's banned. Bye.
Yeah. I think he was trying to get the young man to look into his DMs. That's all. Maybe a little bit overzealous doing that, but that's what he was trying to do. Get you to. I think you've got a message in your DMs. Okay, he may have sent you something.
He hasn't sent me anything.
Yeah, that's why he was saying to you, look in your DMs for a second, quickly. That's what he was saying. So he may have sent you something. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I haven't muted. Why can't I still see him? I can still see his camera.
Yeah, he's probably like already banned, and once I'll fix it up. All right. Enjoy your last moments on camera. soy boy, you look extremely soy. Why are you going on camera? Dude.
That's us. Oh shucks.
Wait, we can turn our cameras on in this call? Oh, cool. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
but it doesn't make the call. Hang on. The reason why we don't put the cameras on is because it messes with the bandwidth, and then communication starts to break down when everyone has their camera on. That's why we don't do that. It's not really necessary unless someone was concerned that they wanted to verify somebody and whatever. I don't mind putting my camera on then for a few seconds. Hello, it's me, Jin. It's the real person, and then I go off camera again because we want to keep the communications better. That's why we don't.
Yeah, my bad. I just hopped in. I'll be gone. It's like 4 a.m. I gotta skedaddle anyway.
Well, thanks for being with us. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for listening. And do come back, of course.
Yeah. Word up.
Hopefully. What is your position currently? Are you on the fence? Are you in with the Flat Earth camp or are you in the Globe Earth camp?
They just left.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Anyway, going back to my question. So, like, if I went down to, for example, the southern tip of South America, and I continued going south, what would I find?
Well, yeah, you'll hit the ice. You know, you'll hit a wall of ice, of course. Eventually, that's what you do. If you keep going from South Africa, you're going to hit Antarctica. That's what you're going to hit. Okay. It's been done by boat as well. People have canoed apparently there. That's a record. It's been canoed from South America, and they hit the ice. You know, they hit the yeah. So it's definitely that's where you're going to go to, Antarctica.
Hey, F-Bomb, I got another question for you. Have you ever heard of Perspective before today, or is it kind of your first time getting into it?
Have I ever heard of Perspective?
Yeah, like just the way your vision works and stuff.
I understand the concept of. Oh, well, let me rephrase that. I think I understand the concept of perspective.
Okay. Well, it's kind of your eyes do weird stuff. So,
yeah.
The way I kind of,
let him tell him. Yeah, go ahead.
The way I kind of the way it kind of clicked for me is if you're on a long straight road and you can see all the telephone poles and you look down the road and they get smaller and smaller and smaller. Eventually, you know, they look like they're a foot off the ground, but you know they're all the same height. That's kind of what helped me, I guess, kind of put it into perspective of how it works a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, when you look down the street, it looks like everything's going into a vanishing point. I did post that image that you just mentioned in the side chat. So if you look in the side chat, I've posted two. One is of like a hallway, and the other one is like a black and white drawing of the railway tracks, the horizon, and then the signal poles shrinking in size as you look down the railway track as they look like they're converging. The signal posts are shrinking, and everything's going into what's known as the vanishing point. That's the perspective of how your eyes work. Okay, and you'll understand it like that, you know. And that in itself is an optical illusion, isn't it? Because we know that the railway tracks are not converging. Otherwise, the train would crash, wouldn't it? Would come off the rails. But they don't, do they? So it's just the way we see things at long distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. From a distance, that's the perspective angle of it. It's like looking down the road and you see the car, it's tiny, but as it approaches you, it gets larger and larger and larger and larger and larger, and it morphs to its real size, goes past you, and then starts to shrink again as it leaves you. That's shrinking. That's your angular resolution from your perspective. And it's an optical illusion, isn't it? Because, you know, the car is actually the same size. It's just that the distance between you and that vehicle is being increased as it moves away and it starts to shrink in size again. That's how we see things. Angular resolution from your perspective.
Another cool little experiment you can do just with your phone is if you set up your video on a table, right level with the table, and just take a coin and slide it away from the camera slowly and video it, and it'll disappear from the bottom up. Now you know your table is not curved, but it appears that it is. But it's doing the same thing like what the sun does. It just goes away from us. It looks like it's going behind a horizon, but really it's just going away from us. That's all it took for me was my teacher to tell me, yeah, it's going behind the horizon. And I watched it kind of appear to go down. And that was it. I believed it. Then I found out they were lying. Then I was mad because I was I felt stupid. I was so easily duped. And then began my journey. Now I'm not angry at all. I know what I don't know, and I'm loving life. It's free. It's like a weight off your chest, man. Very freeing. I always knew, though, deep down inside, that it wasn't adding up. I just never questioned it because my teachers, why would they lie to me? Why would my parents lie to me? But they weren't lying. They just didn't know any better. Just like me, they were told the same thing.
So now this brings up the bigger question. What is the purpose of lying to everybody about it?
Why the lie, right?
Yeah, why lie?
Well, that's a loaded question. I'm sure someone will be able to.
What purpose does it serve?
Oh man, it's a big question. Probably multiple purposes. Multiple purposes. Doesn't just have to be one. But that would be speculation, right? Because we can't necessarily prove motive. Especially like when most people these days are not lying. And it was something that was sort of incorporated into the mainstream education system a long, long time ago. By people you're not able to go question, right? So
right.
Most
Okay,
people aren't lying.
let me rephrase the purpose. Instead of asking why, what purpose does lying about this serve?
For who? Like who? Who are you talking about in particular that's lying? That you think
whoever in the higher authorities of our society that know the truth but continue to spread the misinformation. What purpose would it serve?
Well, who would that be? I think that's
right, DJ, because you could actually potentially not know the truth and still spread the misinformation. So you need to identify these people. Who are we talking about?
Well, I mean, I would assume that, scientists and the people in the highest fields of academia would probably know the truth.
No. Hey, bro. They believe it.
Yeah, they would be amongst the most indoctrinated, right? Because they're the ones that have practiced and memorized the books of bullshit, basically. Like, they're the ones that have memorized and they're able to regurgitate the textbooks, word for word in a lot of cases. So they're the most indoctrinated, potentially. I mean, yeah, like when it comes to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone like that, I don't think that these people are lying. Brian Cox or, these famous scientists, I think they're just professionals at regurgitating what they were taught. And they genuinely believe that.
Right, I understand that they would regurgitate what they're taught, but I also would like to give them the benefit of the doubt to say that they've done some amount of experimentation to try and figure it out, have stumbled upon the truth,
and
have just not decided to tell it. They've decided to continue the misinformation.
Well, how would you work that out? That who's done that, right? Because I don't see them publishing any of this information or any tests proving that it's a globe or proving that it's flat or anything like that. I don't see them doing anything. I see them just, talking, right? Regurgitating the information, the mainstream information, not necessarily saying, hey, look, here's empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe, right? We've gone out and actually tested the Earth. They're not doing that. They probably never questioned whether it's a globe or not throughout their entire studies. Like, if it was just a brief moment if they smoked a joint or something. They were taught this from a young age, then it was reinforced at school, and then it was further reinforced in their textbooks at university. And they probably just never questioned it.
But like in other, I guess you could say in other studies and experiments that they've done, they've had to realize when the math doesn't make sense that something would be different about the Earth itself. Like when that asteroid or whatever supposedly, came in and orbited the Earth a few times and then took off. Like if they did any kind of calculations on that.
You think they get that right? That one that they keep saying about 2032? It keeps changing. They don't know shit,
Yeah,
bro.
you're talking about Apophis.
Yeah, it keeps changing. Oh, 1 minute it's 5% chance it's going to hit Earth. Oh, next minute it's 0.38% chance it's going to hit. Next minute it's going to hit the moon. Oh, next minute it's might not hit the moon. Like they're all over the place. They don't know shit, bro.
Yeah, once you look into it a bit further, they don't know shit, right? They can't even agree on what shape the universe is to begin with, right? They come out with articles and they're like, oh, the universe is flat, right? Like NASA says, oh, the universe is flat. And then some other scientists will say, well, no, actually, it could be the shape of a donut, like a big flat donut. It could be donut shaped. And then other ones will say, well, it might be spherical. And then other ones will say, no, it's like a big cylinder. Or it's like a big cone. Like, they don't have a freaking clue, right? And when their math doesn't work out, they make up bullshit as place fillers, right? Like when their math was off by 96%, they had to incorporate dark energy and dark matter. They like, well, what's that? We have no idea, but it's just something that the math doesn't work. So there has to be some dark matter there to make the math work. It's just pseudoscience nonsense. It's like a big theoretical, conceptual, mathematical concept, basically. Yeah, I don't know. Like in practical use, like when aerospace engineers are designing aircrafts and things like that, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their calculations when designing, commercial aircraft, military aircraft, jets, all that sort of thing. Right? It's in all of the manuals, right? In the instruction manuals, all of the documentation, right? And they say it's for simplification purposes. So the Earth is for most industries are just utilizing the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Even NASA has documents saying that, for our calculations of motion and things like that, we assume a flat stationary plane. So
even astronomers use something called the horizontal coordinate system with the celestial sphere model, which is the Earth being an infinite plane stretching out from the observer's point, in which the observer is at the center of this infinite plane, above him being this dome of objects in the sky, right? And that's just the way it's perceived, right? It's just because that's kind of our perception of it, our perspective. Right? But that's what they use. They utilize that in practicality. They treat the Earth as flat and get elevation angle measurements to stars and things, and then start mapping the sky. Right, using with planispheres, and now that's how they make the planispheres and the ephemerises and all that. That's the underlying principle of astronomy is treating the Earth as flat, right?
Hang on, I'm back on that back.
Oh, thanks for hanging around and asking all these questions and having the chat. Anyway, man, it's you've helped fill some dead air.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the back road where it's hard to. I'm almost home. That's nice. Everybody leaving?
Nah. Seems to be dying off a bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Sometimes.
I'm on my PC now.
Cool, man, cool.
I'm gonna go, but it was fun. I gotta go to a different call and deal with some stuff.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming past. Anyway, it was a good conversation. I'll come back anytime. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we really enjoyed that. And don't forget, angular resolution from your perspective. Things, when you look down the road, appear to be going into a vanishing point. Okay?
Gotcha. Be safe, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Yeah, good job there, DJ. You kept him occupied, kept his brain working, backed him up with some images. I put some images in there. You did a good job on him, really. You did spend some time with him. It was good. I was listening all the way. And yeah, well
It was
done,
a
man.
good chat. Cheers. Yeah, it was a good chat with that guy. A rare person in good faith in the politics server. So it's good to see.
Yeah, because you don't usually like the politics, so you did a great job. Of course, by that I mean you don't like those who come in good faith, without good faith. Sorry, you know, just dismissal of everything. That can get you a bit annoyed. So I do understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see his wheels turning in real time.
Yeah, he even went and did an observation while we were chatting with him.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Awesome.
Exactly. Exactly.
Should have shown him
Exactly
that quote from Michio Kaku. I didn't think on that last point, but yeah. Anyway, next time.
Yeah, next time, yeah, we can put Michio Kaku in there. Yes, we're wrong by 100 magnitude of 20, wasn't it? And that the biggest mismatch between science, what was it, and reality?
Observation and experiment. Yeah. And experiment.
Massive.
Yep. And also when he says, nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. It's all
That's
leaps
right.
of logic. And
we do
guesswork.
it by the seat of our pants.
Seat of our pants, leaps of logic and guesswork. Yep. Leaps of logic, all right.
I heard that.
Leap over logic, forget logic, in other words. Let's skip past that. Leap over
exactly. Yeah, that's when I started to learn that they really weren't doing science. And I thought, well, bloody hell, what are they getting paid to do here? How does their existence and their field actually help humanity? And it doesn't, does it? What do they do that helps us? Come on, how does humanity benefit from cosmology, for example? Scientifically, and it affects our lives in a positive sense. That we benefit. Cosmology, theoretical physics, and then advanced theoretical physics. Wow.
Yeah,
advanced.
Doesn't.
It doesn't, exactly. It sends confusion. That's what it does. It's there to muddy the waters, so you think that cosmology is a science, and when they tell you that they've gone to these planets and they can see this galaxy at the Lagrange point and wherever, it's all crap, and you believe it because you're used to listening to that kind of junk anyway. Yeah. Which was why Carl Sagan stated that a belief without confirmation is a mistake, because he was worried about science becoming a religion and moving away from the scientific method. Now, he's saying that as a man who doesn't use the scientific method in his field because he was an astronomer. They don't use scientific method, but he was still concerned to make that statement, believing. He felt that people were going to get bamboozled by the scientists.
And he died thinking that the pale blue dot image was real, that all his work was on some tin can floating out towards the edge of the solar system, and
yeah. That's right. That is absolutely right. All on a golden record. Do you remember that? They put it on a golden record, didn't they? And just sent it out. But we now know they never did that. They never sent anything out there. Nothing's out there. It's in a vault somewhere.
Who were we talking about? Because I was going to look for a meme I made. Oh, yeah, that's what Kelsey.
So it's quiet in the English hub, is it, at the moment? Is it?
Yeah. There's only John Luna in there.
Right. Very entertaining as well as informative as well, but mainly entertaining with these the Asian mob coming in very hot. You know, the most recent one was the yesterday, where someone came in and just threw out insults, saying that I needed mental help because, you know, we didn't believe the earth was flat. We knew it was flat because it's measured flat. And then he said, well, you need mental help. He's going to give me some charity to get some mental help. And then we highlighted, you know me, I highlighted the fact that he didn't know his model by asking him just the relevant questions, you know, what's the circumference? What's the radius? What's the angle tilt? What's the rotation of the Earth on that axis at the equator in India or England? Didn't know that. How fast are we orbiting the sun, supposedly? How fast is the sun in the system flowing with the galaxy? How fast? How fast is the galaxy moving through the universe with the great attractor? He didn't know any of that. I said, see, ladies and gentlemen, this man has come in, says, I need mental help. He's trying to defend a model which he hasn't investigated himself to go and check if it has curvature or not. Doesn't know the model at all, but has the gore to say that I need mental help, ladies and gentlemen. Does that sound logical? How can it be? He knows nothing, no investigation, he's correct. I've done the investigation, I've gone out to measure, I'm wrong. How is that possible, ladies and gentlemen? How is that possible? Yeah, he was very embarrassed. He left after that. Shortly after that, he left. Because he could see that his position was ridiculous. In fact, it got to the point where he was asking, I've forgotten the guy's name, something Nuss. He sounds like Sasha, really nice guy, right?
Sounds like a regular old day at the baller office.
Trying to tell us how we should be experiencing the flat Earth. All the while he doesn't know his own model. Yes. Okay. Oh, that was really hilarious.
Yeah, it's like half the people that come in, probably most of the people that come in and say, "Oh, what can you explain how this or that works on flat Earth?" Like all they've been told, they just have this vague notion of it there being an explanation from the globe side. They don't understand it. You start questioning about how they think it works on the globe side, and they'll probably get it wrong or not know and have to look it up. But yet they have the audacity to ask us how this thing is supposed to work over a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what I mean, you know, the idiocy of it all. You know, it's cringe, isn't it? You feel sorry for them. But that's what I mean. It has been entertaining, them coming in, because it's helping those who are listening for the first time or in the live stream to understand that this is what happens to you if you haven't checked anything. You can't point fingers at anybody else to be wrong until you've gone out to check yourself. And just because someone told you the Earth was a globe without actually giving you proof and you haven't checked it yourself doesn't mean that your position is correct. Even though I thought that myself for 48 years, mind you. So there you are, 48 years thinking I was on a globe. I didn't check it. I just thought we were. Didn't check it at all. And all the while, my life has been nothing but existing on nothing but a horizontal plane Earth. All the clues were there. I just missed them. The clues were definitely there. right in plain sight. Yeah, the truth is in plain sight, and it was. It's right there. It's there every day. Just didn't connect.
There you go, Jim.
Cheers, man.
There you go. This side chat.
Yeah, I'm going into the side chat now. Cheers. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good meme. I posted that meme myself. I am looking at my meme, am I? Oh, okay, hang on. Something's odd. I'm not getting what you posted in the side chat. Okay, let me get out and come back in. Hang on a sec.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
The Carl Sagan. I just replaced like the kid with Carl's face.
Yeah, well done, mate. Nice. Yeah. Billions and billions and billions and billions was his other famous expression, yeah? Everything was billions and billions. Billions and billions of miles. Through the universe, through the cosmos.
Yeah, it's just pure imagination.
Yeah, brilliant one. I'm going to keep this one. Thank you. I'm definitely having that. Yeah, man. Forwarding it to Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. Yeah, I want a meme. You see, that's going to come in handy for me, that one. I did want a meme of him doing that, so there you go. Nice. That'll be doing the rounds now. Yeah, very, very smartly done, that one. I like that. Yeah, I'm just looking at it again and again.
It was just appropriate because of the kid in that show's name's Carl, isn't it? Like, so it fits.
Yeah, this is going to be doing the rounds. Yeah, this is well done for creating that right off the bat. That's a good bloody meme, that one.
Yeah, sometimes I do all right, but yeah, like that because it's difficult because I didn't do it on a computer. I was just doing it on a tablet. Yeah.
Well, excellent job. I've got it now, and I'm going to be using it a lot. But I thought it was quite poignant. Sorry, I was going to say I thought it was quite poignant that towards the end of his life that he actually said that. That a belief without confirmation is a mistake. That's quite a statement.
Yeah, I bet a lot of them on closer to their deathbed or whatever. Like they start questioning, like thinking about things and going, "What if I'm wrong? What if I was wrong?"
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and he stated that like you said, Michio Kaku letting it loose, but no one in his field uses what's called the scientific method. We go by the seat of our pants, basically.
Right. I bet when he said all that stuff back in the day, I bet he never thought that, a couple of decades later, flat earthers are going to be quoting the crap out of him.
Exactly. It's going to come back to haunt him. He also lied. He also said that there is no force. We lied about gravity as well. There's no force pulling me down. We lied to you, he said. We lied to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's made some great statements. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, that stuff is flat because you can't see curvature from the top of this 2 millimeters of this beach ball. It's all flat, he said. Yeah. Unfortunately, Von Gardner died, didn't he? The other day, literally a few days ago.
Yeah, apparently he had a heart attack during a paragliding or parasailing or something.
No, paragliding. They said it was paragliding, they said.
Paragliding, yeah.
But he was in one of those microlight things, wasn't he, with an engine on it? See? And, had an heart attack. Oh, wow. I think it was 56, according to the news reports. Wow.
Did he die?
Yeah, he passed away.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson you're talking about?
No, we're talking about Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jumper.
Oh, really? Shit, eh?
Yeah. Apparently he had a heart attack.
That's too bad. He was pretty young.
Yeah, 56 he was, but he did bullshit us about seeing the curvature of the Earth. Line no good.
Yeah, or was he? Did he see the curve through his mask? Or I don't know about him. I'm undecided.
Yeah, if you see his helmet would have facilitated curvature anyway. Then he had the GoPro fisheye lens, which Neil deGrasse Tyson happened to mention. And then if you look at the Red Bull jumper himself, before he jumped, he was in his gondola, and there's that round porthole that you look through. The Earth's horizon was dead level. But as soon as he stepped onto the platform, there's the curvature there, right there. And Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned that he used a camera that facilitates curvature, he said. Basically a GoPro fisheye lens. Right? And did he really fall because he was dropping to Earth and he broke the sound barrier? Did he really? It's a question, isn't it? Can you fall and break the sound barrier? I'm beginning to doubt that you can drop, get high enough, drop and drop to the velocity of 760 miles per hour, which is roughly the speed of sound, 760 miles per hour. Dropping, accelerating downwards.
At that speed, right, you'd want some real gradual slowing down. Like, did he have like a series of parachutes starting off from like smaller to larger? Because you wouldn't want to just open a big parachute at that speed, right?
Exactly.
It'd rip your guts out.
Yeah, and he was tumbling as well. He was actually tumbling during that drop, which I thought was like amazing. 700 miles an hour. That's not bloody slow, right? That's why I don't trust that feat in itself. I don't think he did that. What I'm trying to say to you is that I think he was dropping not anywhere near 700 miles per hour, but the clock and the speedometer is just giving us the numbers. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. Much the same as Elon Musk rockets when they take off and they show you the speed and the miles per hour just placed on the screen, right? But the action belies the numbers, or the numbers belie the action. That's what I think. I don't think he did break the sound barrier through falling through the earth, falling to earth. Just can't imagine that. Yeah. If that was the case, how comes we don't have objects that have been dropped for such height being recorded at those speeds? We've got them flying at those speeds, but we haven't got anything dropping at those speeds. Objects dropping at the speed of sound. Because that would have been a record, wouldn't it, first and foremost? Wouldn't it?
Well, they say that we get meteors into the Earth's atmosphere at it's just unbelievable speed, 23,000 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. It's just all very hard to believe, all that stuff. Really is. So maybe God called him in early. What are you doing on my flat earth telling lies about dropping at the speed of sound? Felix, what were you doing? And the devil was waiting for him. Send him down now. Send him down.
Drop him. He'll break the record again.
Yeah. Send him down. Let him break that record one more time. Yeah. Forever and ever and ever. He'll be dropping at the speed of sound. Come on. On fire.
But I swear I saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
You were looking for a curved helmet, buddy.
Yeah. I always thought that was a bit too amazing. The speed, falling at the speed of sound is not a slow speed. He was tumbling. He did have a sturdy space, which is what you would need for such a jump anyway. Something sturdy. The equipment looked robust enough. But then to be dropping at that speed was my question. Did he really fall at 700 miles per hour? Yeah, and I can't trust it. Never did. What happened to that Australian? The measurement of the curvature and how they measured the oblate spheroid, etc., and the India I was chatting with for a while. What happened to him? Do you know? No. Okay.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I wasn't around for a bit.
He was just waffling anyway. talking about GPS and how GPS works, and India was trumping him every time.
That was Daza, yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy, Daza. Yeah, thank you. I didn't catch the end of it, but I noticed that though I think India was getting a bit tired, sleepy, started to slow down a little bit, getting late. Yeah. But it's you know what annoys me the most is that they've got the gall to laugh as if they're telling the truth and they're laughing. You know, you guys kill me. You flat earthers are really funny. You know, as if we're. Hang on a second, you haven't proven the Earth is a globe, mate. How can you be laughing? What are you talking about here? We should be laughing at you, actually. You know, how ridiculous you are that you can't even prove your globe, and yet you're running on pure belief, building upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie. And in the courts of law, that whenever you build upon a false premise, whatever you built has to be seen as null and void. For your foundation at the beginning was false, faulty foundation, false premise. The Earth isn't a globe. Yeah, I've been doing that a lot for the last 2 years, just saying all the globers, you're all null and void. Clicking my fingers, null and void, you're null and void, you're null and void as well. All of you, null and void. That's how you have to treat them, ladies and gentlemen. When they're not proving the globe, they're null and void. Boom, gone. That's it. They've got nothing. They're null and void. It triggered a few of them. Because I'm just like Radwin. I like to wind them up as well. You know, I like to get them angry. Get the angry juices flowing. Yeah. Makes for a nice, interesting, hot debate. I like a hot debate. Like, what's his name? Elder Bear got smashed up yesterday. Totally trashed him yesterday, and I was going to do it today, but India and that were in the house, and Miggy, so they took care of him. I dropped a few comments though here and there just to remind him that I'm still there. Count yourself lucky, because if they let me go, you'd be finished. He was complaining that I monologued. He's the one, he interrupts every single time. So now that I had my chance now to just run him over like an express train with the flat earth truth and facts. Yeah, he didn't like it. Didn't like it at all, did he? It was painful. Even they got me muted again. But sometimes it's worth it. Elder Bear. Anyway, I'm glad I understand his psychology. He's got nothing. Real globe knowers. That's what they call themselves, yeah? Real globe knowers.
Get those guys. I mean, like, we're not really against each other. I mean, you know, you ask any one of them, you know, from Bev's side, you know, if you think that they live on a spinning ball in outer space, they'll say, no, there's no evidence of that. Right?
That's right.
Okay, cool. Well, then what are you fighting with us about? Why are you coming in and saying, oh, well, what's your definition of flat? Oh, where's the angle of elevation, angle to Polaris, and all this stuff? Like, why?
Yeah.
Why? Why be antagonists?
69 piles per degree, was it? Or per 15 degrees, was it? He keeps going on about? Which is not our position. Yeah. We never offered that up. I always said to him, I don't believe that. I don't know that because I haven't actually measured it. And no flat earther has flown the circumference of the equator to know that size is correct. So what you offer up, I don't know what flat earther would have said that, because he keeps saying we flat earthers all the time. I said, I don't know what flat earther would have said that. Who was it? Where were you? And then he offers up like Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Oakley doesn't say that. He says the Earth is measured flat. He doesn't say the 1 degree per 69 miles. He doesn't give us that spiel. I've never heard him say that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've heard it referenced, but I mean, like, it's, either way, if it's true or not true, it doesn't matter. They're still going to need a flat Earth.
Thank you. And it's still measuring flat anyway, which is what I said to him. I said, because this is a live stream, I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're not concerned about the equator at this moment. We're concerned about the measurement of curvature of Earth. This is what we've been talking about all along. As for the equator, and it's 24,900 miles, no one in the flat Earth community has validated that. I haven't flown the whole, so I don't know if that number actually exists as a number. But since it's been put up, and we're using it because it's a number we've been given, we're finding no curvature at all with that number, actually, in whatever destinations we fly to. And the in-flight telemetry data proves that, ladies and gentlemen, plus my spirit level, plus my senses. That's a 3 triangulation point there, showing that there is no way we've got curvature going on. So all this talk about 1 degree per 69 there, that's talking about rotation again. That's not our position. What is this man doing here? It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur here. Yeah, and then when he's trying to butt in, I just keep talking, though. I raise my voice. So now he's blocked. Now he's forced to listen. He runs out of breath. He doesn't have the stamina. No one does. Not when I go into that mode. You better have done your exercises today and every day. You better be good at singing. Because you've got to be a good singer too. You know the breathing exercises that singers do? Yeah. Yeah, you better be good at doing that. Because if you ain't good at doing that, you're not going to survive when I'm in the ring with you. Because I'll talk you down. I've done it non-stop for 8 hours. 8 hours. I'm on record on that. 8 hours I destroyed. Snacks to the Future was the guy I was trying to remember. His name is Snacks to the Future. And he used to hang out on the Hangouts. And he made a reappearance recently in the Earth Awakening server. And everybody remembered it, especially Flat Earth Dude and, what's his name? New Perspective. Because, yeah, do you remember when Jim did that? Fucking never knew anybody could do that, he said. 8 hours of just totally trashing them with flat Earth facts, proof. Without a breather, without a break. 8 hours. I'm not proud of that, actually, but the point is it had to be done. I was insulted. And Snacks to the Future got annihilated. In fact, he had his people coming to try and rescue him, other Globers, and they all died there. Took them all on. Yeah. So don't ever think you can beat me on that one. You'll never do it. And I'm 63 now. Funny how I'm getting younger as I'm getting older, ladies and gentlemen. Funny that, isn't it? Yes. The Jin CBR1, that black anomaly. Yeah. The destroyer of the heliocentric model, that black matter that matters. The dark bomber, Jin CBR1. Yeah, yeehaw, bring it on, yay. I do make those entrances in those other servers, though, especially Gem Pandas. I haven't been in there for a while because I've been here. Thought I'd put in a good appearance. I haven't been able to come into this politics for like 2 years trying to get in. So I thought, yeah, let me put in a good appearance. Make up for the years I haven't been in. Trying to get in. I get in on the home server, but on the politics, I was given the link to politics 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago, flat 24/7 moved to politics, and I was never able to join. But on this new smartphone, I was able to join the politics. On my iPad, on my other iPhone 6, I just can't get in. It's really odd. That's why I've been coming in a lot. Been around a long time with the 24/7. You know, early days, I was there. Just haven't been able to get in for the last 2 years, roughly. Because somehow I'd get to the 24/7, click on the 24/7, join voice, it says you click there, you have ba-ding, ba-dong. So I get in and get kicked out immediately. Ba-ding, ba-dong. Ba-ding, ba-dong. That's what used to happen all the time. Yeah, and I couldn't understand. And everyone tried to help me to get in. Jedi, Miggy, Indio, they all tried to help me get in. I just couldn't get in for some reason. Couldn't understand it. What happened? Yeah.
Speaking of, I haven't seen Jedi for like a week or so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what's happened? Maybe he's taking a break, perhaps. But yeah, right.
Must be.
Yeah, I haven't seen him for a week as well. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what he's doing. But it has been really entertaining these past 3 weeks, 4 weeks coming up now. Yeah, especially with the Asian group. The Asian community has been coming in rather a lot from Pakistan and India. Yeah, yeah, I've really enjoyed that with their beliefs and their, they really do feel proud that they've got a space agency. They really are proud of it. I said, your country is stealing your money. You don't go to space. Okay? Taxpayers are losing out here. Yeah, but what about all the thousands of years of knowledge and scientists and that? And then either you or one or the other would say, it's not a scientific endeavor, which is true, it's not. Yeah. That one is like a Mike Tyson punch when you tell them it's not a scientific, because they've drowned you with buckets of science. Yeah, what about the science of this and the science of that? And then as you wipe your face off, actually, learning about the Earth's shape is not a scientific endeavor. Bang! They're on the floor. There's nothing scientific going on there. It's geometry, actually. Whoosh! Buckets of water of geometry. Burning hot.
Yeah, that's right. The world's been hoodwinked through science fiction. So
Yeah, but I love that. I love the exchanges, when they've come in red hot and then you guys have just hit them with a Mike Tyson punch to the jaw there. It's not science, actually. It's actually geometry, trigonometry, if you like, and, observations and measurements. And, they're stuttering to get the words out. It's not science. Yeah, I love it, man. Yeah. Came back at the right time. The English Hub. I got back and then Jedi gave me the link to the English Hub. And then I joined 2 days later. I wanted to spend time in the politics. It took me 2 years to get in, so I spent some time. I thought, let me click on the English Hub. Boom, I'm in. And then you guys were in there talking about, I recognise these voices. Okay. So that's what the English Hub's all about. People beginnings to English through Flat Earth. That's interesting. That's right down my alley, yeah. And it was good hearing a lot of Indians. I thought, now is my opportunity. Because I'm always reminding them about the bridges that have collapsed. 2,501 to the present day. Only last month a bridge collapsed in India. So I always remind them, how can a country that cannot build bridges put satellites in elliptical orbits around the moon and even land on the moon and even send a probe to the sun? That's rubbish. You can't build bridges properly. Don't start lying here, India. Shut up. Yeah. And then everyone mentions the cartoon images that we got from them, as they were landing on the moon, and that horrible images we got there. At mission control.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, right, so they say that you can lose network signal and still receive GPS, still get, be able to know your exact position through GPS satellites, right?
Yeah.
So there's allegedly no black spots for GPS coverage, so anywhere. So you could be anywhere out in the middle of the ocean, and you could have no network coverage, but your phone will connect to it receive a signal from a GPS satellite or GPS satellites and tell you where you are, right, and give you your exact coordinates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, why aren't they using that technology to make sure you do have network coverage at all times, right? If you lose signal from a cell tower, you've got that as backup. At this point, there's no excuse for black spots.
Yeah, black spots and drop-in calls. That should not be happening. Exactly.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. And why would you need Starlink? Do you know what I mean? For example, you wouldn't need that, would you? Really?
Right.
And again, Starlink, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a modern technology. They had it in the Second World War. All right, so it's nothing new. Elon Musk is just borrowing. He wasn't the inventor of the Starlink idea. That's been around a long time. Oh, and from what I understand, he bought the idea from Google Loon anyway. Yeah, because it was Google's Loon's idea to go to these far out regions where they couldn't get internet and give them internet via these balloons.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it, but the rumor is that affiliates of Elon Musk or people that have shares in SpaceX bought the Google project. They bought them out. So apparently SpaceX owns that project now that they just refurbished it, called Starlink or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, they call it Starlink now, don't they? Yeah, and everyone's up in raves about it. Well, look, it's an old technology. Balloons. It's not actually a satellite machine. Deployed by a rocket. No, it's not. And get carried away now.
I mean, there's another one for you. We were talking about, the quotes from these guys. And Elon, when he's like reviewing the footage of his own project to put a Tesla in space, live on camera, says you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah,
it looks so ridiculous. He said.
Yeah. He said we got better CGI than that. He said, didn't he? That's what he said. He said we got better CGI, much better CGI than that. He said.
He's looking at it. You can just see the look on his face as he's you can see him. He's looking at the screen. He's watching the footage and he's just shaking his head. You can see the look on his face. He's like, oh my God, you guys, you're making a fool of me. What am I going to say?
What have I done?
Right?
Yeah, what have I done? What have I done here? That's what he was saying to himself. Oh fuck, what have I done? So you have to say that. He had to say that. Damage control, wasn't it? That was an attempt of damage control.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can tell he's telling the truth, ladies and gentlemen, because he's a lying bastard.
Yeah.
That's my version. Yeah, Elon. And the Japanese love him, They love him. They love him to death, the Japanese. I'm thinking now, everybody's talking about Elon. I said, Elon is a lying bastard, is what he is. He's deceiving everybody. I think he's got all that money, yes, but he hasn't made it through moral means, okay? Immoral earnings is what that is.
Yeah, on the Joe Rogan podcast, right? So
yeah,
Joe's like, what do you think about all these Earthers, right? People saying the Earth is flat. And Elon's like, it's just a troll. They're trolling, right?
Yeah.
And Joe's like, no, there's people that actually think it's true, right? And Elon just was like looking at him, just smiling, just grinning. He didn't come out and get like all puffy and say, oh, well, that's ridiculous. Of course, we know it's not, and blah, blah, blah. Like, he didn't. He just let Joe Rogan ramble on about it. He did not try and defend the bloke, not one bit.
Yeah, he didn't want to get embroiled because he would have come under attack. Didn't want that, did he? Didn't want his Tesla to get hurt, so he had to be very careful there. And he was. It's a good point you made there, yeah. I remember that. Joe Rogan, the sellout, who's trying to make his way back into the truth community, but no, I've written him off completely.
But he flip-flopped again, did he? He's back with saying the moon landing was fake.
Yeah, That's what I mean. You know, I've written him off, so it doesn't matter if he's telling the truth now. Never mind. Keep telling the truth. But you know, you've lost all respect for me anyway. And if you want to do a bit of jiu-jitsu, let's have a go. I'll give you some jiu-jitsu. I don't mind. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it was the same guy from going back in the day. He did that show called the X Factor. Was it not X?
Yeah.
Was it the X Factor?
I think it was the X.
What was that one?
There was one called the X Factor.
And he'd make contestants had to do all those crazy things to get the money. Fear Factor.
That's
Fear
it.
Factor.
Fear Factor.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, the Fear Factor. Yeah, and he was meant to be a comedian, but I thought his comedy was rather just boring and dry. I didn't think it was, but then that's typical American humour. Sometimes it can be a bit dry. Yeah, I didn't think it was a great comedian. But it was shit. And then what's with the bald egg head now? You know, what's going on there? Bald egg head.
Right, that's what I mean. When I seen him years later on his podcast, I was like, is that the same guy?
Yeah, and it looks stupid with the headphones. They just look ugly. You got this peanut-shaped head with the headphones on top of it, no hair on the thing. I mean, it looks ugly. You look a cunt, mate. Fuck. Honestly, I'll never do that. Bald egg with the headphones. Oh, some people just don't get it, do they? Ugh. Just looks silly. You know, making all that money and not really having that much of an impact. Not only with those who are being indoctrinated follow him anyway, I think. The Lost Posse. I did like, what's his name though? Oh, wow, come on. Alex Jones, even though he is controversial, did like him at the beginning, you know, the way he was delivering his truths and that truth bombs that were coming across nice. InfoWars, yeah, that was good. I enjoyed all that period. And then he went a bit controversial, and then he was trying to attack Eddie Bravo for being a flat earther, but that didn't work. It was more embarrassing for Alex Jones, right? Yeah. He did redeem himself in recent months, especially when I say recent months, back in the beginning of the pandemic, and that's all I'm going to say there. He warned us. He got out of his truck in the middle of winter, snow everywhere, and started pleading to us not to do that. Don't do it, basically, and that was it. So I thought he did a good thing there. He went over to Britain, didn't he? And met that guy, Brian Hoare, who was protesting against the Afghanistan war. And he had his loudhailer there shouting out, "Do you think some men in a cave could have NORAD stand down?" Loudhailer, loudspeaker, giving it some. I liked him for doing that. He did a good thing there. Joe Rogan was quoted saying that he'd lied to his mother, didn't he? He said that. "You can show me some evidence. I'd lied to my mother," he said. I thought, wow. And he said that live, didn't he?
Yeah, about the aliens and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. He'd lied to his mother.
And there's a lot of that going around at the moment. I mean, like, you know, like this discussion of the declassified files, you know.
Yeah, I've never been into it. Never been into it. I stopped that when I was 10 years old. I knew it was bunk back then. I'm 63 now. So for 50 years, I have not looked into the UFO nonsense. Although, yeah, you know, America's had their aeroplanes that they've developed. And of course, you can classify them as unidentified because it's a new shape. You know, they're new bombers and that. When they were building those and test flying them, yeah, that made sense. It was man-made. Okay, fine. But aliens from out of space, from another region coming into Earth, that's never happened and it never will happen. So there you are. That's all BS. on it. And they've changed that now, haven't they? The UFO, they've given it a new classification, haven't they now? What is it? Come on. Unidentified flying projectiles or something? They've changed it, haven't they?
UAP.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. UAPs now, ladies and gentlemen. What does that stand for again? Unidentified artificial projectiles.
Aerial phenomena.
Aerial phenomena. Thank you. There you are. There you go. Creating it on the fly now. This is a new thing to believe in for you people. Honestly. Talk about lifting the goal up and running around with it. They're not even planting the goal now. You've got to chase the goal now. Not only are they moving it, they're running with it now. My new version on moving the goalpost, running with the goalposts, what they're doing. So you can't even score a goal. Fuckers. Do you like that one? Running with the goalposts?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having a real scorching summer here, which I'm loving. Most people are complaining, you know, that it's hot, 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 hot. I just get on with it. It's nice. I love the heat. Better to be hot than cold. Don't mind the cold either. Even my neighbours know. They say, Jim, you don't mind the weather at all? No, I don't mind it at all. It's the season. It's good. You have to, you know, if I start worrying, I'm going to start wondering, and then going to cost me money in the air conditioning. I'm going to start worrying. Yeah, no. That's expensive. I can't afford that kind of worry. You know? I don't even use the air conditioner in my car. I like to have the windows open and the sunroof. I don't like that chilled air coming in. My wife's in the car. I pipe it all over to her side, and the kids in the back. My side, no aircon coming at me at all. Zero. I like the natural air flowing through. When you're moving, that's it. Same on a motorbike. You get used to it. You know, you undo your leather jacket at the front, keep the neck collar buttoned up, boom, and then open the side zips like that, and then the air, you get gold silver air coming in and cools all your armpits as you're bombing along. Wicked. You know? Yeah. So it's just what I'm used to. I'm just not used to that horrible cold air licking your skin. Oh, I hate it. Not in summer. I do want to feel the heat. Upstairs, my family upstairs, they leave the aircon on and they go out the house. I think, how can you do that? You left the TV on, the aircon on, the lights on, no one's in. Fuck, got to turn it all off. How to waste money. Right, I'm just going to refresh my flask with some fresh water, chilled. Got it free from the supermarket. My alkaline 7.2 pH water that I went to get today. So I got 15 litres. I've put 10 litres in the fridge. And then I'm just going to go up now and fill up my flask. A few ice cubes and some water, yeah. I don't have ice in my drink usually. That's the alcoholic drinks. Like if I'm having a Jack Daniels and Coke, no ice. But if I'm having Bailey's, you know Bailey's, the liqueur, and Cointreau mix, I have one ice cube. I say to him, yeah, one ice cube. One. Thanks. And that melts slowly and helps to chill it nice. Just one cube. I'm a real connoisseur with ice. Outside of that, I don't have ice in my drink. Except for water, of course, because when the ice melts, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change the flavour. But I don't have ice in my drinks generally because it thins out the flavour of the drink, which I don't like. Plus, you lose volume. I taught my children. I said, when you ask for orange juice, okay, don't say you don't want any ice and you get more orange juice to drink, because when you put the ice cubes in there, then you only get a little bit of orange juice. And I showed them, demonstrated it in the kitchen. Okay, can you see the difference? Okay, so, and the drink is already cold anyway. You don't need the ice, do you? Right. So you say, korinashide. Korinashide in Japanese, in English means without ice. Korinashide. Orange juice, could I say? Korinashide. Yeah. Those were the first words I learned when I got to Japan. Without ice. Kori. Kori is ice. Nashi, without. Korinashide. Yeah. So my kids learn. They learn to order their drinks without ice so they can maximize on the volume. But now they don't even drink that now because that's not healthy. It's sugar water, isn't it? Orange sugar water. So we don't drink that anymore. They're drinking teas and water is what they drink now. I've never bought them Coca-Cola in their lives or Pepsi-Cola. But when we've been on holiday, I have bought them Red Bull. And we drink that with Corona beer. So we make a shandy with that. Yeah, I've done that. Giving them a drink. 20% beer and then 80% soft drinks, or 70-30 like that mix. That's it. I mix it, I do it, and I give it to them. They love it. So the only time I bought them a canned drink would be the Red Bull. Caffeine free, which you can get now, which is what I got back then on holiday. Hawaii, Guam, Singapore, Saipan, Los Angeles. Yeah, when we've traveled places. That's what I bought them, soft drinks and shandies. That's the only time. I haven't bought them Coca-Cola in their lives, not once. Saying that, though, my wife has on several occasions, and I've caught them and I said, what are you doing? Put it down the sink. Go on. Throw it away. Why are you throwing it away? Because it's not healthy, that's right. Now go and get the healthy drink that you're supposed to have. Thank you. I said, wife, why do you buy them this crap? It's not healthy for them. Look, okay? The worst drink on earth. Come on, man. It's poison. Going to make the kids be fat. Speaking of soft drinks, I think Coca-Cola are going to use sugar cane instead of fructose syrup, okay? Sugar cane to put into their Coca-Colas, but it's still going to be one can is the equivalent of 4 donuts, apparently. There you go. So you're still losing out anyway.
Dang, that's a lot of sugar.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of sugar in it. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid in the 70s, watching TV, the adverts came up, right, and it said that one can had 365 calories in one can. And they were showing us American kids, all fat, overweight American kids. I said, and I was drinking Coke big time at that time. Yeah, I thought, wow, I'm not going to drink that. Sod that. So I went from Coca-Cola to Tango, from Tango to Tab, and Tab was just 1 cal. But I didn't last long because it didn't taste good. It was that NutraSweet, which wasn't the same as the Coca-Cola. So I stopped all that stuff and just went on to water. Haven't looked back. And on to fresh orange juice I went to, rather than fizzy drinks. Yeah, as a kid, I stopped the Coca-Cola stuff early, luckily. But I do remember consuming it in Africa. Hot. You know, the bottle, the glass bottle, yeah. Oh, I used to love drinking it, man. Yeah, as a kid growing up, I used to love drinking Coke. Yeah. You called me. Who was that? But I myself have not bought my children Coke once. I'm proud to say that. There we are. Yeah, knowing full well it's an unhealthy beverage. Of course, I'm not going to give it to my children to consume. You know, especially if my wife's occasionally buying it for the kids. I could not buy once, and I didn't.
Yo,
Hello?
how's it going?
Going.
Did anybody prove it yet?
What's it?
The globe.
Which globe?
No globes were proven.
Oh.
What are you talking about? The Earth as a globe, or just a globe as a global variable?
Yeah, the globe Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even try anymore. They just say they try to prove not flat. They've given up. They'll tell you it's not flat, therefore a globe. You're like, okay, well, sure. Therefore a globe, then what? It looks flat. It's really big. You're like, huh? Are you sure that's what you want to do? And they're like, yeah, 100%. So you want to say it's not flat, and you can prove it by presenting a globe that's so large it looks flat. All right, I guess we're good.
I like that, DJ. No globes were proven in the making of this live stream.
I can't pick the right GIF for today. The headline is Elon Musk using eugenics startup to inspect DNA of potential babies for intelligence. And right now, he's got him and his girlfriend that are the two DNA prospects.
The Gen Xers.
Yeah. So I got the part of where he does the Roman salute, where he just puts his hand over his heart and then he stops. I got one where he's like at a Trump Vance rally where he goes like, Dragon Ball Z Goku power. And one of them where he's like, it's not manga, it's dork manga. And he's just jumping around the stage making X symbols. I can decide. I think that the first one encapsulates it because eugenics tying back to World War II Germany, but the other two are more relevant, I think, to the. Oh yeah, did you guys hear that Felix died? I think we'll be covering that.
Yeah. Yep. We were just talking about that earlier.
Suddenly, while in the sky.
All right. I just saw the thing that Daz posted. All right. So which GIF is best? My inklings to go with the third one because of the whole eugenics talking point. But the other two show he's just a retard. He's not super intelligent.
Since I've got a sick and twisted sense of humour, I reckon Bill Gates getting the pie in his face gif.
Oh yeah.
Eugenics, that you bastards.
I always call that his evil villain origin story. You know the funny part too? People know about the one pie. He got hit 2 more times after that.
Yeah, he's been done a couple of times.
I mean, that one day, he got triple pied.
Oh wow!
Yeah, like
I didn't know it was on the same day. I knew he'd been done a couple of times.
I know it happened more than once, but on the really famous one, where the guy comes around like a corner of the building or whatever, like a pylon, and hits him. 2 other people get him, like a triple pie. And like his quotes, like jokes on them, it tastes kind of good.
Areas. Age, income, antioxidant. Now, what you want today? Rebound starts antioxidant. 9. Now, final.
Well, DJ Hot Muggins. All right, so what do you guys think? Which one's best? It looks like Daz likes the first one.
I was just reading it. Elon Musk using eugenics startup to inspect DNA of potential babies for intelligence. You know that what's it called? That shit-looking cartoon thing. I'm a globe earther. You need some kind of sticker like that to go with it. Because remember, most of the guys that you send this to are all victims of this room.
Oh well, no, I mean not all of them. There's other rooms and other servers like Paul. I try to keep it somewhat generic.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so there are other servers and other topics and whatnot. I like to tie it in the flat Earth globalist debate a little bit, like like this one's got Elon Musk or science and space news. But yeah, if you just like straight up be like, I'm a globe earther, they're like, what the fuck does that mean? Like it'd be kind of all the context.
Nah, fair enough.
I think the Roman salute one, I think that's too overplayed. Yeah, I think I'll just go with the first one. Fuck it.
Yeah. He run away. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, no Globers were harmed in the making of this show.
Welcome, Matrix. That was good. Yeah.
Crack myself up now. That's sad.
But it was a good one, wasn't it? You know, no Globers were harmed.
We haven't harmed any of them.
No. We seek to inform, and then hopefully they'll go and investigate what they were told at school and compare what we're telling them, and they realise for themselves that they were duped, and we've assisted them in breaking the indoctrination. Simple as that. That's all we seek to do at this point. And then where humanity goes after that is now open for discussion once everybody's on the same page. Obviously, case number one would be, let's stop stop the schools teaching the wrong stuff to the children. Let's stop that. And maybe that might go as far as to stopping the space agencies and the money that's being wasted there as well. Yeah, so it's a very good thing we're doing for humanity, actually. Very noble. Yeah. And no Globers will be harmed during that process.
In the making of this show.
There you go.
There's always a disclaimer at the end of the show. No animals were harmed in the making or the filming of this production. That's what we could get that as a recording. No Globers have been harmed in the making of this production.
Yeah, I think you should put that down. That's a brilliant one, Someone was going to say something. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I would say that's why a lot of times when I talk to globalists and they're like, oh, you gotta be rage baiting. No one believes this shit. And I'm like, even if I could prove the globe, like right now, like hypothetically, here's my proof. It's irrefutable. It's 100% proof. I would still side with Flat Earth for two reasons. That they still have to learn the lesson of free speech.
Yeah.
Number one, people are allowed to say what they think the Earth is. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong. If someone's all upset that someone's wrong on the internet, they're wrong on the internet. Would they think they're Jesus? Like they walk the earth without sin? Get the fuck out of here. So there's number one. Even if I could prove the globe, I would still go with Flat Earth because free speech is more important than being right.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah.
And number two is I would rather be wrong than I forgot how I phrased it. Being right about the globe. If I know I got it now. If I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. and what I mean by that is when you look at the Globetard, it was supposed to offer this giant leap forward for mankind. A giant leap forward. Things are supposed to change, and things are supposed to change quick, really quick. It was going to get better. Everything was like, this is it. We made it. We passed the finish line. We got past nuclear destruction. So now it hasn't changed. So then, if this is the Globetard that they talked about, if this is a giant step forward, fuck that. I would rather live in the flat Earth where you can explain. You can explain all this, like the world's so fucked up that people stop noticing. You can see that, and you can explain it on the flat Earth. You can't on the Globetard.
No.
So if it is a Globetard anyway, then holy shit, we got some bigger problems. That these giant leap forwards are giant steps backwards. Their leap forward was actually a giant leap backwards.
Yeah. Whilst they've amassed a lot of wealth during that process.
So who was the giant leap forward for? They said mankind.
Yeah. But mankind hasn't benefited, and mankind is losing.
Yeah, so if that is their giant leap forward, then fuck, I'd rather be wrong than right.
They didn't say for which section of mankind in its entirety. Mankind, the small collection that we've got over to the left here, which section of mankind is going to benefit from? That's what was not stated. It's just a giant leap for mankind. They're probably talking about a small selection, in which case it was.
It's surprising that how NASA was not prepared to go to space. They had no shielding. They didn't have proper suits. You know, they didn't. They never went. Simple as that.
They did have proper suits. They had all space age shit going on. They had Velcro fronts on them and zippers too.
Velcro, yeah, and zips, press studs, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about the vacuum of space here, and you got Velcro, press studs, and zips as fasteners for your suit, which is meant to be airtight, by the way.
Yeah, but the vacuum of space wasn't so bad back in the 60s.
Oh, it was just a little bit, was it? Very low
with
quality.
Global warming, it's got worse.
Yeah. Radiation and the vacuum have increased because of global warming. Correct.
I thought the vacuum had increased because of space expanding. And as it expands, the air pressure that's in that given volume now decreases due to the expansion of the size of it.
Yeah.
We can have too much fun with this shit.
Yeah, sticking with the spacesuits, a guy by the name of Ronnie Strong, who is the narrator of the video called What Happened on the Moon's Part 1, 2, and 3. So he's the main voice, the narrator, right? And you see him. He says that suit was just a glorified linen suit, right, on the lunar surface. A glorified linen suit, he described it as. I thought, wow, that's it. That tells you it all. Yeah.
Wouldn't they have needed a temperature regulator in the suits as well?
Yeah, that's correct. Because, when they're on the lunar surface and they supposedly went at the hottest time, when it was daytime, supposedly on the moon, right? So, yeah, they would have to have had some means of cooling down, right? And they reckon that PLIS, the Portable Life Support System, PLSS, that PLIS was the radiator on the back was keeping the suit and the occupants cool.
So inbuilt air conditioning.
Right. But guess what? If that was the case, then we should have seen steam being emitted from that as it was in operation. And no steam was captured from any of the footage. Yeah, that's what they said. It would have had to vector out the heat, you see, and it would come out as steam, especially on the lunar surface. Yeah, go ahead.
And where did the heat exchange happen if there's no air?
There you are. See, because it's an air conditioner, remember, so it makes its own air, apparently. Very smart bit of kit, that is. And yet...
Still needs air.
Yeah, I think the astronauts and up would have weighed something like 360 pounds. But when they got up there, it would only have been a quarter, okay? Yet, the thing on their back was like it was empty. It was just like an empty box on the back of their shoulders because the way it was moving around. It was moving around a bit too freely for 1/6 of Earth's gravity. Should still have a little bit of a downward vector and not flying around like an empty paper bag or an empty cardboard box that you've got strapped on your back, because that's what it seemed like when they were jumping around on it. There you go. As Bill Cooper said, 360 pounds is an oppressive weight here on Earth, he says. But on the lunar surface, they would have been only 60 odd pounds, 62, 63 pounds. And that I could do a lot of dynamic jumping and, 6 times as high. We didn't see any of that, he says. Bill Cooper, when he gives his rendition of how they didn't go to the moon. Right? Yeah, he did all the maths. The word oppressive just killed me. It's an oppressive weight here on Earth. 360 pounds in the suit with the bliss on your back.
It's funny too. Bliss.
Yeah.
It's like piss.
Yeah. Taking the bliss. And then again, that had to run off of batteries. How did the batteries last? Truly amazing technology they had back then. And they were on the lunar surface for 8 hours on some of those missions. 3 days. 12 days even.
How about like, look at the difference in time. Like a scuba diver's tanks, they give them like 1 hour, and then you have NASA that lasts 8 hours. Like, really?
That is a great point, because when you see those tanks, they're tiny. And you know what they've been said? Just to carry on with what you said there, because what you said, the experts also added this to that. They said, why are they not using those tanks today with the scuba divers? Because they're performing so well. Why would you need these big things when you could use those small ones? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Very true.
It's just crazy that we fell for it back then.
Well, it's all new, isn't it?
Like, nobody questioned it. Like, no one, I mean, well, I'm pretty sure someone did, though, but how did people not question it? Like you're saying, like, wait, so if NASA can do it for 8 hours, like, although I guess scuba divers could only stay at the most. Crit would know this answer, I guess. Don't they have like a time? Like you only have so many hours you can stay underwater in that pressure.
Yeah, well, if you're at less than 30 feet, you can 33 feet in freshwater, 30 feet in saltwater. It's indefinite. You can stay under the water. I mean, the only hard part is like, eating and going to the bathroom and whatnot, or trying to rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pressure there. I mean, there's people who have done marathons, like the Guinness Book of World Records. Like some guy spent like some 28 days underwater. I mean, they had someone would bring him a tank, like every couple hours, or you'd have like 6 tanks for the day. And as long as you breathe really slow and deliberate, the tanks can last, like 2 hours or something. Like if you're not swimming, you're just in place, anchored to the bottom, 30 feet down.
At rest, relaxing,
just eating peanut butter and pooping in the bag. That's it. Like it's not a whole lot of energy. But I mean, that's like one tank at the lowest possible pressure. I think about not doing like just really slow breathing, like 2 hours. So yeah, it doesn't really add up. Like they're some of the spacewalks were much longer than that.
Yeah, and then the limits.
Their suits, they're saying like, how can those suits give them that much oxygen, bro? It's like a scuba diver having like you said, like 6 tanks on them, just or 4 tanks on them.
But when you see the size of them, they're small. They're not very big at all. They're really half the size of the scuba divers one. Half of the size.
They're saying that basically 8 spacewalks are generally 8 hours.
That's right.
Like, how the fuck do they do that? How did?
And it's not all tank either, because like inside of it, they have like apparently there's like fans in there, and like there's all this like equipment inside of that thing for them apparently. So
Yeah, because that thing had to keep them aired and cooled, as well as evacuating the air. All operated by batteries.
Yeah, when you really look at it, it's really all nonsense.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
You're a hot mic in there. What
Big
that?
Rig.
Who is that?
Yeah, my bad.
It's okay.
So, yeah, I mean, you think about that. There are things that they have scrubbers. I'm trying to think of what it's called right now. It's like a rebreather. Okay, they have things that are called rebreathers. But even they have a limit. There's not like a rebreather is unlimited.
No, they've got to be replaced after so many times of use. Yeah.
Yeah, and the rebreather itself requires unless you're just sitting there and just breathing normally, it's got to constantly calculate how much oxygen to let back into the system and how much carbon dioxide to scrub out. Like it takes you see a rebreather, it's like a whole backpack. It's not just like a little like a scuba tank. So you see
it's a massive giant filter looking thing.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
I posted it. It's in the section.
Yeah. Oh, let's have a look at it. Well
if they're
done.
using a rebreather, where the fuck is it? Where's it stashed at?
Crazy.
Yeah, that Bliss was just an amazing bit of kit, I'll tell you.
It just go to show you that tell you NASA's developing all this technology. Where is your electric, dune buggy? Where is this rebreather that can operate for some 10, 11 hours?
Right.
Where this miniature rebreather? Where the fuck is it? Where is this device that turns piss into drinking water? The fuck is it? Shit that they think that they're telling you they got. They got this shit in hand. They're using it. Where the fuck is it? What the maintenance-free
Where's it
O-ring?
at?
The maintenance-free O-ring. Where the fuck is it? Why aren't those on market? You think people don't want a maintenance-free O-ring?
Exactly.
20-something years, they've got O-rings holding them from the vacuum of space, operating that that cupola that looks down at Earth. Never need to be replaced. They didn't even know how to replace it because they're even can't be done.
It's called really, really good engineering. That's what it's called.
Let's get that. Let's get that shit down here.
Yeah. And the guy who supposedly invented that O-ring, those seals, when he was told where it was being used, the look on his face was one of surprise. Can't be true, kind of thing. I don't want to hear that kind of like response.
Yeah,
right?
It's not possible. I can't believe that design was just basically a concept. I don't know how they would get it done. It wouldn't work that way.
That's right. Yeah, it was like he didn't want anything to do with it. No, that's not my invention.
I can't figure it out. I'm like, I want to design a cupola on the window here, but the best I can come up with is some O-rings that separate the mechanical switch, and that's not going to be sustainable. That might work for a little while, but that O-ring is going to degrade every time you turn that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And they're turning it for photo ops. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was a horrible design mechanism anyway. Overcomplicated and just ridiculous in design. You wouldn't design a window you wouldn't want a window to be opening anyway in the vacuum of space. That should have just been a glass dome. That's all it should have been, with a 360 panable camera that rotates. Then that's it. What else do you want? All this twisting of the knob and that rubber seals, unnecessary. Why? Do you know what I mean?
Well, they said they had to protect it from asteroids that aren't a threat anyway.
All right. And you could have that reinforced.
Imagine the amount of stress on those O-rings that you're talking about, Crit, going through those temperature changes from so cold to so hot.
Yeah, the fluctuation there. Exactly. That's going to stress out the rubber.
Constantly. just constantly. There's zip, 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 like wow, dude.
Yeah, the
Just in
outgassing
the paradigm of it, in the paradigm to think of this is what's really going on. Like, no way, dude. That's not even. Like, how are they getting away with it? How's the lies? You know.
Yeah, there was a guy who spoke with Mark Sargent, an expert in rubber seals, oil seals, and seals on actuators and that, and he said all that stuff would have been degraded a long time ago. They have to be replaced, and it's not happening. He's never heard of it. They don't even have a workshop. You know, like in a submarine, you have this little workshop room because even on a submarine, something goes wrong. You've got to fabricate something, yeah? No such room exists on the ISS where you'd expect to have one, should have one. It's a must.
But they do have, you know, like your grandma used to have in the garage, boxes of different costumes for the seasons and little, you know, celebratory.
Every Super Bowl team, like every sports team, there's a
they have that though.
yeah. I noticed that they would have had to have had that. Yeah.
You're like, okay, if I'm looking at this right, you guys were last supplied some like 14 days ago. How the fuck are you wearing game jerseys of the team that just won the Super Bowl today? How did you know what team was going to win? Yeah, it's like, oh, well, we have both teams. Well, 2 weeks ago when you were supplied, there were 4 teams still in the, like you forgot the semifinals. You had no idea. How would you know what team was going to get to the finals and then what team, like, oh, yeah, we had 4 jerseys here. So you brought 4 jerseys up for every single person.
And it costs so many $1 million a pound or whatever they call it. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't keep their bullshit straight. It keeps, like, once they tell a lie, then they got to say, oh, fuck. Okay, well, you see,
Yeah, remember that movie with those I think it's with it's giving congratulations or kudos to the black women that were doing the math.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
But remember they're like, oh, we got to make it lighter. We got to take this out. We got to take that out. Like they're trying to mathematically like lighten the load because the payload was too heavy and stuff. And then all of a sudden they just take a fucking golf set on there. Like what? Like what if that not have like they were like taking out important parts of the fucking ship for it to like mathematically work, and then they just all of a sudden could just take a fucking golf club set like it ain't no thing. Those things are not fucking light either. Like there's enough no weight there to.
Well, the one that NASA offered up, it was a retractable type, telescopic type handle, and then you clipped on the other end. Okay, it's one of those folding type golf clubs, so it was easy to stow away anyway.
Yeah, they have to be, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, because it wasn't the regular golf club that we would be using to play golf. No, this had to shrink in size. So it was like a telescopic type. And then you clip the actual bit that hits the golf. You clip that on. So that's what I saw anyway. I think was it Alan Shepard, was it, or the other one? Not Alan Bean, was it? Alan Bean, Alan Shepard, one of them two.
Yeah, just all weird.
And then they hit the golf club, and it doesn't go 6 times as high or 6 times as far as Bill Cooper lets us know. He goes, yeah, look at that, They should have been able to hit that straight out of the stratosphere, right out into space.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking the piss.
Definitely taking the piss. Big time. And back then, the batteries were not light. They were heavy. Heavy fuckers, they were, the batteries. I remember the brand Everready. Do you remember those guys? Everready? They were big batteries. They were heavy all the time. And they leaked as well. Everready. No longer on the market, replaced by Duracell. That's the Everready of the day, Duracell. And then Nico Cardium type batteries. And what's the other one they're using now? Lithium. That's it. And others. There's one better than lithium out there now. Yeah? What they're using in the Tesla cars, for example. That battery technology is there now.
Lithium ion.
Thank you. And it's still heavy as well. When you look at how much
heavy,
you need. Yeah.
Yeah, those batteries are fucking heavy. Heavy as.
Yeah, heavy as, man, Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So how did they manage to get all that on there? All the batteries that you would need to run the LEM. Look at the LEM and all the computer stuff that's in the LEM. Right, and the air conditioning. Every time you open the door, all that air pressure's gone into the vacuum of space. Because they didn't have a 2-door system where you'd have you like an airlock. They didn't have that, did they? Just one door. So you'd have to repressurize the system. Go ahead.
I think they did, or they supposedly say they have an exchange over from the position of the LEM to the external hatch where they access the ladder.
Right.
If you look at the drawings, it doesn't really show how a human being could fit in that area.
No, there was no room at all. In fact, what the experts have said is that when they scrutinized the LEM, like what's his name, James Collier, that when they were in the suit, there was no way they could have got out because the suit, the hatch was too small for them to get through when the suit was on their back, when they had the pliss on and fully suited. Plus, the door couldn't open because the door opened inwards. So the question was, where did one of the astronauts go as the door was coming in? Because there was nowhere for him to back up. And the door is coming towards you. You've got to open the door to come in. The door is opening inwards. They said that was a schoolboy error by NASA. But the door should have opened outwards, not inwards. So there was no way that the door could have come in and have 2 astronauts in there because the size was like the size of 2 public telephone booths. That would be the size. Very small indeed. And you had to have two astronauts fully suited in there. And that door's coming towards you. Where does one of the astronauts go? Where could he go? There was nowhere he could go. And the door's coming. I just kept laughing the way you were saying it. What an embarrassment. And then you couldn't get out the hatch anyway. And if you look at the pictures where you see Buzz Aldrin coming down the ladder, right? That all of that was just a mock-up. There is no actual LEM there. That's just a mock-up. Okay? It's really, really, you have a closer scrutinization. I learned that from the Apollo detectives. So when you see the photographs of him coming down the ladder, you look at it, he hasn't come from inside. That's just a makeshift. And you're concentrating on him and the ladder. So you don't notice that bit of trickery there. Yeah, really, really, really bad. Criminal impact. And they knew that there was extra light sources because the reflection on the boot heel, the heel protector of the boot was shining up. And what's his name? David Groves did the mathematical quantitative measurements and measured exactly where the camera would have been for that to shine on the boot. And he gave us the angle and everything. Very close indeed. There was another light source. No doubt about it, he said. And I can tell you exactly where it was. We can use the curvature. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Using the curvature of the boot protector, the heel protector on the boot, which is curving, that was what they used. And then the angles at which the light would be coming off of that, and they worked out exactly where that light source was. which fails me at the moment. I've forgotten that number. But it was pretty close anyway, within a couple of feet. A few feet, should I say.
Earth isn't flat, dumbasses.
Okay. How do you know this?
Because it says it in the books.
Okay, so you believe what's in the books, but you haven't gone out to check it for yourself, is that right?
You're the guy that debated with T-Jump.
Yeah, why? What's up? Is he still butthurt, is he? He needs a new butt, does he? He's looking for a new bum, second-hand bum somewhere. Has anybody got a used bum?
Why are you talking about him like this? Come on. You were so respectful in the debate.
Oh, no, I'm still respectful. I'm only joking. Come on, man. It's a joke.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I don't
You're
mean
great,
that.
Dude. You got destroyed, though. I can't lie.
No, I didn't get destroyed. You're out of your mind. You must be dreaming. You must be thinking about somebody else. Because Jin CBR1 doesn't get destroyed. If anybody, that's what I said.
Aren't you Dave?
No, I'm not Dave. I'm Jin CBR1, man. Going on with.
Oh, you're not Dave, so you didn't debate T-Jump?
Well then that's it then. So you got the wrong guy then, haven't you?
Dave Murphy?
Yeah, he's talking about Dave Murphy, yeah. Yeah, he does that all the time, by the way.
Did Dave Murphy debate T-Jump?
Allegedly Dave, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the debate right here. I thought this was you, dude.
T-Jump's an idiot.
No, we sound alike, but we're not.
Yeah, he's an idiot, but he destroyed Dave.
No, he's not an idiot. You're the idiot because
He couldn't destroy Caterpillar.
He couldn't destroy.
He's destroyed practically every one of his opponents except for Godless Girl.
He hasn't destroyed anyone.
Yeah, well, the Earth isn't flat though.
Well, yeah, but you're not answering the question.
That's the problem, young fellow.
Ladies and gentlemen. He hasn't answered the question.
Jin, the issue he's got is he's coming in saying all these debaters destroyed so-and-so. It doesn't really matter. And the reason it doesn't matter is because this subject is not up for debate. You don't debate measurements, mate. That's it.
That's true. I agree with you. So are we all done? Wait, Matrix, are we all done with this flat Earth garbage now? Now that you've agreed on that?
So you rule what?
Are you all
done? Can we rule out this garbage now, please? Like flat Earth.
Well, the problem you've got, young fellow, is it's measured as flat. It's not measured as curved.
Yeah, that's where all the scientists who make
you're here stroking it going, I think it's curved because these debaters kept fucking yabbering on about debating, and you think you're all that in a bag of chips, and now you've just found out that it's measured flat, and you've got nothing.
Yeah, Matrix, all the people who make intercontinental ballistic missiles, they use flat Earth measurements.
Well, go get them.
Correct.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
yes, they do.
Like,
they do.
Don't bring a T-Jump. Some guy who works at a sandwich shop.
Oh, not this guy that speaks out of his nose.
Why don't you get the guy who makes the missiles? Where's that guy at?
So Matrix, the flat Earth is how things are measured, is what you're saying?
No, bro, you don't get to ignore our staff, our moderators, man.
Well, Crit speaks out of his nose. I'm not going to be engaging with
Who cares? I don't care.
Oh, I care.
Well,
yeah, so Matrix.
You might care to turn it back up, because if you don't, I'll boot you myself.
Yeah, you can do that. That sounds like a dodge to me.
No, it's fine. I mean, if he's that triggered by a lisp, I mean, holy shit.
Silly, really. Silly ass.
Coming from someone that sounds like this.
That's exactly how he sounds.
Remember earlier when I was talking about if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. Because if this is right, if that's what we just got demonstrated, the right position, fuck that. I'd rather be wrong. That kid's too retarded. No, thank you.
That was a great impersonation. That was bang on, man. Oh. Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, of course he's going to leave. He's in an embarrassing position, you see. They don't prove anything, ladies and gentlemen, only that their stupidity is there. That's all they prove. Prove anything about the globe.
T-Jump, like, holy shit.
Yeah, he's done that before to me, where he's come in and thought I was Dave Murphy. It's not the first time. It's happened a few times. Yeah, go ahead.
You didn't do the disclaimer when that kid left.
Oh,
no globers were harmed in the making of this production.
Yes, in this production, in this episode, yeah.
Yeah, I've debated that fool on modern day debates before.
Well, there you go then.
T-Jump did an event on this server once where he's like saying, all flat earthers, if you're not scared, come talk, you know. We're like,
fuck.
well, sure. Like, you know where to find us. No one here wants to talk to you. Not one person gives a shit what you have to say. Don't want to talk. I wouldn't walk out of my way to talk to you. Meanwhile, you want to talk to flat earthers, but you don't know where they are, and you do know where they are as you're posting where they are to come talk to you. If you want to talk to flat earthers, where would you go? Stay in your echo chamber or leave your echo chamber. They're like, wait, what? No, your guys are the ones in the echo chamber. Okay, so you know where to find us. Where would you go talk to us then? And just that alone will break their mind. It becomes fractured. They can't get it. They can't work it out. Well, keep thinking. Maybe something will pop out. Just keep shaking your head until something pops.
Like a fucking bobblehead, huh?
Yeah. It's quite impressive that they can't figure out what to do. We've got our own channel, the top channel on the server, and you still can't find where flat earthers are, and you've posted in their channel. So you've demonstrated you know where we are. You know where to find us.
I remember that fool was saying that he did experiments when he was in college of sending a laser signal to the moon and getting it bounced back. And so I hit him with a bunch of questions, and he couldn't even fucking bring up a video or reference of a time frame of when he did this so-called experiment, dude. He's just fucking blowing shit out of his ass.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong guy. The T-Jump dude isn't a college graduate. He's like just a YouTube celebrity.
He was on Modern Day Debate many times, debating all types of different things.
Yeah, he thinks he's some kind of polymath. He's going to be president of the United States someday.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard, dude.
You're like, flat earthers vote. Some flat earthers vote, right? Like he said, he doesn't want anyone. Like he says, I'm going to be president, and I don't want Christians, flat earthers, science denialists. Like this huge list that basically would be everyone, including himself. Even himself, he couldn't vote for himself.
He said that he's running for president one day.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a little shtick. Future president of the United States.
Yeah.
Dude couldn't get elected as dog catcher. You know, like he's gonna get.
Fuck, it's funny. I had a whole argument about that myself, though. Like, I do not believe any votes are counted. I believe it's just to appease people. Like they already, I think they're already selected, not elected. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? I just don't think I don't think they put any type of power in the people's hands like that. But they make people think that they have that power. You know. But that's a whole nother topic.
UK's been pretty dead. The UK server, their gen's been. I haven't seen anyone on for like weeks. Or is Jen still here?
Yeah, that's right, Crit. You're right, Crit. Yeah, I went in there a couple of days ago. There was like 4 of them in there. They were just playing games. So I left. But yeah, it's been quiet for the past couple of weeks. You're right. Yeah. I popped in every other day. I'll check, but there's no one in there.
Yeah, the last time I was there a couple weeks ago, like some dude had pinged me and you and said, "Get your asses in here and talk about flat Earth." And I'm like, "All right, let's see how this is gonna go."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Is the Earth flat?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's flat." And they're like, "Cool." I'm like, "That's it." I was expecting some kind of like fucking meltdown, like.
Yeah. No, I've had the meltdowns. I've had to like really get them to realise that at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's flat. It's not curved. And if you wanted to know about this, you could have gone to Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts and go to the very beginning and start to learn everything. It's laid down like a red carpet treatment for you. What you don't get at university is all there. You're waiting. The information you need to know is waiting for you to discover right in that gallery. And then all you've got to do is go out there and confirm it. It's all there. Because they keep asking, where'd you get all your stuff from? I goes, well, look, I posted where I get my stuff from in this server. Go to Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts and you'll find out where I get my stuff from. Why don't you? It's in the server. What are you scared of?
One of the best talking points I've had for them is that they think, England is about on par or even ahead of America in some ways.
Yeah.
Like, science and technology and, cultural evolution. Like America's kind of like the step kid. They're not quite where England's at now. England's just more advanced. I'm like, so I go like one of the things I said, if you guys went to the moon today, you're 60 years behind America. And they're like, oh shit.
Oh, that's a burn.
Yeah, that's a burn. That's a giant burn.
Yeah.
America took a giant leap forward some 60 years ago. If you went today, that would put you 60 years behind America.
Yeah. And India has landed on the moon, but yet Britain hasn't landed on the moon.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Like India is more advanced than you guys.
Yeah. India, with their 2,501 bridges collapsing since 1977 to the present day, apparently I've got two satellites, Chandelier 1 and Chandelier 2, on elliptical orbits, and Chandelier 3 landed on the south side of the moon, and Chandelier 4 is on its way to the sun. What's going on, Britain? Yes. Yeah. Anomalies are all over the place. And all the while, Peru's banging on the door to get in. Let me in, Peru. Peru wants to join in the space race, if you will. Banging on the door. Tis funny, though. Tis funny. One has to laugh.
That it is. They're taking the pliss.
They're taking the pliss every day of the week. Still, they've done very well in exposing the moon landing, the Brits. They've done an excellent job. There's some really, really good documentaries out there. Especially that one I keep mentioning. It's called What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, 2, and 3, 4.5 hours. nearly 5 hours of heavy scrutinisation, forensic style, murder case approach. It's been pretty good. And then you've got American Moon, which is an American one looking at the same thing. And then We Never Went to the Moon, another American one. And then you've got James Collier, Was It Only a Paper Moon? Another American one. Bill Casing, We Never Went to the Moon interview. Bart Sibrel. So there's been some good coverage. But Britain did their bit of exposing. Oh, yeah, and the one with Richard Hall, another British guy, who exposed also the Mars landings as being hoax as well. So they did the Moon and the Mars, that one. Richard Hall TV. Richard Hall TV. Yes, been a lot there. And then you've got Astronauts Gone Wild. Bart Sibrel again. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Bart Sibrel again there. Moon Man, yet again, the latest one. Bart Sibrel again. There's a lot out there, ladies and gentlemen. A lot that you haven't seen. Ralph Renee. NASA really mooned America. Whoa. Another good man there. American.
That's pretty funny. NASA mooned America.
Yeah, yeah. I always think of a bum, a bum, because when you do the moonies, when you expose your buttocks to the public, that's known as a moonie, by the way. Showing your ass. So NASA really mooned America. Cracked up when I heard that title. And then you've got the Apollo detectives, who are still scrutinizing every day of the week they do this stuff. Scott Henderson, Robert J. Williams, Marcus Allen, and Randy Walsh, Gerald White, and a few others, known as the Apollo detectives, scrutinizing NASA's works and how they didn't go to the moon, how it was impossible. Still thinking they're on a globe, though, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Can't quite cross the road. The Apollo detectives. I especially like their work on the vacuum chambers and the vacuum of space. They did some excellent expose.
Yeah, I want to see a video of them adjusting the sun on the moon landing mission. Get it right now. Check this awesome video out. I didn't know they could adjust the sun. I guess you could say they adjusted the studio lighting. Like we need a little brighter so we could see them. I never noticed that. But there's like a reflection. What is that? Play it. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Oh, I never see that. Would you tell me what's in that reflection, or what is that exactly? What's the reflection of? Never noticed that before. Famously, we watched that scene from the like the ground when he jumps down on first jumps on the moon, but this is apparently a camera from above. Oh, it's him. He's in the window. So he was filming it from inside behind the window. Dude, tell me, does that not look like wind? How's that? Look at the one on the right. Doesn't that, as he's tugging on the cord, that looks like there's wind, dude. Probably what moved the flag around too.
Space wind.
I thought they said there's no wind up there.
Solar wind.
It's must because of moons flying through the space at so many miles per hour.
No, it's from the sun, the solar wind.
Oh. That too.
It's funny you guys are still trying to figure out if they landed on the moon or not.
We're not figuring it out. We're mocking it, laughing at it. Hopefully, people that believe that happened will pick that up. Like, oh yeah, wait, hold on, that don't make sense.
Jack Black's mom programmed the mission for that.
Here's a side by side of when he supposedly he was taking photos, and here's the infamous lander shadow that almost reaches the horizon. That's a huge shadow.
Did you get him? Sad part is that poor child probably thinks that's a really cool sound. Anyone who grew up on dial-up probably doesn't like that sound.
Yeah, that AOL dial-up was the worst.
I only heard it when I'd call somebody using it. I was too poor. I didn't have it.
Yeah, a phone call would come in and kick you offline.
Or you'd call the fax number a fax number. That's the sound you'd get.
And it connects.
Savings are heating up. Save time and money.
Is someone trying to talk?
No.
Hey, Pock, are you cuddling up to your phone again?
I might be. And my hot mic, like, yeah, I'm holding my phone with my hand, so the sides of it. Yeah. Is it making a lot of noise? Sorry.
Sounds like you had it in your pocket and you're just like rummaging around looking for something.
It's because I'm holding it like with my right and left hand, like sideways.
So 2 hands for beginners? That's all right.
And then the mic, the mic is on the bottom of the iPhone. So like with my finger, like when I grip my phone, it like makes noises. My bad. I'm watching this video. It's like a 43-minute long video. Here's Jin. Is Jin here? Here's some photos of them inside, coming outside the lander. And then there's a photo of the bottom of their lander. I don't know. It doesn't really seem like a thrust was coming out from under that. If you look at the third picture, like, shouldn't there be like a burn hole or like, I don't know, something? It's kind of weird.
Who dat?
There's always somebody around here.
Of course.
Always.
Hello.
Good morning.
This one's never actually dead.
It's quiet at the moment. How's it going anyway?
Well, quiet but not dead. Those are two different things. I've been a member of this channel long enough to know that they're just everyone's ready to debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.